trying to solve those Trader Joe's bags mysteries on the ticket text. It is free agency day number 2 in the NFL. We can react to day 1, and we are. And we want you guys to do the same. 248-539-9797. No, I'm not going to yell and scream at anybody.
Again?
Again. I won't do it a second time. The first time already happened. You live, you learn.
That's okay.
I get a little worked up. I'm excited and a little anxious, and I want this team to take a step forward.
Again, I will reemphasize the fact that I love your passion. We are now, 18 and a half hours into free agency. 17 and a half. And there are still a number of free agents that they can go out there and sign. They can perform trades. There's a lot that Brad Holmes can still do to continue to improve this roster.
So the question then is, impressions so far, and what is the biggest need remaining? 248-539-9797. John, the moves they already made, to me, were very on brand for Brad Holmes. I looked at him, I thought, yep, this guy's still doing it his way, stay in the course. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. The course has gotten this team to an NFC championship game and a half away from the Super Bowl. He stayed his course. He has not deviated. A large debate was, with more cap space, with a team on the cusp of a championship, does he deviate? This is very much on brand. The 2 moves he made, the first, Carlton Davis, cornerback 1 for this team. 6'1", long levers, can body up the bigger receivers, good in man coverage. Not so much zone, but this team runs man, so it's a scheme fit. And it's a guy who's an upgrade. 1 year left on his deal. They traded the later of 2/3 for Carlton Davis and a pair of 6th. So there's guy 1. Now, there are some concerns. He's missed time with injuries. 16 games over the last 3 seasons. Last year alone, 3 separate injuries caused him to miss time. But that's part of Holmes' deal. He'll buy low on a guy who's injured, but fits the profile of this football team with a high ceiling. Again, can be an elite level. Elite may be strong, but a number 1 corner in man coverage. The other move they made was Marcus Davenport, who they had familiarity with scheme-wise, Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell in New Orleans when they used a first-round pick on him. Now, he is far from proven. That's why he signed a 1-year deal. Kind of a both sides thing. Hey, we're not sure we can give you a 3-year deal. You probably want to cash in on a 1-year deal. 6'6", great athletic profile, 9 sacks a couple years ago, but only 2.5 in the 2 years since. Brad Holmes, upside. High upside. Low risk, 1-year deals. High upside. Very on brand for Brad Holmes. And you think Carlton Davis is a guy they may extend, right? I mean, the idea, if you're giving up a 3rd, you probably want to extend him and spread his cap hit out a little more too.
You don't want to spend that capital on a guy that's just going to be there 1 year. And so I do think that they will probably look, and I don't know if this is, that's where the timing issue is going to be something that I'm curious about. Do they get into the season and say, you know what, okay, now you've proven something to us, we're going to extend you? I just don't think you're going to give up a 3rd-round pick, albeit the end of the 3rd round. It wasn't the one that they got from Minnesota, and just kiss it goodbye. I think they extend them. Yeah. I think they lower that cap number for this year, and they find ways to continue to improve this offensive line and edge rush position. Those are the 2 needs to me. And I'm not sitting here going, oh, Carlton Davis, he solves all problems in the secondary. No, they could still sign a Stephon Gilmore. They can still add talent to the secondary. But I'm looking at the edge. If you want to make your secondary better, you make the edge better. And is Davenport a guy that can help with that? Sure. If he's healthy.
Edge and offensive line are the top 2 needs for me. You and I both acknowledge they needed help at corner, but we didn't think it was need 1, and it feels like they just got someone who can fill the need at the position. So then the question is, edge or guard, what's the next move that Holmes makes? The guard market is pretty robust. They lost Jonah Jackson. They weren't willing to pay him. You had kind of suspected that. We had discussed that he wouldn't be back. But how do you fill that spot now? Is it the draft? If you wait, you're going into the draft with maybe not the ability to go best player available if you box yourself in. I think they'll address. Do you think they'll address the offensive line still?
I do. And whether it's with a starter or with depth, I think they will. You've got guys like a Dalton Risner out there that's not going to require anything near a $15, $16 million contract. but he can come in and start for you at left guard. And it's that type of player where I think they plug and play, because you have an elite center. You have an elite tackle in Penei Sewell, and you have a really good tackle in Taylor Decker. So you can plug in, and we saw this with Owosika. He went in there and played. Would I look at him and say he's an elite or even above average guard? No, not at all. But he is able to play at a good enough level because he's surrounded by really good players.
And then there's the big edge rusher still out there. I don't believe they're going to pursue him, but Danielle Hunter is still out there. The other Minnesota Vikings defensive end that was a free agent. Yeah. If they don't pursue him, then I don't know that there is in free agency a move that they could make to address the edge.
Oh, there's a lot of moves they could make.
That would be as impactful.
Well, okay. Well, so no, I disagree with that.
And that's why I think there's a trade. The Khalil Mack thing is the other counter, I would say. That's the other way they could address the position.
Correct. And so would they be able to sign a guy of Danielle Hunter's capability for this year? Sure. And I'll look at Jadeveon Clowney, Eric Armstead. Now, is Armstead going to be a Danielle Hunter guy? No. But you're also not going to be signing him for 5 years. Jadeveon Clowney would laugh if you said, "Hey, I want to sign you to a 4-year contract." He does 1-year deals.
He's a mercenary.
He's a mercenary, and that's fine, especially if you have this. And I go back to this window that they have, and I'm not talking about the Super Bowl window. They're trying to make and extend that as much as they possibly can. But you have a window right now where, yes, you are going to extend Jared Goff. You're going to create a little bit more cap space by doing it. You're going to eat into some of that cap space because you're going to extend Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those things have to get done. But along the way, you still have this window where you're not paying Penei Sewell, you're not paying Sam Laporta, you're not paying Aiden Hutchinson, you're not paying some of these other guys top dollar. They're on rookie contracts, so you're going to have a little bit of a window where you can pay a Stephon Gilmore, you can pay a Jadeveon Clowney or an Armstead, and you go down the list of guys that are a little bit older, still very productive, and can help make Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil more productive. But you don't have to commit to them long term because you have that cap space now.
Texter says, I'm not a fan of the 3rd-round pick for Carlton Davis. Didn't seem like an overpay to me.
Well, it's not an overpay.
A starting corner who you think could be your number 1 corner for a late third?
So the 3rd-round picks, and let's do this. Is he what you think you could get with a 3rd-round pick? And right now, obviously, a little bit better because you're not going to get a number 1 corner, a cover corner in the 3rd round that you feel comfortable going into the season. But the 3rd-round picks for Brad Holmes so far, Ife Melifonwu and Aleem McNeil in 21.
Good players.
Okay. 3rd-round pick in 22, Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, good player.
Good player. All right, 3rd-round picks in 23. Now, it's still TBD, but Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker.
Less so.
Well, okay,
and more recent,
but
yes.
Yeah, more recent. So Broderick Martin is the one I'm looking at going, all right, this is a year where I need to see that big jump. Colby Sorsdahl, we're talking offensive line, 5th-round pick out of William and Mary. This is where I need to see, now that he's had the experience, the speed, the competition, the strength of NFL defenders, what does he do coming from William and Mary? Didn't expect a whole lot as a rookie. He got in there and, mixed it up a little bit, got it better throughout the course of the season, but I need to see a big jump from him. That's a 5th-round pick. Broderick Martin need to see a monster jump in his availability, or at least their want to put him in the game in year 2.
Lions still need a number 1 corner. They have a lot of 2s and 3s. Still need an edge rusher and an offensive lineman as well, reads a ticket texter. I think they view Carlton Davis as their number 1 corner. Maybe we'll be blown away and they'll trade for L'Jarius Sneed, but I feel like this is going to be their number 1 corner going into the season. 6'1", long levers, press man coverage, take the other team's number 1.
And it takes Cam Sutton out of that role.
Yeah.
Cam Sutton's still your number 2 and can be very productive there. Just he's not a number 1 cover guy who, last year he gave up 5 touchdown passes.
Another one says, so we keep signing injury-prone players. Then we'll do nothing at the deadline again. We're banking on injured players. That's a moronic plan, reads the ticket text.
Well, most guys that you're going to be signing have some type of injury issue going into a second contract. And that's why I felt like Christian Wilkins would have been such a great value. He's an every down guy, all game long. He's an everyday sucker. And that would have been a guy that you could have signed. Now, he got a premium from the Raiders, and I'm fine with Brad Holmes. You know, if he would have offered him, hey, we're going to offer you $95 million instead of $110. That's, to me, more commensurate with the value at that position. But he got overpaid.
Well, we always say you're worth what someone's willing to pay. Cap goes up, more premium position today than it maybe previously was.
Yeah, there's more money flooding the market, and somebody was going to overpay. Somebody will probably overpay for Danielle Hunter.
Probably. It's going to be sticker shock, I think, when we see it. Because the cap going up, I think there was quite a bit of that yesterday, people getting sticker shock. Texter says, you guys are sleeping on Davis. Man coverage better than Snead over the last 2 seasons. Ben in Kalamazoo. Yeah, I looked at Carlton Davis just last season. 16th in man-to-man, guys who played at least 100 snaps. Now, the problem for Carlton Davis, they only played man 23% of the time in Tampa last season.
Right.
So his overall PFF grade wasn't very good, but this is an idea where you say, we'll put him in the situations where he can succeed, and he'll be more of that player, where he will be a guy who can go toe-to-toe with the best receivers. Jamar Chase, there's a clip circling the internet. He said the toughest guy he had to go up against in his early NFL career is Carlton Davis. So I'm not sleeping on him. I just think there's inherent injury risk that Holmes is willing to assume, which is his MO. It's a very on-brand move.
And you know, guys get typecast throughout the course of their career. And if he is typecast as, hey, he's better at man coverage than you know, some other situations, then he does fit this Aaron Glenn defense.
A lot of people telling us to relax. We'll read more ticket texts you want to jump in. 248-539-9797. We are not even 24 hours in, as John continues to remind me. It's 97.1.
Hey, March is about to get mad, and we're going to have a lot of fun, a lot of games. Dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games that are coming up at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim, and it's America's favorite place to watch all your March Madness games. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party going on. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Arizona Coyotes March 14th. It's this week. Tickets and more info, DetroitRedWings.com. Be listening this show. Give out some tickets. 8:02. Are the photos really that bad? We need to have a little conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think the photos were that bad. On the subject of the Lions, great response coming in on the ticket text. Jump in 248-539-9797. We'll make a spot for you on the phones this morning if you want to discuss some of this stuff, because they've made a few moves already. Carlton Davis, the trade yesterday. Marcus Davenport, the free agent signing. They are not done. I hope. They still have quite a bit of money to spend in some positions that still need to be addressed. So where are you at one day in? 248-539-9797. John, is there a move that was made yesterday you wish the Lions would have made?
Well, I mean, the Christian Wilkins signing.
Even at that price?
Not at that price, no. But it's, I mean, if you're talking to me, I got a wish list. Sure, I wish they would have been in on Christian Wilkins. I think he is the definition of a Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell guy. Now, maybe they didn't know enough about him because they've never been on the same franchise that he has been a part of. But I'm looking at it going, that one to me, that one stings because you don't often get players like that. Now, it was purely a salary cap issue. They wanted to keep Christian Wilkins, but they're also working on an extension for Tua Tagovailoa. And when you are doing that, you've got to let some other guys go. And that's just one that they felt like, you know what, we're going to have to let him go. They didn't franchise him. And you don't get players like that hit the open market often. Now, Danielle Hunter is not currently under contract for any team. I don't know that the Detroit Lions are in on it or will be in on anything that happens with Danielle Hunter, but he is still available, and that's still a possibility. So I'd like to see them be able to be in on that, but there are plenty of guys that they could still go out there and sign to upgrade the edge position.
So the edge position, some guys that were signed that aren't the cream of the crop, the Danielle Hunter. And again, bluster, I don't think they were ever really going to fork over the money. Agree or disagree with the decision, I don't think that was ever something they were going to do. There were some edge guys that were signed. Jonathan Greenard, 4 years, $76 million. So a deal shy of $20 million a year for a guy with double-digit sacks. Would you have been interested in a guy in his mid-20s that's already been productive on a team that made the playoffs and won a playoff game last year? That'd be one I would point to. Yeah,
he's one that I talked about. And again, it's just a matter of how much do you want to allocate for that position. At some point, you're going to have to pay somebody to get after the quarterback.
Leonard Floyd, 2-year deal. We talk about little bridge deals. Don't compromise the long-term cap space. 2 years to the Niners, who are a team that you are fighting with in the NFC. So people, well, what deals did you want him to make? Well, there's a couple edge guys that would have moved the needle. How about a guy that you loved? Robert Hunt. You liked him more than Jonah. He got paid more than Jonah. It was steep. 5-year deal, $20 million. Strengthen the offensive line. Is that one that you would have liked to see him do?
I would have liked to have seen him do that one. I also would have liked to have seen it. I went to bed last night not knowing that Michael Onwenu was going to re-sign with the New England Patriots, but he did. And you would have paid more than you would have paid Robert Hunt. You would have paid more than you were going to pay Jonah Jackson, but he also provides more. He can play all 4 positions up front. I'm not going to have him snap at center, but he can play all 4 positions up front at a high level, gives you position flexibility. Is also, I mean, can you just imagine whether you put him at right or left guard, the ability to put him next to Sewell and the domination that could happen on that right side? You put him at left guard and the domination that could happen with him and Decker, along with Frank in the middle. I mean, oh my goodness. Yeah, so is there one? I think I'm getting a little excited about something that no longer can happen.
It lasts more than 4 hours. Call a doctor. This one says, you guys crack me up. You're worried that the Lions haven't done enough. These other teams are making splashes. All caps, relax.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
You said you were a little underwhelmed from day one.
I'm a little underwhelmed, yes, but I didn't go on a rant.
I didn't intend to. You got money, you got good.
And I appreciate the passion. I will continue to say that. I appreciate your passion for the improvement of this football team. But there are guys out there that you can go and get. Armstead, I didn't expect him to be available. In the Niners, they cut him. He's a guy you're not going to give a 4 or 5 year commitment to. 2-year deal. I would be all over the excitement of Eric Armstead, Jadeveon Clowney. And hell, you go 1-year deal with Jadeveon Clowney. Would I be excited about that? Absolutely. So there are still opportunities to improve that edge position without having to break the bank for 5 years with Danielle Hunter.
I need to clarify. I didn't judge the entirety of free agency at 7 o'clock this morning.
Well, it sounded like
I expressed some anxiety. Texter says, you guys need to relax. Says, last year, you guys were doing the same thing when the Bears made all the free agent signings. Lions are a good team. The other teams in the division don't have quarterbacks. Temper the anxiety until the offseason is over. Signed, Brian. Another one says, pick up Armstead. He has an axe to grind against San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
So people echoing your point. Another one says, did John say everyday sucker? Can we go back? What was that?
Yeah, every day, all day sucker. Let's go.
Can you define that for people?
Yeah,
Christian Wilkins.
Another way to put it is a 24/7, 365 badass. Let's go.
Sean the mailman says, I wish I could say that about my wife. Let's go to Tom in Oxford. We'll get to Tom after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Lions addressing defense on day one of free agency, bringing in edge rusher Marcus Davenport on a 1-year, $6.5 million deal, and trading for Tampa corner Carlton Davis. Detroit also re-signed guard center Graham Glasgow, 3 years, $30 million. Jonah Jackson, the other starting guard, moving on to the Rams, 3 years, $51 million. Lions come into day two of free agency with a reported $34 million in cap space, much of that likely earmarked for Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, both of whom Detroit actively trying to extend long-term. Checking in on the Lions' NFC North contemporaries. Kirk Cousins leaves the Vikings for the Falcons in the biggest deal of free agency so far. 4 years, $180 million, $90 million guaranteed. The Vikings replaced him with Sam Darnold, 1 year, $10 million. Packers adding Josh Jacobs from the Raiders, 4 years, $48 million. Green Bay also releasing Aaron Jones and signing safety Xavier McKinney from the Giants, 4 years, $68 million. And the Bears are giving former Lion DeAndre Swift a 3-year, $24 million deal. Pistons crushed the Hornets at LCA last night, 114-97. Red Wings in Buffalo tonight with designs on ending that 5-game skid. Hear that here on 97.1 starting at 6:35. And one of the most awkward, uncomfortable moments in recent sports memory. Utah State women's hoops season ended with a blowout loss in its conference tournament. Coach Kayla Ard appeared for her post-game press conference when this happened. It's up there with USC firing Lane Kiffin on the tarmac or Arizona State axing Herm Edwards in the end zone. I couldn't have waited till the next morning. Coral Health Update Desk. I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wow.
Something that happens in our business.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, nice poll, Beanie. That was an awkward moment. Say the least.
There will be no more questions, I assume.
Thank you.
Tom in Oxford, appreciate you waiting through the update. You got thoughts on the Lions? One day in, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey, good morning.
I think they only did a couple moves, but I think I got a feeling they might be waiting on a guy like Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack to see what happens with them guys if they get released. Thinking might be able to give them a little bit shorter deal, maybe not so much. And, John, I want to ask you a question. I don't know a whole lot about this cornerback they got from Tampa. Mm-hmm. What do you think about the trade? That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Tom, I like the trade. And I'll like it even more if they extend him. Because I don't want to give up a third-round pick just for a guy that's only going to be here 1 year. I like the fact that he is good in man coverage, takes the pressure off Cam Sutton. He's a quality player. Now, there's always going to be, if there's guys that are available, whether via trade or free agency, they're available for a reason. Now, part of the reason was Carlton Davis cap hit. They went out and re-signed Mike Evans. Was it 2 years, $52 million deals? Mm-hmm. And Baker Mayfield got 3 years, $100-something million. And so they had to clear up a little bit of cap space, and the Lions were the beneficiaries of that.
I like the move too.
Solid player.
Got to stay healthy, but the idea is they're going to put him in man coverage more often than Tampa did. A good player is going to look even better. He was a starting corner on their Super Bowl team. He's got the ideal size. Just got to stay healthy. And that's a Brad Holmes' MO, though. He'll take a risk on a guy. He'll roll the dice on a guy that just needs to stay healthy. Now, if that's CB1 and you have Sutton as corner 2 and you draft a corner in one of your first 3 rounds, you start to build a little bit of depth there. Edge rusher, I don't think Davenport's enough to make you feel like you got somebody solid opposite Aiden Hutchinson, so maybe there is still another move that they make. I mean, he mentioned Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, too, because those guys are cap casualties, we would assume, at some point for the Chargers. They're not going to be able to keep everybody. And if you're Brad Holmes, I think you bark up that tree and you go, you know what? Khalil Mack's only got 1 year left on his deal. We'll give you a day 3 pick for him. We got a couple extra ones from this Carlton Davis trade. Can we grease the skids? You're going to cut him and get nothing.
Right.
I think you bark up that tree, and I think that'd be a hell of a move if they pulled that off.
Oh, it would be unbelievable. Hell, I'll give you both, 6-round picks that we got. One this year, one next year. That's fine. I mean,
they got fits. I mean, they could coax something out of Los Angeles.
Sure. And that would probably be one as well. I don't know what his cap hit is. You have that number?
Well,
it's like $20 million.
Yeah, it changes when you get traded too, because they assume some of it.
Some of it, yeah. And Khalil Mack, I actually like him more than Bosa because Khalil Mack has proven that he can stay healthy. Joey Bosa has been hurt throughout the course of his career at different times. Is he a really good player? Yeah, there's no question about it. And I don't know that L.A., the Chargers, really want to part ways with Joey Bosa. More likely that they would part ways with Khalil Mack just because of where they are in their careers.
Yeah, for Khalil Mack, I mean, the numbers, some of this gets accelerated. His cap hit for the upcoming season is $38 million. So that's not the number the Lions would be assuming. I believe a good chunk of that shows up as dead money for the Chargers when they would make the trade. The Lions would pay like half of that, roughly.
Right.
Without getting in the calculator, they'd pay about half that.
Yeah, and that might even be one just like Carlton Davis where you say, you know what, we don't want you just for a year. We'd like you for 2. And I think Khalil Mack's got 2 solid years left, and may have more. But then you can even lower that cap number a little bit more by extending him with another year.
Texter says you could say has to stay healthy about every player. Yeah, but the case here is Davis missed games with 3 different injuries last season. He's starting to get nicked up. He's missed 16 games the last 3 seasons. It's more of an issue with him. Well,
but that's the issue that you're going to have with anybody that's entering their 5th, 6th, 7th year in the NFL. They're going to have injury issues. The closer you get to 30, you're going to get dinged up a little bit. You're going to miss a little bit of time. And that's why I go back to the whole Christian Wilkins thing is he has been as healthy a player as you're going to get. And those guys that perform at that level, locker room guys like that, and are healthy, they just don't hit the free agent market very often.
We're going to do free agent roundup at 8:35. We'll go through some of the biggest storylines beyond just the Lions, the Kirk Cousins stuff, what's going on with Justin Fields, other contenders in the NFC, and a team that's got to be the laughingstock of the league after day 1 in free agency. We'll get all that at 8:35. How bad are the photos? What's going on here? We were told today we got to retake the photos for the show.
The new show photo?
I didn't think they were that bad. We made some jokes, but I don't think... What's wrong with them?
I know. Personally, I mean, Heather, I thought you looked great. I was pretty happy with myself, so kind of leaves one.
Ooh.
Well, I'm wearing the same shirt. I'm doubling down. I have no issues with the first photo that we took as a show.
I changed it up a little bit. Same color, but no collar this time. I didn't like the collar.
Okay, a little less, okay.
I switched, well, I'm going to be switching it up. I didn't wear what I'm going to wear to work, but I brought a different shirt.
Well, you brought half your house.
I did. Well, because I got to curl my hair and I need to put some makeup on.
She shows up with like duffel bags full of stuff. Ready for the show today. Did I miss something?
I mean, she needs more than the compact that you came with. Little eyeliner maybe. Little base, little foundation. I got daughters.
Yeah.
You got it.
Like, for people who've seen the photo, like, it's on our podcast feed. It's on our Twitter account.
Oh, yeah, it's on Twitch.
It's on the Odyssey app.
Is it how we're standing? I mean, what? What? I don't know.
I'm curious as to, and I would like to know this, for anybody out there that is a photo expert. And Kate, you don't have to call in. We addressed that yesterday.
Well, she's not an expert.
No, she's not an expert.
Yeah.
When you have three people or at least one that is a much different size than everybody else.
I don't know if you know this. John's tall.
Yeah, tall, big. Yes, I'm. Yes.
Did you play like professional football or something?
Yeah, you guys are going to get ready for the whole rawr moment. That's fine. I get that. So in this photo that you can't see is that I am actually, while we're taking it, squatting down.
John's on his knees in that photo.
And so the knock, which your lovely bride brought up, was that it looked like I was there with my two children.
Gather around, children.
Yes, gather around. Had my arms around you guys. We looked very, very chummy.
Yeah.
I think it's a fine photo.
But
I don't think
want
there's
to ask
anything wrong
for
with
those
it.
that are photo
it.
experts, okay, when you have somebody that is larger than everybody else, how do you pose them in a picture to make it look like you don't have a monster with
a giant ogre that's looming over everybody?
Yeah. Okay, so just in case anybody hasn't seen it, if you're driving, don't close your eyes, but visualize this. I'm standing in the middle. I have my arms open wide, embracing my two partners on the show here. Heather is to my left and Cookies to my right. Mm-hmm. Is there a better way for us to go about posing for the picture? Because we did the one where I sat down and it looked like a Christmas picture.
It was awkward.
We had like
so
elbows on your shoulders.
Jim and I each had an elbow up on your shoulder, like, hey.
And to be clear, we're getting these done at the end of the show today. We have not been told that there was anything wrong with the first ones. We're just assuming, because why else would we need to retake them 3 weeks, 4 weeks into a new show?
I was smiling. My eyes were open.
We have to do something different.
Yeah.
I mean, do they need to be more fun? Like,
that's so, like, it's the classic, what do I do with my hands? But like the pressure of, hey, we're going to put this out on marketing material. Okay, well, what do you want us to do? That's what we didn't say.
I had my arms around you guys. Your hands.
Where do you want our hands?
Just float into the abyss.
But John has to be in the middle, right? I mean, we could put Heather in the middle.
But then it'd be like there'd
be like a mountain range. Yeah.
Get me a step stool. Get me like a little booster
We could
seat.
put you on a stool. Yeah.
Booster seat sounds so much worse.
Booster.
Why did I say that? 248-53. I don't need a high chair.
I don't know. Maybe bring your cat in. We could have a prop.
Would you like that?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Should you like hold a football, or like do we need props?
I don't know if you guys know this. John played football. Let's really cement that image for everyone. Do you want to be in your Michigan helmet? The helmet's back there.
The helmet's no. I
can go grab the
team
CMU one from the Cash the Ticket studio.
Oh.
Bring the little cactus we have in. I don't know. Props we have. It's a little value cactus.
Oh, yeah. You and your value.
So if people have seen it, let us know. 248-539-9797. Greg, you have seen this. You have sat there from afar. Is anything wrong with the photos that we took?
I mean, you guys are what you are. John is tall, as has been previously asked and answered.
Yes.
You are...
Not as tall.
Your shape and size, not as tall. You're varying heights, as I was saying back here.
I love him trying to describe, okay, John's tall and big, and then he's trying to figure out how to describe you guys. Jim, I mean,
your shape
we
and
can do that. Yeah. I was really waiting to see how he was going to describe Heather.
Yeah. Be very careful with your female coworker. Your frame is
your shape and size.
Your shape
you are
and
what
size.
you are. Yes. Here is HR.
Goodbye.
Let's get to Josh and Warren. Josh, what's up?
Hey guys. So it might sound a little goofy, like if you're gonna visualize it, because the way it's gonna picture, but it needs to happen is John to sit on a stool or like some kind of like maybe shorter chair, taller chair or something like that, and you guys be back to back, Costa with like your arms kind of crossed, like leaning towards the camera, and Heather in the middle, so you hide John's size, but everybody's in the center.
Oh, we could
There
try
you
something
go.
like that.
Yeah.
Minimize
so
John.
It's a very good like photo to where like you can hide John's presence, but like you can make it look like Jim's a little taller, and John's not, gigantic.
I don't like this indicator that I'm short. I'm like at least the average height, if not slightly taller.
We do need to make you taller than Heather.
Standing next to a giant.
Josh, thank you. Thank you for the very practical advice.
We'll give you a phone book to stand on.
We could try that. The back to back.
Yeah.
I like that. What do you got? You cross your arms.
Yeah. Do you sit on a phone book in your car too? That little EV? You put the chair all the way to the front.
All the way, scoot all the way. My knees are touching the steering wheel. It's all the room we got in here. We got some good response coming in on the phones and the ticket text. We will go through free agency roundup at 8:35, but the response is we welcome them. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, you want to go there. If you've only got 30 minutes, they've got the 30-minute workout zone. And Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone. Every time you walk in there, you will notice how squeaky clean it is. It's a judgment-free atmosphere. We've got one here that they've been so kind to put in the studio. I use it on a daily basis. I also stop by the Planet Fitness, whether it's the one here in Farmington or back in Plymouth, or even when I'm taking Grand Slam Alley to softball, there's one over there. No matter where you are in Southeast Michigan, there's over 50 of them. You got an opportunity to hit one. And if you are a Black Card member, you have access to over 2,500 locations worldwide, not just those here in Southeast Michigan. So if you travel, you got a gym wherever you go. The Black Card Spa also comes along with that Planet Fitness Black Card membership, hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement, and so much more. And right now, they've got the Black Card sale going on for $1 down. You can get access to everything that I just mentioned that Planet Fitness has to offer, including unlimited guest privileges, access to any Planet Fitness worldwide, access to the Black Card Spa and all its amenities. And here's what you get it for. $1 down, and then it's just $24.99 a month, because you got to hurry in because the deal will end soon. So stop by your local Planet Fitness, or you can visit them to learn more information at planetfitness.com.
Looking to buy a new car? Take the easy way to getting the best price, period. MoranExpress.com. Search inventory from the top models like the hardworking Silverado. It's perfect for hauling whatever you need. And yeah, tailgating too. We're always thinking about tailgating. Right now, you can lease a 2024 Silverado four-wheel drive crew cab from Moran Chevrolet. $199 a month, 24-month lease, $999 down. Pick up your new truck, or they'll deliver it directly. How easy is that? It's Moran Chevrolet, MoranExpress.com, where you always get the best price, period. On Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Yeah, we got people who want to weigh in on Lions free agency. We also have people that want to weigh in on our show photo. Is it really that bad? We were told, hey, guys, stay late today. We're redoing these photos. No explanation given.
I don't think it's bad, but now that I'm hearing some tips, I'm maybe starting to see what we could do differently.
So this is something we just got on Twitter because the photo was sent out for people who haven't seen it. It's also the show photo, or the account photo. It says, if I hadn't stopped while scrolling, I would have assumed this was an ad for a new sitcom on ABC about a single dad raising his two adult kids who moved back home due to inflation. What should we be doing differently? Because when we didn't have John's arms around us, it looked like we were three strangers. John made it chummy. We're fun. We're having a good time. Now it's too much. I feel like we're overthinking this. The photo's fine.
The photo is fine. I do think that maybe we're just too linear. We do need to stagger a little bit more. I don't know.
I spread it out too much.
Maybe. Tom, what do you think?
You know what? My gut opinion is that it's too safe. It looks. You guys look too professional for radio people.
Oh.
It's too serious.
We need to be a little bit more risque.
Just a little pizzazz to it or something. I do wonder if there's going to be a couple step stools brought out.
What about like those ladders that you used to take in those old school toddler photos? Remember when you had a ladder?
So we're on a little playscape?
Yeah, you bring in your catio.
Can we have laser beams in the background?
I'm going down a slide. Why are we doing this?
I think a ticket texter might have nailed this. They may just retake this shoulders up.
Oh. Maybe you don't have to worry about hands.
Well, certainly.
Or you do.
That could be awkward, though, too.
Is that a placement?
Texture
Sure,
says
it could be.
You don't have to be touching. It's not OnlyFans. Okay.
We're hardly touching. And that was so awkward in the first photo where we didn't touch. It was like we didn't know each other.
Right, yes.
This one says, I saw the picture yesterday. Didn't seem odd at all. Neil in Kalamazoo, your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Quick recommendation. Stagger. So don't stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Stagger. Have the shorter people up front, taller, larger people in the back. So depth will make those shorter people look bigger. And then you can crop it closer, so chest up, that kind of thing. Also, don't stand at a 90-degree angle. Have your shoulders turned a little bit. It'll look more casual. And don't put your shoulders or hands around each other.
Okay.
Less chummy.
The only thing I didn't like about that is that I don't want to, if I'm the shortest one, because I am, he said.
Are you?
Well, yeah, for sure.
You sure?
Well,
I'm not sure.
We're probably about the same height, me and Jim. No,
we are not.
He said put the smaller one in the front and then I'd look bigger. I don't want to look any bigger.
Yeah, it's like when I take my fish photos, I hold the fish out in front of me and it makes it look like it's a giant fish.
Well, if you crop in tighter, that'll help. Get the step stool so it's more so the heads are closer together. If the heads are too far apart and you have to go wider, it's gonna look you're gonna look kind of odd.
Hey, Neil, do you want Red Wing tickets? We're giving them away. I feel like this advice might actually help us. Do you want the pair?
No, thank you. I'm good.
What?
It's a playoff team. They're in the playoffs.
It's a playoff push, and he says no. He turns us down.
Wow.
All right, fair enough. We'll give him away to somebody else later in the show. Hunter, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, I'll take the tickets. But also, I wanted to say that a bar stool might help. I don't know if you guys got to take the picture with someone mentioned you could do shoulders up, but bar stool always helps the tall guy. I'm a taller guy myself, and whenever me and my wife take a picture, I always find a bar stool in the area, do the 1 foot on the ground thing, 1 foot on the bar stool. But also, I wanted to ask, Why haven't the Lions gone after any of these linebackers? It seems like Jordan Brooks was definitely a doable contract, and I know Patrick Queen's still available. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, before you hang up, Hunter, do you actually want the ticket?
Oh, no! Don't do it. We got his number.
Greg's going to call him back. He's going to hook that guy up. We've got his number. He will get the pair of tickets. He wants them. Coyotes, March 14th, Little Caesars Arena, RedWings.com, DetroitRedWings.com if you want to get tickets. You answer his linebacker question.
Well, you've got Jack Campbell. You're going to be in the second year of the Anzalone contract. Derek Barnes played much better last year, especially, and we know what he did against L.A. In the playoffs. So I don't see linebacker as a position of need when we've heard from Brad Holmes that he's going to address positions of need in free agency.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of the 5 biggest needs on this football team. So I'm not surprised that they're not targeting linebackers. We're going to get to the league as a whole because you have maybe a return to the run game with some of these guard contracts, QB shifting in the NFC North, and one team that's maybe the laughing stock of the league after day one. We'll get to that coming up after Heather's News.
All right. A 44-year-old man has been charged for breaking into homes in Grosse Pointe of residents who actually passed away. So officials are saying this guy was targeting these homes by searching through obituaries. So basically taking advantage of people when they're at their lowest point, right? And at least at 4 occasions he did this. He broke into homes. He stole multiple items. Sometimes he would pretend he was there to do yard work and then just kind of stealthily break into the home when nobody was there. Anyway, he's been charged. He'll be back in court soon to see what he's facing.
Throw the book at him.
Yeah. Grand Traverse couple, they're facing drug charges after they were pulled over last week. Michigan State Police pulled the couple over for equipment violation, whatever that means. But they were pulled over, and that's when police discovered that the driver had a suspended license and the passenger was in possession of meth. They searched the vehicle. They found a lot of other drug paraphernalia, some marijuana. They also found 3 kids in the back seat. And that's when a bigger search was conducted at their home. More drugs. These children were turned over to another family member, but it sounds like they were living in what's, quote, a extremely unsanitary living condition. So
it's too bad
sad
for those
story.
kids,
The Kobe Bryant statue that was just unveiled last month outside of Crypto.com Arena is already getting an update because there was lots of spelling mistakes, some typos.
What?
Yeah. A photo of all the errors went viral on Monday morning. Several players' names were misspelled, and then the word decision was also incorrectly spelled.
Come on.
I mean, don't you have somebody proofreading before you engrave in the stone? Like somebody looks over everything and is like, yep, that's all right.
You sure would think so. Or as you type it into the computer that's going to, chisel away.
The red squiggly line would pop up.
Yes, or it would just correct itself.
No, true. It would just change. I mean, I get maybe the players' names that wouldn't maybe change itself, but decision would hopefully be corrected. Anyway, a Lakers spokesperson says that they're aware of the problem and they're going to get it taken care of ASAP. We talked about this Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight.
Yeah.
Well, now, did you hear these rumors that are swirling that they're going to wear headgear and they're also going to wear 18-ounce gloves during their fight? And
I don't want any of that.
No, I mean, you talked about you want to make sure that, Tyson is safe.
Sure, but if they're going to go through with this, I want it to actually be a boxing. I don't want it to be a sparring match.
And that's what it's being called, a sparring match. And another boxer says it's basically a joke. Who's going to pay to watch that? He says only kids will go to watch that and only parents will give their money to watch that. The thing is you don't have to pay for it as long as you have Netflix. It's not.
Right. A Teddy may scroll over from Peppa Pig to Jake Paul Tyson.
To the sparring match, yes. You guys, people aren't chewing gum anymore. Apparently, gum sales have dropped by nearly a third in the U.S., and it started during the pandemic, but they haven't rebounded. So people still aren't buying gum. So in 2020, kind of makes sense. You're doing some more social distancing. You're wearing some masks. You're just not interacting. People aren't buying gum because they apparently don't think they need to take care of their breath. I don't know. But anyway, 4 years later, and gum sales still haven't rebounded. Last year, gum sales rose less than 1% to 1.2 billion units, which is still 32% fewer than it was in 2018. And they say globally, sales are down 10%.
You chew gum?
No. But I'm wondering if there some people are choosing between, groceries and some of the, the inflation of let's go with a full gallon of milk or a pack of gum.
Right. I mean, I still I don't chew
yeah.
gum either, but
I'm-
I'm guessing gum is still
I
inexpensive.
was gonna say what's juicy fruit gonna run you? Buck and a quarter?
They still
I
have
mean,
juicy fruit?
I would hope so. Some bubble
maybe
gum.
not for
I-
long.
Yeah, I don't know. Double mint? Double
It's
your
all disappearing.
pleasure?
You know what I'm so super disappointed in?
What?
Speaking of sugary candy, jelly bean selections this year.
Oh,
it's real bad.
Man, I told you. So last year I introduced you
Real
to
bad.
the C's candy.
Oh yeah,
The
you
C's
did.
jelly beans.
I gotta get those.
Lisa ordered some on the internet. That package arrived right after my dealer stopped dealing for the cookies.
The Girl Scout
The
cookies.
Girl Scout cookies. Yeah.
Jelly beans aren't that good anyway.
I love jelly
Whoa.
beans. I love jelly beans.
like the worst of all Easter
I'm not
candies.
sure I'm not sure what's the worst take. Aleem McNeil is better than Christian Wilkins, or jelly beans suck.
That's Heather with the news. One quick ticket text. Go Simpson
You're
style.
just going to gloss over that.
Well, this might help you. It says, go Simpson style. Jansen choking cookies while Heather rolls her eyes for the new show photo. Free Agent Frenzy next, 97.1.
Hey, I know that some of you guys are finding yourself wearing a hat more often, or you're turning off your camera on Zoom calls. Well, it's time to deal with your hair loss. And it's time to talk to a guy who wrote the book on it, literally. That's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He is Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. And Dr. B will restore your hair and your confidence, just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. You can read all kinds of Google reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B, and they're all going to tell you how much younger and more confident they feel after their procedure. And they say that they just couldn't be any happier with the results. And many are saying it's the best decision and investment that they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration has so many more options as well than just hair transplants. There's lots of natural remedies, and Dr. B will talk to you all about those as well. He has treatment plans that fit almost every budget. And right now, they've got a special that you can't miss. Call and book your consult and speak to Maria. Make sure you mention 97.1, and you're going to get a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. It's your gift from Dr. B, and he's never offered this before, so make sure you call today. Download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Hey, we were just talking about that show photo, and I got no problem being in the middle of that photo right now because I've been able to lose so much weight over the last couple of years. I mentioned this, I don't know, hey, when I started this journey of weight loss with Ideal You, I got a photo from my daughter at the Big Ten championship game, and I thought, my God, who is that fat guy? That was me, and I didn't like being in pictures. Now I have no problem because I've been able to lose 60 pounds. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I mentioned 60 pounds overall, and I know it works because it worked for me. Book today at Ideal You, and they're going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free, and here's what you get. You're going to find out exactly where you're starting. Then you can set your goals from there. So how much muscle mass do you have? How much body fat, water weight, bone mass, all of that stuff you're going to get, and you're going to sit down with your coach that they provide you and put together a plan. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. IdealU is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's $150 value free. Again, that's idealu.us.
We got some breaking news this morning in the NFC North. Aaron Jones, what a whirlwind of a 24 hours for him. He thinks he's the Green Bay Packers lead back, reworked a deal, and ready to help the Pack back in the playoffs next season. Yeah. Now, they signed Josh Jacobs. Well, how's this going to work? They cut Aaron Jones, and John, as of this morning, he's a Minnesota Viking, 1 year, $7 million.
He's an upgrade for Minnesota. Now, I mean, obviously, Sam Darnold's going to be handing the ball off, so it's going to be a tough go there in Minnesota, depending on what they do in the draft. And is that the only move that they make at quarterback? There's not many more moves that they can make to improve. So, hey, well done. 1 year, $7 million. That's about the max of what I would expect him to be. But it is an upgrade for Minnesota at the running back position.
He was long in the tooth. He finds a home. He gets to go toe-to-toe with the team that gave him a hard time here. Yeah. Put him in a bad spot, cutting him after he tried to work with them. I mean, it's a business, though. We all learned that one way or another. It's a business.
You see that quite a bit. Guys, especially that are not top-end guys, staying in division. Because as we've heard from Brad Holmes and Dave Campbell, they want to know as much as they can about guys that they're going to sign. And other than your own guys, you know the most about those that are in your division because you do see them twice a year.
Lions went against Carlton Davis twice last season.
They did.
That may have helped make the decision for them. Well, John, that was the biggest move yesterday. As we just kind of welcome everybody into a day one recap, but specifically to the Lions, the way we're feeling today, 248-539-9797. Carlton Davis, that's a swing. They gave up a top 100 pick. He's a $14 million cap hit for the upcoming season. Unless they rework the deal, it's $14 million this season. It's a big commitment for them, and they have to assume he's their starting lead corner for the upcoming season. If that's the biggest move they make, how do you feel about free agency?
Well, if that's the biggest move that the Lions make,
they still make other moves, but if that's the biggest move, how would you feel?
Underwhelmed. And somewhat disappointed because I do expect with as much room as they have in the salary cap, they're not just going to hand all that money out to the guys that they currently have. Now they're going to, sign extensions with Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they can address some others, but they've got a nice little war chest. And I do expect that they go out and that they make more additions. Now, is Davis their biggest addition? Davenport, I certainly don't think is going to be the only thing that they do up front. So what are they going to take a look at? Jadeveon Clowney? Are they going to look at Eric Armstead? Are they going to look at some of these other guys that can help them on the edge without having to make a 5-year commitment to a guy like Danielle Hunter?
If he's their biggest addition, I think people will be disappointed. They came in with roughly $50 million. They didn't land the top 50 free agent. These are just little benchmarks. Davis will help them. Davis will make them a better football team. Hard not to be. Their corner position was Kendall Vildor going into yesterday. And he's a bigger corner, and he can play press man, and I get the fit. I don't have an issue with Davis. But the point is it needs to be one of several moves of significance to help this football team. It's all we have right now. Ticket Texter says, why are you guys talking like the offseason's over? It was day one. We're talking about what we have. I can't do offseason recap today. Yeah. I wish I could. That'd be great. Could you imagine? I fast forward and rewind, go back in time.
And here's the thing is, okay, they made the additions last year in the secondary, and Emmanuel Mosley never contributed. Right. C.J. Gardner-Johnson contributed at the very beginning and at the very end, but for the large part, he was a non-factor. So they went out and made some additions, and we were pretty excited about those additions in the secondary last year. Cam Sutton coming in. Now, he was asked to do something that he's doesn't have the skill set to do, and that is be a cover corner in a man coverage and defend the number one receiver throughout the course of any game or any opponent. But they made some additions, and they ended up going to the NFC Championship game. So you're looking at it. This is where I say I still trust the fact that they're going to draft well. They could still make additions. I don't think they're done adding to this team through free agency. And here is the really exciting part. When this Carlton Davis trade happened, like nobody really knew that Carlton Davis, at least locally here, was on the trading block. When that happens, everybody that's a free agent. Those that are on the trade block, you don't necessarily know, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, didn't see that coming. And that's the excitement of what the offseason can be. So Khalil Mack, That's one that people have discussed because the Chargers have to clear up some more cap room. So that's not going to be a surprise. Would it be exciting? Absolutely. But it won't be a surprise. But there are other ones that Brad Holmes could be working on to say, all right, that's an addition. We didn't see that coming. And there's those moments that are still out there.
So that's why I ask. Like, if this is the biggest move, how would you feel? And if you're a little underwhelmed, then it begs the question, what do they need to do to complete free agency and round out free agency? Day one is your initial plunge into the pool, and they spent $14 million on Carlton Davis. That's salary they assumed. And Marcus Davenport is between 6 and 10, right, with performance incentives. So they spent $20 to $24 million for next year's salary. That's like half the pool they had to play with. These are the big moves. They may make another one or two, but I wonder how people feel if Carlton Davis is the linchpin, the headliner of free agency. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your thoughts on that coming up next. 97.1.
Lions added a pass rusher and corner on opening day of free agency. So what's in store for day number 2? ESPN talking head and former Detroit quarterback Dan Orlovsky has some thoughts. Higgins has asked the Bengals for a trade after being franchise tagged. Keep in mind, you'd have to trade for him and then sign him to a new deal. The Tigers are in Grapefruit League action against AL Central rival Minnesota Tuesday. Pitching prospect Jackson Jobe expected to make his spring training debut. Detroit has already informed the righty he won't be on the opening day roster. Tigers drafted Jobe with the 3rd overall pick in the 2021 MLB draft. After beating Cleveland State last night, Oakland is a win over UW-Milwaukee away from its first ever Horizon League Tournament championship and ending a 12-season NCAA tournament drought. And the NAACP is urging black college athletes to reconsider playing for Florida public colleges and universities. This in response to a new law in the Sunshine State prohibiting the use of taxpayer funds for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I had my headphones half on, half off. I heard Orlovsky, and then I heard Lions, and I thought he was commenting on yesterday's day one, but it comes to find out that he was talking about the Lions be in the market for T. Higgins? Let's hear that one more time. Okay, no.
Profound, John. Profound.
No. And
Your official
I'm,
rebuttal?
Yeah, that's pretty much. So could the Lions add? I already talked about Calvin Ridley. He's a free agent, and you could add him to this group of receivers. There's no question if T. Higgins is added to Amon-Ra St. Brown, Laporta, Gibbs, Montgomery, that it would be the most explosive offense in the NFL. No question. But you're not going to trade for him and then give him the same contract as you're going to give Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'd love to have Devontae Adams. That'd be great. Put him on this offense. Sure, it'd be explosive. And, okay, best available may be a wide receiver at 29. But I don't see the Lions being in the market for T. Higgins. Now watch, 10:02. Trade consummated.
Bulletin.
But no, not at all. That to me seems absolutely insane. Plus, he didn't mention one key component. Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
Did he say J-Mo or Jameson Williams or at all?
I don't get it. We briefly discussed Mike Evans. I don't see the need for a big-time receiver in an offense that's run-heavy, that has St. Brown, that has Laporta, that has invested in J-Mo and expects things of J-Mo. It doesn't mean you ignore the position. If you can find a way to add a little bit, sure, but that's not add a little bit. That's a big splurge. I mean, that's money, that's draft capital. No, I'm with you. No.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. We're talking about trying to improve a defense. You can score a lot of points. You can outscore other teams, but when you get to an NFC championship, if you get to a Super Bowl, you're going to have to be a team that plays a little bit of defense. And I don't want to sit there and wrap up. I mean, if that's the case, right, that's not going to happen, trading for T. Higgins without a contract to go along with it. So are you going to then be paying, nearly $60 million for 2 wide receivers? That just doesn't seem plausible when we're talking about, hey, Danielle Hunter out there. Like, would I rather pay Danielle Hunter that money and increase the production defensively? Absolutely. So if you're going to do that, then go after Danielle Hunter.
That's if you make a splash. 248-539-9797. What Brad Holmes did was very Brad Holmes. It was on brand. And that's not a bad thing. It's not a knock. His brand is a brand that carried the Lions to an NFC title game last year. But the moves they made, Davenport and Carlton Davis, they are short-term, they are high ceiling, but they are maybe more affordable because of the inherent injury risk. Both those guys have dealt with some nagging injuries the last couple seasons, but it's very Brad Holmes. He'll take the risk for the upside, not going to cost an arm and a leg. He may rework the Carlton Davis deal to give him a little more flexibility. That's wait and see. Let's get to CJ and Pontiac. Some of your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Man, good, man. I think some of the fans need to just slow down, need to just calm down. Brad Holmes is taking good care of us for a while. I think Carlton Davis is a good piece. He has that championship experience, that championship pedigree, which we need on that side of the ball, I think. And I think Brad Holmes, he has that ability to identify good talent, right? We're probably going to need to dip our toe in the Graham Barton, the Connor Beebe world here in April, but being able to develop those guys next to one of the top 3 offensive lines in the league, I think will be inherently better than wasting our time, effort, and energy on a T. Higgins or somebody like that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the whole T. Higgins thing, I think that's that's ludicrous to me.
We don't even need to take it more seriously than we already
I think
have.
Davis is a nice piece, and I like being able to add to it, whether it's a Stephon Gilmore, on a 1-year deal, adding to the depth, adding to the talent pool that is the safety position or corner position, but also in the draft. We've talked about some guys in the draft that you could add at that 29 spot or trade up to the early 20s to be able to take a guy.
Well, and we know Brad Holmes doesn't want to box himself into a corner for the draft. He wants to be able to just take the best dude when he picks at 29 or wherever he trades up or down to. If they're going to do that, do they need to address, he mentioned guard, do they need to hit that left guard spot, or can they kind of Band-Aid it with Sorsdahl and Coyote and just say, you know what, we're good. We'll upgrade in the draft. We're not going to panic.
I mean, the easy answer is yes, but that's not really what I want to plan on. And, there are some guards in the draft where I look at it and say, could they be guys that come in and they're day one starters? If you're taking an offensive lineman in the first round, you're anticipating they're a day one starter. But you never really know how they're going to transition from the college game to the NFL game. And I don't necessarily want to gamble this offensive line on, and I like Zach Frazier. I think he'd be a great addition to this offensive line, but I don't want to sit there and gamble on, is he going to be the guy that comes in and is the next Frank Ragnow, starts at guard for a year or two and then moves into the center position. If it works out, great, but it's a bit of a gamble. And you're going to have to take some gambles, but not with the offensive line. I would still like them to go out there. There's a guy, Dalton Risner. He was added late to Minnesota's roster last year, a couple of games in, and supplanted the starter. Was able to go in there, and he's a terrific pass rusher, a capable run blocker, and I think between Frank and Taylor would be a nice addition, and he's not going to break the bank.
I think that'd be great, because I think it's their biggest need currently, is making sure that you have your offensive line in place that you can run back what you did last year. You have to have the offensive line to run the ball and protect Jared Goff, to go for it on 4th and shorts, all that stuff. To enable Dan Campbell to be the most Dan Campbell, you need to make sure your offensive line is secured. And right now they still have an opening at left guard because they didn't want to pay Jonah.
Yeah.
And that wasn't a surprise. I mean,
No.
I don't think it wasn't a secret. Everybody kind of knew they weren't going to pay the freight to keep Jonah Jackson, but that is still a position they need to fill. So we've got a lot to discuss. 248-539-9797. Your reaction to the names they've already signed. If they've already addressed corner with Carlton Davis, if he's the headliner, what's the next move? And do you anticipate a bigger move that we haven't even seen yet? Ticket Texter says it's quite obvious the next move is to go after Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa from the Chargers. A lot of people have connected those dots, John, because the Chargers can't keep everybody. They're going to have to cut or trade somebody. And Khalil Mack, a little long in the tooth, 33 last year on his deal, expensive. The Lions, one of the teams with cap space, could say, you know what? We'll help you out. We'll do you a favor, friend. We'll take Khalil Mack and we'll give you a draft pick and go on our merry way.
Yeah, and you have that small window right now where you have that draft or you have that salary cap space, and you can utilize it for a year or two before you have to pay all of those guys that you drafted, developing, and paying. Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to be up. You have to do Jared Goff. There is no world that I want to live in going into next year without a new contract for Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That needs to happen. So then you look and you say, okay, well, if you redo Jared Goff, you're going to actually clear up a little bit more cap space this year, and you can go out there and dip your toe into the good waters, the very warm and inviting waters of a Khalil Mack and pay him for a year, or a Jadeveon Clowney and pay him for a year. A guy that I think maybe is not as effective as Jadeveon Clowney, but you could probably get him for 2 years. That window that you have to pay a little bit of extra money. Eric Armstead, he's 31. He's 2 years younger than both. Actually, the same age as Jadeveon Clowney, but he's 2 years younger than Khalil Mack. Now, Khalil Mack, is he better? Is he not? Like, you're kind of splitting hairs there, but you have the opportunity to go out there and improve that edge position.
Carlton Davis, corner 1. Davenport, I don't think you feel like has secured the edge of that defensive line. He's an unproven guy. So whether it is a Khalil Mack or Armstead who can play inside, and I guess has played a little outside too, the D-line can still be and should still be addressed. I think you and I feel that way, and the offensive line still needs to be addressed. I mean, they have the cap space. Free agency rolls on. Ticket Texter says, what you can't do is add Calvin Ridley, John. J-Mo already got in trouble for gambling once. Doesn't need that influence around him, LOL. Another person says, obviously they're going to extend Carlton Davis after giving up a third, and in doing so, it will soften the 2024 burden.
Yeah, I mean, $14 million. Would you like to extend him 2 more years so he's here for 3? Lower that number just a little bit. You can lower it to about what you signed Davenport for. And so coming out of yesterday, you're looking at it going, well, maybe they only spent 12 of that $45 million. And again, that's a moving target as to what the cap number is. And please, let's not be limited by this cap number. You have cap space. There are ways. Take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles. How is it that this is a team, yes, they draft, they develop, they do all of those things, but they're still able to add Saquon Barkley, 3 years, $37 million. Bryce Huff set a record for undrafted free agents, 3 years, $51 million. Landon Dickerson, hey, you draft them, you develop them, you re-sign them, 4 years, $84 million. And you've already paying a quarterback $50 million a year.
There is money still to be spent. Yeah. You can make money appear seemingly out of thin air with restructures. They had more to work with than all the other contenders. So you see the Eagles very active yesterday, right? You see the Niners addressing some pass rushers, right? They want to make sure you can never have enough pass rushers. The Lions are going to need to keep up with the Joneses. And I know that Brad Holmes has his way of doing things. He's going to stick to his own way of doing things. But so far in free agency, the question was, would he deviate? Would he deviate now that he has more cap space than the other contenders? Would he deviate now that he's on the edge of a Super Bowl? The answer, through one day, and I'm going to get yelled at on the ticket text again, Jim, it's only one day. Yep. I can only speak on one day. Through one day, he has not deviated from his plan. We could debate whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it's pretty clear he's doing it his way. They have yet to deviate. We learn more. I mean, today's day two.
Well, we haven't even gotten a full day in. That clock's not going to turn over until noon. And so business is again open today. What is Brad Holmes going to do? And maybe he does nothing. Maybe he sticks to his plan. But I do think that there's still plenty of time, whether it's through free agency, because there are a number of players out there, and it doesn't have to happen in the first 48. It doesn't happen to happen in the first week. You've got guys out there that are probably going to sit around and wait and try and pick and choose. Okay, let's see what does Detroit do in the draft? Do they still have a need at the corner position? Do they still have a need at the edge position? All right. Hey, Jadeveon Clowney, come on in for a year if they don't address it in the draft, or if they don't address the corner position in the draft. Cooper DeJean, he's a guy that we have talked about in my blueprint. Trade up, you get Cooper DeJean, or you trade back and you get Zach Frazier. There's a lot of different ways that they can put this Rubik's Cube together to solve the puzzle.
John, in season, you guys would do like a power ranking or a Super Six, and it's fluid. It changes.
Yes.
Coming up next, I want to know where you're at. You know, don't do it formal top six, but just where are the Lions in the pecking order right now through just one day, given what the Eagles are doing, given what the Niners are doing, given what the Packers are doing. We'll do that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, in an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure that the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 3 decades. That's 30 years of experience, and he can help you with your injury case as well. David is ready to speak with you personally right now, so give him a call at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That phone number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We'll get to John's hierarchy in the NFC. Teams making moves. Very fluid. No one's holding you to it, but I want to know where you're at. Some ticket text. Cookies, I've been listening to you since you got to the station. You know too much about football to keep calling Carlton Davis a CB1. He hasn't been a CB1 since his days at Auburn.
Okay, so right now, who are you calling on this? Somebody has to be your number one corner. Is it Cam Sutton? Is it Brian Branch? Is it Carlton Davis?
I think his point is, and we could debate it, whether he would be a CB1 on most teams.
Right.
And what I would tell you is last year in man coverage, where they didn't play nearly enough of in Tampa, 16th in all of football, man coverage grade. Lions are going to play him in a lot of man coverage. He is 6'1", long arms, can match up against big physical receivers. Those are the traits I look for in a CB1. Is he a high-end, shutdown, lockdown, elite 1, 2, 3? No, but I think he's more than good enough to be a number one corner on a team that wins the Super Bowl. I mean, it was him and Jamel Dean when they won a Super Bowl in Tampa. He's just got to stay healthy, and it is becoming a deal where he's getting nagging injuries each of the last couple seasons. It's Holmes taking a gamble that, hey, we can keep him upright, we can keep him into games, and he's going to do what we need him to do, bump Sutton down to CB2. Because he's not if anybody's not a corner one, it's Cam Sutton. Another ticket texter says, I'd put money we trade up and take the best offensive lineman possible in the draft. Holmes has gone up to get his guy before. Another one says they will not sign Mack, nor do they need him. They're in the mix for DJ Reader, and they'll address guard in the draft.
They could be in the mix for DJ Reader, and he's a guy, if you depending where you're looking, what you're reading, has been linked to the Lions, that there might be mutual interest. And if you put him next to Aleem McNeil, do I think this is a really good run defensive team? Sure. And if Davenport can stay healthy, along with hopefully the resurgence, and I don't know if I want to even say resurgence, but James Houston getting back to what we saw as a rookie, somewhat of that production. I don't expect him to keep that pace. Then, yeah, you start to put together a defensive front that is formidable. And when you're looking at the teams, and I know we'll get to this in a little bit, but that you're going to have to be playing.
No, you just do it now. I mean, tell me what you think.
NFC Championship game. I think there's 4 teams right now. It is Philly, number one, especially with Saquon Barkley and the fact that they've been able to add, they've been able to pay their own, their draft develop, which they did with Landon Dickerson, their guard. Now all of a sudden you add Saquon Barkley, you add Bryce Huff defensively, 3 years, $51 million. This is a team that has gone out there to improve their chances of getting to a Super Bowl. I'm not going to say improving because the number one team right now is still going to be Kansas City. Mm-hmm. The other team that I'm looking at is San Francisco. They went out there and they know in their division it's going to be tough. And I'm going to talk about another team in that division here in just a moment. But you're looking at the fact that they felt, okay, we need to get younger and maybe a little bit cheaper on the defensive front. So they let Eric Armstead go, and they go and sign Leonard Floyd and Yoder Gross-Matos, both 2-year contracts, both guys that can get after the quarterback, paired with Bosa. Okay, I think they got better up front defensively.
Even with losing Armstead.
Yeah, okay. Because those guys are, I mean, they're younger. Leonard Floyd, I think, is still a really good edge guy. So then you look, and the number one, the other team in that division, and I'm curious as to what the Rams are going to be. Because if they can stay healthy offensively, and that's a big if, but they know that they have to protect Matthew Stafford. So they went out and they signed Kevin Dotz, re-signed him, and Jonah Jackson. They are addressing the offensive line. If they can keep Matthew Stafford healthy and upright, he's still a tremendous passer. And with those weapons that they have, offensively, they're going to be very good. They still have Aaron Donald on defense. They still have a decent defense. Now, they could address some things defensively through the draft and some other things. They did a good job of drafting last year. I think they had, 13 picks? And so they're another team that I think you're going to have to face. And then, obviously, the Detroit Lions, they're a team that if you're going to – we talk about Reader. If you're going to add him defensively, if you're facing the Eagles, you got to find a way to stop the run. If you're facing the Niners, the 2 top teams, I think, in the NFC, you're going to have to figure out how to slow down and stop Christian McCaffrey.
Where are the Lions?
They're number 3.
Okay.
Those two teams are 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. And the Lions still have more cap space than
either of those.
than God, seemingly, and they could still make some moves. But that's kind of where the urgency or the anxiety comes in this morning is you had more to begin with than them. They're making more impactful moves right now.
But there's still a lot of time and a lot of opportunity for Brad Holmes to add to this roster on both sides of the ball.
I kind of feel like Davis is going to be their biggest move. We can talk more about it. Plus, I know some of the implications in yesterday. It may cast a light on what Jared Goff will be paid. We'll get to that before the hour ends. But first, Heather with the news.
In news that may feel like a long time overdue, Airbnb is now banning the use of indoor security cameras in all of its listings globally. So basically, homeowners are not able to spy on their guests indoors anymore. Outdoor security cameras, things like Ring doorbells, those are going to be allowed, but they do have to be disclosed before you book a place. So guests know that they're there. So previously, Airbnb had a similar rule for their outdoor cameras as they do their indoors. So they couldn't be in any private areas. Like the homeowner couldn't have a camera in the bedroom or the bathrooms, but there could be a camera indoors in like the common areas.
Yeah, living
room, hallway, kitchen. But again, those had to be disclosed. I mean, so if
kind of limits your opportunities.
What do you mean, John?
I'm a big Airbnb user.
Oh, me too.
When we travel, we pretty much only stay in Airbnbs unless they're not available. We just
better disclose if they got a pool or a hot tub.
Like that. Yes, everything should be disclosed. I would be mortified, however, if I booked a place, didn't know there was a camera, and then found out there was a camera.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can't do that. So easy peasy.
Good for them.
Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart made NIL history when he became the first college athlete to sign a deal with this private jet company. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And through this agreement, it's with Nicholas Air. He can basically use the company's fleet of jets for anything he wants, for travel, for training, for philanthropy. Just whenever he needs to go somewhere, he can just jump on one of these like luxurious private jets. It's pretty sweet.
That's awesome
for a 20-year-old.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look around, all these other guys are getting cars. I got a jet.
Yeah, I got a plane here. Pretty crazy. 5 women involved in a crime ring were busted stealing thousands of dollars in merchandise from the Lululemon in Detroit on Monday. Investigators were conducting some surveillance when they saw this group of people that matched the description of the suspects walk into the store, and then they walked out with a ton of goods. They say valued at $13,000. I mean, how do they think they're not going to get caught?
I don't know.
That's a
lot of leggings.
It is a lot of the leggings are not cheap, so it's not as much as you might think.
Say 13,000, so like 3 leggings?
No,
4 pairs of leggings?
No, they're not that expensive, but
come on.
still, they're
I know they're not.
Lululemon is not a
not
cheap
I know they're
store.
not cheap.
In total, these women are believed to have stolen more than $125,000 from Lululemon.
This is like a ring.
Yeah, it's a crime ring.
Yeah.
A syndicate.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yikes, look out. So we knew a lot of people were drinking during the pandemic, but now data is showing that deaths in the U.S. from excessive alcohol use increased by about 30% in 2020 and 2021. So people were drinking excessively. That's compared to 2016 and 2017. And according to the CDC, excessive drinking is a leading cause of preventable death in the United States. And it's not always instant deaths where somebody's drinking and driving and dying in a car accident or things like that, where it could be you can drink quite a bit for quite a while. And it's not always quick, but that's pretty sad to hear.
Yes.
So for the first time in 8 years, Sting is going to be coming to Detroit.
All
This is
right.
exciting. It's part of his 3.0 tour. It's going to kick off at the Fillmore with shows on September 17th and the 18th.
So obviously a smaller venue.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Everybody's going to get a good seat, which I think is awesome. Are on this 3.0 tour, I don't know if it says it in there, but are all of his venues smaller venues like this? Does he just want to be a little bit closer to the fans, give them all a better experience instead of the big arenas?
I don't know the answer to that, but it
I think
sounds
it's
like
a lot of fun
little bit of yes.
when artists like that do smaller venues because it is more intimate.
I've never seen a show there.
At the Fillmore?
Yeah.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah.
I think I would like to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, but I've never done it. Finally, if you find a mini tote bag at Trader Joe's, you might want to get your hand on it because you can sell it on eBay for like $500. They cost $3 in store if you can find them, but they're trending right now. They're so popular that you really can't get your hands on them, and that's why they're like selling.
I don't know when nobody gets it.
People were texting in and saying that some of them are different. They have artwork, but according to the article I have, they're just the basic. They're mini, though. They're not the large canvas bags. They're the mini Trader Joe bags, and they're just basic. Well, I guess it's not, but it's much smaller than the standard size.
Size does matter.
It's Heather with the news. All right. John says the Lions are behind the Eagles and the Niners in the pecking order. How do they make up the gap? And what about Jared Goff? Does Kirk Cousins offer the roadmap? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They sat down with me, asked me questions, and they built a financial plan that fit my life and my situation and my family. They'll do the same for you. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, we're talking Lions free agency. They made a couple moves, a trade, a signing. Where do they sit in the hierarchy? It's all about winning the Super Bowl. John said the Niners have done more, the Eagles have done more, but we're not done yet. 248-539-9797. Lorne, get your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
What's up, guys?
Good morning.
Good to hear from you.
So, I mean, I definitely don't think that the Eagles are ahead of us by any stretch. I think we're right there with San Francisco. Jalen Hurts proved, had a really inconsistent year last year. You got Kelsey retiring, Fletcher retiring with the team that was already, had some issues in the locker room. You lose two of your key guys that kind of kept things together. And running back wasn't their issue. I understand that Saquon was a big signing, but DeAndre Swift was fine for them last year. Their issue was turning the football over and having a horrible defense. So for us, it's re-signing Jared Goff, re-signing Amon-Ra St. Brown, and the guys that we already have in the building because we drafted so well. And I think that's what we'll do again this year. And we've never, the times where we were big free agent signing team were the times that we weren't very successful. And that's what you guys kind of talked about earlier. But I think we're right there with San Francisco. I don't think Philly is even in the picture. I don't know if they're even as good as Dallas. If you look at the issues that they had last year, Kellen Moore. So this is another offensive coordinator for Jalen Hurts again. So, again, I think we're right there with San Francisco.
Well, I think that Saquon Barkley is a major addition and makes Jalen Hurts better because it's going to take a lot of pressure off him. But, Lauren, let me ask you this. Is there anybody out there, do you still want them to be active in free agency? Is there somebody out there that you think, you know what, if they could go, or a position where you're like, we need to address and get better here?
I feel like I do, but you guys are going to laugh at me because you kind of already talked about it earlier. But I would like to upgrade at wide receiver. I think when we lost Marvin Jones last year, which kind of, we didn't, a lot of kind of went under the radar. I think that was huge for us. I think not last year, but the year before when DJ Chark was healthy, that's when our offense was the best. When we had a deep downfield threat, big receiver that can catch the football, that gives Amon-Ra Brown that space. And then that allows us to unlock Jameson Williams down the field on the opposite end. So, I'm not saying we have to go get a big name or someone like not a T. Higgins or maybe a Calvin Ridley, but can we just get a known number three? I like Josh Reynolds and his connection with Jared Goff, but when it comes to those bigger, when it comes to those real games, we got to get, we need the plays. I want a guy that we can depend on that we know for sure is a guy.
Lauren, I'm not going to laugh at you because I agree. That's an area where they can increase the depth. Going into last year, if Amon-Ra St. Brown were to miss some games, I think we're going to struggle, and they could increase the depth at receiver.
Yeah, I agree. I like Khalif Raymond. I think he does a good job filling in. We signed him last year to a 3-year deal, but obviously it's not a big money deal. But like I said, I think wide receiver for us would be big, and I like where I really like our young guys in our depth. But I guess my question for you guys is, what do you feel about James Houston? Because I love James Houston, and I think if he can stay healthy, how much do we really have to spend at defensive end if he can be as productive as he was the second half of his rookie year?
So I like James Houston as well, but he's a third down specialist. I don't want him in there. He's not going to be a guy that I want to set the edge or to be there for run heavy downs.
Gotcha. Well, that's all I had, guys.
Lauren, before we let you go, 3 straight ticket texts. This guy sounds like Brad Holmes. Can you confirm that you are not Brad Holmes?
I will not confirm nor deny.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Good stuff. Appreciate it. A couple more ticket texts. Another one. Just around the radio. Thought you guys had Brad Holmes on again.
Yeah.
A fifth in a row. Don't believe you guys are actually talking to Brad Holmes. He needs to tell you what the next move is.
Yeah.
You just heard it's a receiver.
Same thing on the Twitchers. OMG. It's Brad Holmes calling in anonymously.
You guys are being really hard on him. I don't think, you could argue I've been too hard on him. I think he's done a great job building up the Lions. I think they're in such a unique position this offseason where they have more cap space than their competitors. I don't want them to redo the Trey Flowers free agency or remember Jesse James. There are a lot of comically bad, expensive mistakes that the Lions have made in their past. I'm not advocating to make 4 or 5 big money, reckless moves, but strategically targeting a bigger fish that you previously couldn't afford contenders can't afford Danielle Hunter. Contenders can't afford some of these elite players that are available. And the Lions, true to their form, aren't deviating. They're continuing to do this brick by brick, finding guys that they like, not necessarily the stars. And it's why I said to you, John, I think there's a shot Carlton Davis is the biggest name they add.
Sure, that's a possibility. But I think there's so much time left in free agency. And I'm not going to just sit here and say they shouldn't add anybody else. But, when you're looking at just the first day of free agency, I wanted them to go out and be in the mix for a Christian Wilkins, but I didn't want them to break the bank and overpay. And they didn't. Danielle Hunter is still out there. Jadeveon Clowney is still out there. And I come back to some of these names that are guys that are 30, 31, 32 years old that can be productive, and you're only going to have to fork out like 1 year's worth of a high number or 2 years worth of a high number, and they have that ability right now.
Yeah, that way you don't compromise
future spending.
Yeah, because there's a lot of guys they want to keep, and they've said that over and over again. Ticket Texter says, one thing we learned yesterday, Brad Holmes has the most conservative 401k plan out there. Yeah, it does feel like they're more concerned about the 2026 cap than maybe even the 2024 cap. Another one says, what serious franchise keeps $20 million in a rainy day fund? Well, it's not over yet, but we did give you that story yesterday that they do like to set money aside for in-season injuries and additions. Another one says, the Lions checkbook is hermetically sealed. Don't underestimate the family's ability to screw things up. Just saying. That's Kevin in Tucson.
Oh, now you're going to go after ownership.
Kevin did not.
No, that to me is that previous years. That's a hangover from Dad running the show. This is Sheila's show right now, and she did a great job of getting us to this point. She hired Brad Holmes. She hired Dan Campbell. They have done a great job of positioning this franchise to do something that they haven't done in 30 years. You were, 1 year old the last time they won a home playoff game? And so you're looking at what they've been able to accomplish, and now can we just sit here and be happy with the fact that they're not spending money? No, we don't have to be happy with it, but they can also go out there, and they have to go out there and re-up Jared Goff. They have to do that, and it's not
But you can do both. That's the key.
None
of us have advocated for something that jeopardizes keeping Goff, St. Brown, Hutch, or Sewell. The cap goes up. None of these deals we're proposing are 5- and 6-year deals, and you can always renegotiate.
And in doing so with Jared Goff, you will, in essence, create more cap space this year. So we saw Kirk Cousins sign his contract or agree to terms yesterday. Can't officially sign it till Wednesday. And I think that sets the floor for what we would expect the Lions to come to terms with Jared Goff. And I know I'm normally the guy that says let it play out. I don't want him to get to the last year of his contract. I don't want to franchise tag him and have him play under that. You can do those things, but this is a signal to your roster, to future free agents, a guy that went out there and did something that this organization hasn't done in 3 decades and has positioned them offensively to be another dominant offense. You go out and you pay the man, you give him the credit where the credit is due, and you signal your roster and future free agents that you're going to take care of the guys that produce for you.
We're not fighting about it. There's no argument. He did what he needed to do to get paid, and I think the Cousins deal, 4 years, $180 million, $45 a year, is probably on the lighter side. I think he's younger, he's better. There's no Achilles concern. He's going to get more. 4 years, $200 million has kind of been the number that's been bandied about in the offseason. Hey, before we, can we get to, you guys have done some work behind the glass. A side-by-side of the last caller and Brad Holmes. Can we do a side-by-side?
Okay, yeah, front and back.
Okay. What do you mean, front and back?
We're going to play one and then play the other.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we're not going to play them at the same time.
Thank you, John.
Well, you said side-by-side. I mean, that's like a TV deal. We're happen to be on the radio.
The radio version of a side-by-side would be one after the other. I didn't think I had. Greg, which one is? Just play one.
Wow. That is
eerie.
Mm-hmm.
Eerie.
It's not as many ums.
More messages on It's many yums. More articulate. More of those response on the ticket text. It's 97.1.
Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. And it doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or you already have an account. Everybody is welcome. You're going to get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. And you could take a look at all your favorite bets, put them together, put down a little, and you get a chance to win a lot. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Jansen to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Texter says that was definitely Brad Holmes, and he ain't slick. That's from Marcus on our ticket text. Flooded with response. Caller Lorne. People are on to you. Another one. Wait, that wasn't Brad? Dude, sounds exactly like Brad Holmes. You guys got Brad Holmes to call in.
Still didn't give us anything.
He said they'd like to receiver down the field, a bigger body downfield receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So if they go out and get a receiver. What if they trade for T. Higgins today, John? That was in Orlovsky's deal earlier today.
Same response. No.
Tonight, Red Wings currently in the playoffs.
They are above the cut line.
Well,
Flags going back up today?
Tiebreaker has them in the final playoff spot going into tonight's game against Buffalo. No, it needs to be sustained. You don't just whip out the car flags every other day. They have to sustain a playoff push.
Well, now hold on here. They've had a sustained playoff push here. They were merely out of it for what, 2 days?
They lost 5 in a row.
It was a blip on the radar.
5 in a row is not a blip on the radar.
Yeah, but they're
careening
playing Buffalo.
Okay, well, I hope they win.
It's a team. Well, so here's what they have to do from here on out. If they can simply beat the teams they're supposed to beat. Now, they obviously dropped the one at Arizona. That was very disappointing. They've got Buffalo on the road, Arizona and Buffalo at home. They need to I'm not going to sit there and say they're must wins, but they're critical points.
They are critical points, and if you're looking at the stretch run here, each and every one of these are going to matter. I mean, it's coming down to a tiebreaker as of today with 18 to go. And to be honest, John, when the car flags are up, they hadn't won a game. So I'll keep them down, hope they keep winning games. That would be great. The other thing I know you're going to keep an eye on, because you brought this up to me earlier in the week, and you may have forgotten about it. Do you know what today is?
Tuesday.
Jackson Jobe is throwing today.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's our first viewing of Jackson Jobe.
Yeah, apparently he is going to come out of the pen, according to Evan Petzold of the Free Press. Kenta Maeda is set to get the start the Grapefruit League game against the Twins today.
All right.
Jackson Jobe.
I'm all for it. I'm excited. I want to see what the future might look like.
Get a taste. First-round pick, high school arm. Typically takes a little bit of time. It hasn't been a straight path for him, right? But chance to, I mean, he's not making the team this year, but a chance to get some real reps in right now and maybe make the team next year.
No, but this is an opportunity for Tigers fans to be able to see Jackson Jobe, because I don't know that anybody is going to be watching very many minor league games. You could follow along and see what its progress is like, but this is the actual time to put eyes on.
Ticket texters. Holmes is the type that keeps receipts, so he could be the type to call into your show and defend himself. Caller gave it away multiple times saying, we're looking. Some fans do that too, though.
Oh, yeah. Some fans, we do that occasionally.
Slip into it. And speaking of us, we have photos to take after the show. Here are some texts. We asked, what's wrong with the photo? We don't know what the deal is, but we were told we need a new show photo, and we'll be taking those afterwards. Texter says, John should definitely wear the Michigan helmet. Ben in Kalamazoo.
Yep.
Get the winged helmet on. Another one says, John should be sitting down with Costa sitting on his right knee and Heather sitting on his left knee.
Oh, Santa style.
Okay. Have you guys considered having Heather in front of the cameras and you guys just kind of off to the side behind it?
Oh, that would a much better sell for the show.
This one says, I bet one of you complained but won't own it. And there are odds listed. John is plus 2,000, so not likely that John complained.
Yeah.
Costa's plus 300 due to his 5'6" frame. I am not 5'6". John is he's a giant.
And there will be some phone books, maybe a step stool, possibly even a box that Jim Costa will be standing on.
The text wraps up. Bridezilla is minus 1,000 because,
wow. She's not even here to defend herself. She's getting ready already.
Well, that's what she's out doing. Okay, this one says 2 words, Charlie's Angels. For poses, because we said, is it how we pose? Did we?
Oh, yeah.
What do we do differently? Charlie's Angels.
Bring out the guns.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, let's go all in.
Well, Gov said we need to be more risque. Someone said shirtless.
Have you ever shot photos. A shirtless photos? Ugh, nobody wants to see that.
Have I shot it? Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Here's one on Twitch. John should be giving cookies a noogie in the new photo.
Well, someone said we should recreate The Simpsons, and I'm Bart.
And
you're Homer Simpson, and Heather's rolling her eyes. Another one says it just needs to be shoulders up. Easier for him to edit and use however they need to use it. That's not as fun.
No,
I feel like
we're going to have to get creative.
Yeah,
we're going to have to find a way to be a little bit more creative and make it a little more appetizing.
I guess. They're not redoing photos.
No.
No. You guys must have done a great job. Gator's coming to the studio. We're
Yeah,
wrapping.
but there's only 2 of them. So it's easier to position 2 dudes. There's
a drop.
Gator, come on. Is that your experience, John?
No. Well, I mean, I guess if you get the option, what's your option?
It's your experience. It's easier to position 2 dudes than. I'll trust your knowledge.
Oh, boy.
Experience.
Doug, I have no idea what you walk into every day, do you?
Nope.
Did you think there was something wrong with the show photo we took? The one that's
Have
on our
you even seen
Twitter and
No, but I love people's comments. People are always commenting on it. That it looks like a dad and his 2 kids.
right.
That's my favorite. But
Someone said it was like
using
an
ours or not?
ABC
I don't know if
sitcom.
I've seen our new photos.
I haven't seen ours.
We did an extra pose at the end of it.
Oh, really?
Uncensored.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
we
no,
did
it's
the
not one of those.
we did the Step Brothers pose.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
2
Yeah.
guys looking over to the
Uh-huh.
left.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
Pretty great, but I haven't really seen them. So
No, ours. We're just a midday show. We're merely the midday show.
we're mid.
Yeah,
Mid,
just mid.
Do what we do.
Just us.
Were you guys getting any apprehension yesterday when free agency opened and people were getting antsy?
No, well, people. I understood the people. Brad Holmes told us. He warned us.
I know.
And nothing should surprise us. I mean, there's still moves to be made. Let's be clear.
Yep.
I'm predicting that the move that they make this offseason that makes people go, wow, has yet to happen.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to surprise anybody if you get towards the end of free agency and Lions sign Jadeveon Clowney to a 1-year deal for $7 million?
Nope.
I mean, that's the kind of thing I think that can happen. Wait it out. The trade he made, I think it's a trade that improves the team.
Yep.
Signing a Marcus Davenport, it's a 1-year deal. I think he's got talent, and that's an upgrade over the roster. I think he's better than Okwara, and hopefully he's as productive as Okwara was before Okwara got the contract. But I think he's kind of like that same type of player. Okay.
He's
great.
kind of like the defensive end version of DJ Chark, right? Big physical freak, has had production, worth the roll of the dice.
I think it's fair to say.
Right.
So, I mean, it's the first day of tampering. You get 2 deals done, and then you sign your own player for a third. Just wait it out. They got a bunch of money if they want to spend it, and we'll see. I think patience is going to pay off, and they'll end up getting guys for cheaper than you thought. But people do freak out right away. What are we doing?
Yeah, and especially when you see a team like Philly make some big moves, and a new contract for one of their offensive linemen. It's one of those things. And Doug, you and I were talking, and you mentioned like the wow moment hasn't happened yet, and it's going to be one that we don't necessarily see coming.
Nope, and that's. I feel like the Lions are preparing for the unknown. Now the unknown has to happen.
Yeah.
Philly they replaced Travis Kelce or Jason Kelce?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Or Fletcher Cox.
That's the guy, right? I mean, nice to bring in Saquon Barkley when you had, pretty good running game last year. I like Saquon Barkley a lot. I think he's great. But I don't know if the running game is going to be any better because you lost your leader on offense, which was your center.
The tush push. I mean, that was a huge part of that.
Yeah, well, now they don't necessarily have to do tush push because you get Saquon there. But
Saquon's got to get used to pushing
Jalen Hurts. Yep.
What are you guys going to talk about?
Positioning 2 guys.
I suspect.
Thank you.
There'll be more news today. We'll keep people updated.
All right. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Lions come into day 2 of free agency with an estimated $34 million in cap space and need on the defensive line. Available edge rushers and D tackles include Daniil Hunter, Eric Armstead, Yannick Ngakoue, and Chase Young, among others. Detroit has internal priorities to consider, though. The team reportedly in ongoing contract talks with Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, both of whom will be unrestricted free agents this time next year, absent extensions. This just breaking in the NFC North. The Vikings are signing running back Aaron Jones to a 1-year, $7 million deal. Green Bay released Jones Monday after adding Josh Jacobs from the Raiders for 4 years, $48 million. The Red Wings' 5-game losing streak has dropped them into a tie with the Islanders for the Eastern Conference's last wild card. They'll try to get back on the winning side of things tonight at Buffalo. Here on 97.1, coverage starts at 6:45. And the once trailblazing website and sports media behemoth Deadspin has laid off its entire editorial staff after being sold for the second time in 5 years. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Jesus. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday. Plenty to digest of what happened yesterday. But first, Gator, how are you, my friend?
Doug, speaking of digesting.
Uh-oh.
Let's just say this guy is happy now.
What happened?
I went on a little bit of a rant, I think on Friday, because I hadn't received something I had ordered.
Oh.
And got a knock at the door, followed by the doorbell ring, and then a knock at the door again.
Today was a good day. Yesterday was a good day.
A little after 5 o'clock, I was lying on the couch with the dog and, heard the noise at the front door. I'm like, oh. Got up, opened up the door, and who was there?
Little Girl Scout.
Sweet little girl with a bag full of cookies.
All good.
And I said, oh, look at you. Hang on, sweetie, I'll be right back. Ran, got my money, came right back. And when I came back, the dog was just staring at her and jumping straight up and down. And I think she was a little nervous about the dog. Obviously, before I opened up the door, got between myself and the dog and opened it up and said, here you go. She's friendly.
So you got your Girl Scout cookies, huh?
I got my Girl Scout cookies. I got my 2 boxes of Thin Mints. I got my 2 boxes of Tagalongs. Let's roll.
And how many survived the night?
I only had 5 Tagalongs.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow. Showing great discipline.
Showing some restraint. Yeah.
Look at you.
I do what I can, man.
How long will these 4 boxes of Girl Scout cookies last?
I think they're going to last a while.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't say exactly how long, but I'm going to guess they're going to last several weeks.
Yeah.
Tagalong is going to be tough. Those are my favorites, but Thin Mints, you got to get Thin Mints when you have the opportunity. But the Thin Mints can be forgot. I can forget about them.
Yeah.
I think you've probably done this before at some point in time where you're going in the freezer looking for something and all of a sudden you see this box of Thin Mints. Like, where would these come from?
Yeah, I put them in there. I take them out of the box, put them in his sleeves. But yes, I'll see a sleeve and I'll be like, oh, hell yeah.
So I discovered recently that you don't have to freeze them. Just put them in the refrigerator. That's fine.
Yeah.
So that's where they're going to go.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
You must be very excited.
I am very excited, and then I was happy for her that she was able to make that sale and contribute to the cause.
Well,
that's what I'm about, Doug. I'm about helping the kids out.
Yeah, last week we were about raving that they hadn't showed up yet.
Well, they hadn't. I feel like I've waited quite a long time. I passed up opportunities. In fact, I passed up another opportunity yesterday to get some, and then a couple hours later, there's that knock on the door. So,
congrats.
Thank you.
Things
Thank
are
you
good in the Gator household.
I do what I can.
All right, so look, day one of the 2024 season was essentially yesterday. Free agency. The Lions signed one of their own, signed one outsider, and made one trade. And there's some stuff about this that can be kind of fun. The thing about the trades is you don't know who's available via trade until you hear that, oh, that guy got traded. Like you hear that a team might be considering trades or looking at trades, they're eyeing trades, but until you know who they've traded for, you don't know who is available. And Brad Holmes swung a deal yesterday, probably the biggest move of the day, and maybe after Glasgow. Bringing back Graham Glasgow was a pretty big deal, but Detroit gives up their 3rd rounder, their pick from Minnesota in 92, to Tampa for cornerback Carlton Davis, a 6th rounder this year, number 201, and a 6th rounder next year. Okay, So, what do they have in Davis? Well, if healthy, he was CB1 in Tampa, if healthy. And that's the thing. He has never had an entire healthy season. This is a guy that gets hurt more than Jonah Jackson got hurt. I know people wanted to put the injury tag on him, but when healthy, he was really good. He will be Detroit's best corner. He's 27 years old. He's got 75 starts and 9 interceptions, and he's owed $14 million this year, the last year of his contract. Tampa primarily plays zone defense. He is known to be better in man coverage, and we'll play more of it here. The Birch kid yesterday, who writes for our website, a.k.a. Will Birchfield, tweeted out the following. Davis, second in the NFL over the last 5 seasons with 69 passes defended and has excelled in man coverage. Passer rating against in man last year, L'Jarius Sneed, passer rating against 64. Carlton Davis, 66.7. Cam Sutton, 98.9. That's passer rating against in man coverage. He's way better in man coverage than Cam Sutton, at least he was last year, and he's on par with L'Jarius Sneed. Now, Sutton apparently played the most snaps in man coverage in the entire NFL. So Davis has to see this, knowing what his strengths are, and has to be excited about the defense that he is coming to. This could be a good signing if he stays healthy.
Yeah, it could be good. He could be excited to wrap until the point he realizes, oh, wait a minute, Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson, all those guys I have in Green Bay. What am I looking at in Chicago? A little bit different receiving core than maybe what he was used to, but that's okay. If he's up to it, great. If he's this is a typical deal that Brad Holmes has made at in free agency or trade deadline or whatever. It's a guy. It's a 1-year deal. You know, they trade a 3rd-round pick and they get 2 6th-round picks back in return. Not that that's anything special. What they get is the player. And is he worth a 3rd-round pick for a season? I hope so. It is $14 million. It's a lot of money to spend on a guy who's oft injured. So you hope that he can stay healthy, because that's another thing that we haven't had a whole lot of luck in with Brad Holmes and free agency time. Even though it's not a free agent signing, I just kind of associate with it because of the timing it is. A lot of the guys they brought in offseason have been injury risks. And here's another one.
Yep. And then they go out and they sign Marcus Davenport, defensive end. This moves the needle significantly less for me. Played the first 4 games last year, had 2 sacks, one against Bryce Young, but everybody sacked Bryce Young. Then he had a season-ending ankle injury. And quite frankly, I hope that James Houston is so good that this guy doesn't see the field a ton. He seems like a depth guy, not a front line. You know what he is? I expect Charles Harris-like production. I don't know that we should expect much more than that. He's had one pretty good year, but this one doesn't really move the needle much at all for me.
I remember liking him at the Combine when I saw him work out, and he has had flashes where he looks great, whether it was with the Saints or even with the Vikings. But another guy got hurt, right? Mm-hmm. He only played 4 games last year, had 2 sacks in 4 games. That's another question mark. And what is he getting? $10 million a year for the 1 year?
Yep.
So it's not big money, but it's bigger money spent on a guy for 1 more year.
Well, it's up
so
to $10 million.
Yeah,
so
right.
There's, he's got to perform. But
yeah, but I guess the point is that these deals do not affect what happens when people are worried, well, you got to free up money for St. Brown or for Goff or for Sewell or for Hutchinson or for Lee McNeil. No, you don't. You don't have to worry about that, because these deals are done after the year. They have nothing to do with the extensions that are coming for the players that are ready for the extension.
Now, there is some speculation that they will extend Davis. I don't know that they need to. Maybe see how his season is going.
Plays,
and yeah. But look, these have been categorized as moves that make him better. Davis, again, if he's healthy, they're definitely better. It's impossible to predict. The guy has never had a full season, and Tampa, this is a cap casualty, by the way. Tampa wouldn't want to have moved on from him, but they had to free up some cap space, and they decided to let go of a guy that was often injured. And the truth is, and I don't want to say sad, but the reality is he might have got cut by Tampa. But then he's a free agent. He can go anywhere and he can sign for more. They know what they are paying now, and they know that they've got him. So I can see why they wanted to make a trade for him. But they were up against the cap. They needed to free up some cap space. This was a guy that they could do so. And so they were willing to move on from him. The guy that came in and placed him, whose name escapes me right now, but he played reasonably well. So they're just going to hand the job to a cheaper alternative, which is something that we've seen teams do.
Tampa just they just signed or re-signed the quarterback and wide receiver, so there's a ton of money tied up there. So freeing up a little bit here would kind of make sense. Davis is going to be really good for the Lions if he can stay healthy.
Yep.
Because that's the thing. I mean, everybody says, well, when he's on the field, he's great. He makes plays all over the place. Not afraid to stick his nose in there, and he's got good makeup speed, and he passes defended the whole bit. But can he stay healthy?
It's a big question, and hopefully he will. 248-539-9797. Okay, Lions fans, that was the start of the 2024 season, day one, Monday. And overall, how do you feel? Are you happy? I mean, are you not surprised given what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell said? Are you actually stoked about the addition of Davis? And look, I pointed out that while there are times that you can get way better and you can go with the huge move and which comes with a huge financial commitment typically, but all you really need is, are you going to be better next year and how much better? I don't think these two moves are anywhere close to enough. Obviously, they still have a starting guard that they've got to figure out. And there are moves out there looming that, again, they might be preparing for. They might be war chesting for. We will talk about that coming up, plus your phone calls and feedback, your overall thoughts on day one of free agency. In the meantime, still guys out there. Still signings will be made. And we'll continue to monitor that and see what's next for our Detroit Lions all day here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ed. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hi, Karsh. How are you?
I'm okay, Ed. How are you?
Yeah, I had my eye on Xavier, like on day one, and that guy from the Giants is
Xavier McKinney, the safety.
Yeah, he's gonna Xavier. Yeah, he's gonna be he's gonna give Goff and St. Brown a rough time. They need to go big, like maybe get a big receiver. I'm pretty confident in the Lions' defense getting better. So heck, go get a center in the first round or a tackle in the first round, and just build up that offensive line and sign Higgins and just wait for that
Higgins?
defense to blossom.
Well, trading for Higgins because he's requested a trade. And, whether they get a center or a guard or somebody on the interior offensive line, I mean, Higgins would be a big-time move. He has a $21 million, almost $22 million cap number, and he would be a free agent. It doesn't feel.
Yeah, he's not going to go anywhere unless he gets a contract.
Yeah.
And the Lions aren't going to give him a contract because they're going to have to pay St. Brown. So you're not going to pay St. Brown and Higgins combined north of $50 million at wide receiver.
Probably not.
How much? I thought we had St. Brown locked up for another year or two. No?
Well, it's for this upcoming season, but they're going to extend him because his contract is done at the end of 24 here. So he's going to get a contract that's going to be, a 4-year deal over $100 million. At least.
They're kind of in a weird spot in that they have cap space still this year, but any of the biggest names are going to want contracts that extend beyond this year. There are going to be guys that the market gets soft on or become available late that you could be able to swoop in and get a 1-year deal that will try to hit the market next year and get that big contract. But the cap space this year, it all gets swallowed up next year with Amon-Ra and Jared Goff and pending deals. And eventually Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson and players of that ilk that are going to need to get extended in the next couple of years. So they sort of they got some space right now, but they're going to run out of space real quick. And so it's hard to get a player like if you decide you wanted to trade for a T. Higgins or you decided you want to get involved with Brian Burns, who went for not much in terms of compensation, but went for a ton of money. They couldn't afford all of that and re-sign their own guys.
How dumb is Carolina look right now?
It looks completely inept.
I mean, there was a reported offer for 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns last year at the trade deadline that they turned down. And they just traded him away for, a second and a fifth? Or something like that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, the ineptitude there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's a really difficult thing to swallow for that fan base.
Didn't they, when they traded McCaffrey, they didn't get a first down for McCaffrey?
A first-round pick?
I don't think they got a first-rounder for McCaffrey either.
I don't remember the exact details of the deal, but yes, they have been operated. I mean, look,
and then
the Bears are sitting there with their first overall pick.
Right, because they traded to move up to get the quarterback in Bryce Young that through 1 year does not look anywhere near what you expected. Now, he's got plenty of time to turn it around, but diminutive quarterbacks have an uphill battle.
They got a second, third, a fourth, and a fifth over 2 drafts for Christian McCaffrey.
But no first.
Nope.
And no first for Brian.
Now, the Xavier he was referencing was Xavier McKinney. Yesterday, Green Bay got Xavier McKinney, the safety from the Giants, and he's definitely a good player. And they got Josh Jacobs, a running back from Vegas. Again, definitely a good player. Their run game was good. I
was surprised they did what they did.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay. They upgraded to a strength, I guess. I liked their run game before, and
on paper I liked it. I don't know if something tells me if I remember the second half of the season they weren't running the ball as well as you thought that they should.
Mm-hmm.
But he's an upgrade over either running backs they had. But I thought they were fine with running back, and then they sign him, dump Aaron Jones, and Aaron Jones quickly says, "Oh yeah, I'm going to the rival. Screw you."
Yep.
Which is interesting. But as I say, I'm preaching patience here because there are guys that can be had. Justin Simmons, the safety from Denver. He's 30 years old and is a ball hawking safety. Everybody raves about him. Is he somebody, if you're patient on, can you get a 1-year deal, $10 million or less to get Justin Simmons? And that would be a big upgrade.
So my prediction of what happens next here on March 12th at 10:24 in the morning, my prediction is that the Detroit Lions' biggest offseason acquisition is currently under contract with somebody else. And it's either going to be a trade, although I'm thinking they're not stoked to give away draft capital. I think they actually secretly like that they acquired one more draft pick, even though it's a 6th rounder. I think they do enjoy the numbers, having a lot of picks. But I think you're looking at somebody who's going to be a cap casualty, and the Lions are going to be one of those teams because Brad Holmes doesn't strap himself, doesn't limit himself financially. Brad Holmes will not doesn't appear to enter into contracts where we go, oh, it's a lot of money, but he's a good player, but man, that's a lot of money. Or that we say, well, that's going to hurt someday, but he's really good right now. He maintains flexibility. And there's going to come a time where a player becomes available, and I will predict that the Lions will be one of the few teams in position to sign him. Who that is? I mean, everybody loves to point to the Chargers guys, Bosa and Mack. They think they are candidates to be cut, and maybe that's who it is. But it feels like Brad Holmes is war chesting for the time where he gets a really good return on the dollar. And it is you have to be patient. But I'm going to bet that big signing, that big movement, that move that everybody likes is somebody who's currently under contract with somebody else.
I think it's going to be waiting out the free agent frenzy and finding the deal that's there because player just they missed out on the money in the first week.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. We're going to replay something Brad Holmes said a few weeks ago. That coming up at 10:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so look, not a big splashy day for the Detroit Lions, but, I mean, raise your hand if you think they got better. I think they got better, and they didn't get, hugely better up front defensively. The totality of the work, maybe they're about the same because they still got to find a starting guard. They lost Jonah Jackson to a big contract with the Rams that they obviously weren't willing to pay. And so now they have to find themselves a starting guard, which is easier said than done. They seem to have the resources to do so, but you don't want just a guy, right? I mean, they were a great offensive line, so you want this player some assurances that you're getting an above average, good to great offensive lineman. But they did make the trade for Carlton Davis, the cornerback, which if he's healthy seems like a good addition to the Lions secondary. This is Brad Holmes from a few weeks ago, though. We wanted to play this just to remind people. He did kind of predict that you might not be blown away early in the free agent period. So that was Dan Campbell a few weeks ago. Does hearing that, you think, make people feel a little bit better? That this is all part of the plan? They've got a plan, and they aren't out there to catch headlines.
I'm sure that it calms some people. It won't calm all people because, people see big names moving around and they get impatient. People want this team to improve dramatically to show that they can win a Super Bowl, not just, they're a good team. And I understand the frustration with that. And if all is said and done, if they go into the season and they've made their moves and it's nothing that's earth-shattering, and they still have $15, $20 million in cap space, then that's going to be really frustrating for fans to deal with. And I might share that frustration. I think there's an opportunity to really strike right now and win, and I want to see them be smart about it. I think when you start getting into contracts that are going to be lengthy contracts, that's where you run into trouble. I love that he does the 1-year deal stuff. I do.
That keeps you out of the market of the biggest players, typically.
It can, yeah. It's for the biggest players, absolutely. But it doesn't necessarily take you out of the market for some of the better players. And when you are an organization that is building things and you want to re-sign your own free agents, and it's going to take money, and it's not like they're just re-signing their own free agents to re-sign them. These guys are at the top of the game of their positions. I mean, when you think about it, Penei Sewell is one of the best tackles in all of football. St. Brown's a top 5 wide receiver in football. By the time Aiden Hutchinson's contract comes around, I don't know if he'll be top 5, but probably be top 10 pass rusher. Those are big deals that have to come by. Aleem McNeil is the one that goes untalked about. He's going to get paid. Defensive tackles are getting paid. Now, is he as good as these guys? Like Christian Wilkins? No, absolutely not. Not yet. But give him some time and we'll see. But for him, the time is going to come real soon because he's a free agent at the end of the season. So are they going to make him an offer like they make St. Brown an offer?
Circling back to something you said it doesn't take him out of the running for some of the better players.
Yeah, I think some of you get, like, for instance, I mentioned the free agent Justin Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
If Justin Simmons doesn't get some multi-year offer the next week, does he end up being a 1-year guy? And I think you would consider him to be one of the better players out there in the free agent market.
I suspect he will get a multi-year. But I think that what you end up getting great value is what Brad Holmes does. He gets great value and gets a great return on his dollar, and that's how you build depth, is you are signing more and acquiring more good players. They might not be the elite players, the better players. I tend to think that the better players, if you're not going to sign multi-year deals, you're not going to get very many of them. But there can be bargains to be had at the end. And the players that go first, that take Justin Simmons' spot, teams perceive as better than him. But with that said, so far this has worked, man. This has worked really well. And I think there's a kind of a rollover sustainability, it feels, by not locking yourself into too many contracts. Although they're not going to lose their own guys. And that's the thing. Sewell, right. Goff, Amon-Ra are getting paid soon. Josh Reynolds, we'll see if he gets paid. If he doesn't like what he's hearing on the open market, I'm sure their initial talks have been made there, and maybe he comes back to Detroit. I don't think Lions fans understand how important he was, because the last taste he left in their mouth was so bad. Yeah. I mean, it was let's call it what it was. Bitter. For him, it was an awful game. And the thing that he has built his reputation and value in Detroit on, it betrayed him. His reliability betrayed him in that NFC title game. And does that mean he can't, can he recapture what he had? Is he not reliable in the biggest games? I hate using the term choke, because I think it's a huge insult to players. I don't know that, but the Lions might. He might know deep down, but that might be a tough one to make, because the quarterback trusts him. That's the whole thing about this deal, is that even in spite of that, I'd be interested to say if Jared Goff in a private moment says, I still trust Josh Reynolds as much as I did prior to that game. He'll say it publicly for sure.
Sure, and he may, but at the same time, if you're Jared Goff, you've got time to work with other receivers in the offseason to build that trust up with somebody else too, right? So start working out with the other guys. When the draft comes and goes, whether they draft a wide receiver or not, they're going to have wide receivers added to the roster because of undrafted free agents at the very least. They may add one through free agency. You're going to have some new guys to work with. Work with them.
Yeah,
and build it up. I know you don't ultimately get it unless you're in a game situation, but I like Jared Goff a lot. But at the same time, football is a business, and you need to find players that you can rely on and that are going to be fitting this organization from a money standpoint as well.
Well, unless you think it's Khalif Raymond, they don't have the next Josh Reynolds under contract. It's not Darius Fountain, Traquan Smith, Tom Kennedy, Antoine Green, Mo Alexander.
Tom Kennedy.
He's still there. 248-539-9797. We will monitor that. And the thing is, I don't blame a player for going to free agency and seeing what's out there for him. And I think that's what Josh Reynolds is doing. The Lions might have told him, we're not bringing you back, but I suspect that there's a number out there that they would take Josh Reynolds back. And it might be very important to the quarterback. 248-539-9797. Speaking of which, and here is where the stark reality sets in of what you're likely to get Jared Goff for. Kirk Cousins isn't going to get more money than Jared Goff. Not at his age and not at his production and not coming off an injury. And he got $45 million a year. And, we were kind of hoping that they could thread the needle with the least amount of money you can pay him, but make the player happy. And he's probably going to be pushing 50 here, if not over $50 million a year. And that just feels like that's kind of the stark reality that we have to prepare ourselves for.
Well, that, or do the Lions simply offer more guaranteed? Do they throw a fifth year on there and guarantee more money than what Kirk Cousins was guaranteed?
Well, I would imagine he's getting more guaranteed than Kirk Cousins no matter what. I think that the contract is going to be better in every way.
It might be. But like I said, if you can keep it at 45 but give him more guaranteed, it's a better contract.
Yeah, I suspect he gets more annually and more guaranteed. And I'd be shocked if he didn't.
I'm nervous about that because I think they're the same quarterback. Just one's older. And actually, Cousins is more mobile.
But that's a huge difference.
It's a difference.
I think it's 5 years.
It's a difference.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a huge difference.
Well, I guess if I were signing a quarterback, I would be the 29-year-old would get a lot more money than the 35-year-old would get.
You watch the guys play, and I I don't know if there's a whole big difference between the two when it comes to what they do with throwing the football.
I understand. 29-year-old gets way more than a 35-year-old. I mean, I would be stunned if he didn't. But that would be him giving something back to this organization. But 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. The Goff question, I mean, are you okay with pushing 50 for him? Because that might be what we need to buckle up and prepare for. Hey, FanDuel's putting the ball in your court for the rest of the NBA season because right now new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 if your bet wins. Bet on the NBA with a wide range of betting types, including quick bets, live same-game parlays, player props, and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to make your first bet a layup. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Just went over to the Twitch feed. You can stream the show on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Great way to take in the program with video. Again, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. On Twitch, regarding Jared Goff at 50. If Cousins gets 45, buckle up. Goff, I think, is tracking towards 50. T15er says nope. If he demands 50, sorry, but you're moving on. Warman Mike says 50 isn't that much more than 45. I would take 50 for sure. Who are you going to replace him with?
Hendon Hooker. Well, that's the guy. That's who they drafted. I mean, you scoff at it, but there's a reason they moved up to draft him.
Do you really think he's part of their plans?
I don't know if he's part of their plans or not. Yeah, actually, I do think he's part of their future plans. Is it as a starter or as a backup? I'm not sure, but you're so quick to scoff at it.
I'm
and the
quick
only
to
reason
scoff
he
at
went in the third round is because he was hurt his last year at college.
I'm quick to scoff at it because I can't imagine that Hendon Hooker, after taking a handful of snaps in 11-on-11, his play in practice factors into what they do with Goff's contract. That's what I'm scoffing at.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they take some time on Goff's contract. I don't think that they're ready to hand things over to Hendon Hooker this upcoming season. Now, is it something that gives them pause to give Goff a big contract, to go 5 years on a contract? Because do they have a solution in-house that would really change things dramatically when it comes to a salary thing? I think that conversation takes place.
I just can't even imagine thinking that Hooker already could be a solution in-house.
Well, he's not right now because he hasn't practiced yet.
Which is why.
But once you get through this off season and through training camps, and then you get to the actual training camp in August and through some exhibition games, you'll have a better idea.
Feedback coming in. Mike writes in, great first day for Holmes, giving up a third for an injury-prone average cornerback and signing a defensive end with 2 sacks in the last 2 years. Mike wrote that. Kevin says, I love the Carlton Davis pickup. He did get plowed by Craig Reynolds on that play last year against Tampa during the season, but he'll be a great fit on our team.
Was that the one that got blocked?
Yeah, it was him.
All right.
The Davis trade was a letdown. I believe you could draft a better corner in the third round, and you could have packaged that pickup for Snead.
Well, Jamar Chase said this is the best corner he's ever faced.
Yeah. You might be able to get a corner that will be better than Carlton Davis in the third round. You might. Probably not one that's going to be better next year than Carlton Davis.
Right, in his rookie season?
Yeah. Cam Sutton and Carlton Davis have practically the same PFF rating, lost draft capital, and didn't improve. Did you? I mean, Pats are rating against. And now look, Pro Football Focus doesn't like him. We have established that we don't like Pro Football Focus. And it's not because of anything that they write that we don't like. It's because I've talked to people in the game that roll their eyes at Pro Football Focus. And that the idea that they're grading players when they don't know what the play call, what a player's assignment was, is considered amongst people in the game. Some of them think it's absolutely laughable. But Carlton Davis, in man coverage last year, according to the Birchie kid, tweeted this out yesterday, had a passer rating against of 66.7. Cam Sutton in man coverage last year, 98.9. So quarterbacks throwing at Cam Sutton had a rating of 98.9. Throwing at Carlton Davis, 66.7. I don't know that, given that the Lions play a lot more man than Tampa did, and in fact last year Cam Sutton took more snaps in man coverage than any other corner in the NFL. I think you can assume if you say they didn't improve, I think that's data that would say they did improve. Justin in Madison Heights says, Doug, I need you to be a rational, sensible guy that always talks me off the ledge. I'm bummed there wasn't a splash. I want that guy, and we haven't gotten him yet. Make me feel good about these two dudes. I'm disappointed so far. Justin, I like Davis. I have a higher expectation for James Houston than I do for Marcus Davenport. Am I wrong? I mean, should I be expecting more out of Houston?
Well, I mean, Houston had more production in half a season than Davenport's ever had in a single season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean,
or close to it.
I think if Davenport outplays James Houston, it will likely be because James Houston is not what we hoped he was. Right now, if I had a depth chart and Houston's healthy, God, I hope Houston's a starting opposite defensive end as it stands right now.
Yeah, I mean, Houston was also, what, a 6th or 7th round pick?
Yep.
Yeah, the most sacks that Davenport's had in a year, he had 9 in 2021. What did Houston have 2 years? 2023, was it 8.5, 8 sacks?
I think he had 8.5 in 9 games, or was it 9.5 in 8 games, or something like that. Carl at work says, my free agent's reaction so far is a big yawn, though it's what I expected. Davis will be good in the 4 games he's healthy enough to start. Wow. But any Lions cornerback lasting the whole year feels like a statistical impossibility given how often we lose starters there. There won't be a BM deal. That's from Carl. BM being big move. Keith writes in, Brad Holmes always drafts the best player at any position, but fills needs with free agency and trades. I'm not going to guarantee the DJ Rader trade happens because we need a defensive tackle. Well, DJ Reader's a free agent, right?
Yes.
So you don't need to trade for DJ Reader. And Josina Anderson yesterday at 5:30 tweeted out, I'm told the Titans, Lions, and Bengals are among the teams showing strong interest in defensive tackle DJ Reader. I would like that signing. I think DJ Reader would help them quite a bit.
Is he another guy coming off injury?
He might be. That doesn't seem to scare them. But I would hope that, again, credible organization. Now, their free agent signings last year got just devastated by injuries.
He played 14 games last year, if I'm not mistaken, got hurt in week. The last time he played, he tore his quad muscle. But he didn't require surgery on that tear. Mm-hmm. So that's good news. But big fella, plugs up the middle, and he can also get after the quarterback a little bit, pressure the quarterback.
Next text. I love the trade for Davis as long as we can sign him to keep him a longer-term deal. Hopefully we already have a reasonable value given his body or his injury history, sorry. Unnamed texter. You say we got better. I don't see it. I think we're the same, and Davis is just a glorified number 2 or a glorified number 1.
Okay. Is he better than Vildor?
Yes.
Okay. So are they better in the secondary just because they have Davis and Sutton? I mean, even if it's just a little bit, is it better?
Yes.
Okay. Defensive line. Having Marcus Davenport there. Now, again, he only played a couple games last year.
I'm not as stoked about that.
But is that a move? Are you going to get more from Davenport than you got from Okwara?
I think you can expect maybe if he plays a full season, Charles Harris-like production.
Okay. Which would be Charles Harris, the one season, had a nice season with the Lions. But if we're hoping James Houston can step in and be productive as well, I mean, then you're talking about injuries over guys from last year, but whatever. So are they better as a defensive line with Davenport than they were with Okwara? Yes, I think so.
I'm not as convinced there, but I think they're about the same. What could make them better is just a healthy Houston.
But are they better on the offensive line?
No, not yet.
So as a team, I think which is the biggest step that they have to make.
Still a lot of offseason to go.
Yeah.
But this person goes on to write, however you want to say it, Davis is not going to put us over the edge. Neither is the new defensive end. So we're just going to literally Frankenstein our DBs and our defensive line. It's ridiculous. God, dude, free agency is like the offseason's nowhere close to over. It's nowhere close to over. It just started. They still have $33 million in cap space. They still have the draft to go. There's still trades to be made. There's still guys that are going to be released.
What kind of a deal is Danielle Hunter going to get?
A healthy one.
And what did Brian Burns just get?
He got 5 years, $150 million.
It's $30 million a year for Brian Burns. Danielle Hunter is older by a few years, but also wildly more productive.
What happens when everybody else spends all their money and the Chargers have to release Mack or Bosa? Like, what happens then? Like, I know that you might not be happy with Monday. If you wanted to win Monday, got it. They didn't win Monday.
But did they do something that prevents them from looking at that position?
At which position?
Marcus Davenport.
I hope not. I can't imagine that they're all in for Marcus Davenport.
I hope not. But I mean, it's not like they didn't spend money. That's $10 million, up to $10 million they're spending on him. It's a lot.
I want to see how the contract's constructed because the up to part is what I find intriguing. As far as Goff, we got a lot of feedback coming in. 248-539-9797. But
why would there be feedback on
this? There's freak out from some as it pertains to how Monday went. And I seriously can't imagine. Like, do you really think they're done? Do you really think they're done?
Of course they're not done.
Right?
Yeah, but are they done making a big move? Like, the Carlton Davis might be their big move. What's the next move? Like a
What if they
a
sign
backup guard. I don't know. You know what I mean?
What if they sign Stephon Gilmore to a 1-year deal?
Then he would be your nickel back?
Or would he be your number one corner?
Or would he
and
be
then,
pushing Carlton Davis?
Yeah.
Would he be
Would
bumping
Davis
Cam
be-
Sutton out?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like those jobs, that'd be competition. Look, what if, if Carlton Davis, if they had 3 Carlton Davises, and by that, players that are upgrades, they've got the money to add, and I'm not saying 3 of the same position, I'm saying other positions version of Carlton Davis, that's an upgrade at the corner spot, and they still have money left to upgrade multiple other spots. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. A quiet day 2 of free agency for the Lions so far. No moves despite $34 million in cap space and a glaring need at defensive line. A busy day 2 already, though, for one of the Lions' NFC North rivals. The Vikings are signing Aaron Jones for 1 year and $7 million, less than 24 hours after Green Bay cut him. Minnesota also moving fast to replace Kirk Cousins, who, by the way, signed with Atlanta for 4 years, $180 million and $90 million guaranteed. Vikes have added Sam Darnold on a 1-year, $10 million deal. Other free agency moves Tuesday. Marcus Mariota headed to the nation's capital on a 1-year, $6 million deal. Eagles adding O-lineman Matt Hennessy from Atlanta on a 1-year contract. Houston signing linebacker Delshon Phillips away from Baltimore. That's a 1-year deal. And Jacksonville poaching corner Darius Williams from the Rams on a 3-year agreement. Red Wings with a chance to get off the schneid tonight at Buffalo. Hear it here on 97.1. Coverage starts at 6:45. And Fox will air college football games each Friday night this fall. Specific matchups have yet to be announced, but games will come from the Big 10, Big 12, and Mountain West. Networks had heretofore avoided Friday night broadcasts in deference to high school football, but nothing is sacred anymore. Hashtag TV revenue. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a tweet here from a listener, Joe, and I do appreciate it, Joe. He tagged us on a tweet from Albert Breer. Okay? Albert Breer this is for the panic crowd, and there is clearly some of you out there. Albert Breer tweets out, just as a reminder, this is the free agent rankings from 2022, and he's got the top 11 free agents ranked. 7 of the 11 guys listed below 2 years later are no longer with the teams that signed them. 2 of the 4 that are still with their teams just took big pay cuts. A lot of mistakes will be made this week. Now, in the moment, no, the Lions did not win Monday. They didn't. And the people that wanted to win Monday will scream from mountaintops, hey, we're trying to win a Super Bowl here. Got it. Our guy is doing it different. And I think it has a chance to be sustainable because of the way he's doing it. He is leaning on his ability to get talent in the draft. He's done it through 3 drafts. Can he continue it? Well, I mean, there's no reason to think he can't. Could he have gotten lucky? I suppose he could have gotten lucky. But he's not backing himself into a corner, and he's not. I think it's pretty clear that one of the priorities with the contracts they sign is to not put them in a position where they're going to lose one of their core players.
I think it's absolutely, they don't want to lose one of their core players. So you see teams that they lose their core players all the time, and those fan bases will then say, well, we got to spend money on big money on a player. The Lions are trying to be at the point where the big money they're spending on players are just making sure that these guys don't leave. You don't want St. Brown to hit free agency. You sure as hell don't want Penei Sewell to hit free agency.
Nope.
You know, some people are torn on Jared Goff, but you don't want Goff to go. This team has been successful with him. And they've got a number of other players that you don't want them to go.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Len in Chesterfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Len.
Hey, guys. Great show. I'm just thinking, not signing Goff this year. Hold on one second. Then turn off my radio.
Probably a good idea, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lesson for all.
Not signing Goff this year may work out great for him. Minnesota still might need a quarterback next year, amongst others, and so he might get really top dollar.
Wait, what? Hold on. You're saying not signing Goff this year might be great for Holmes or for Goff?
No. I'm saying that had he signed him already, he probably could have got him for 40, and now it's 45, and they're still questioning it, and seeing by the signing, for
Cousins.
Cousins. Obviously, he's worth more than Cousins. Cousins has the reputation of not winning the big game, and we saw Goff can do that. He proved that last year for us. So I'm just saying, them fooling around not signing him may cost them more. And Goff, I wouldn't be, this is his big payday. So if he decides at the end of the year, if they wait till then, he might just say, hey, I'll take the best deal. It could be more than 50.
Well, I hope they don't wait till the end of the year, and I don't think they're planning on waiting till the end of the year. But if
I hope not, Doug. I don't know.
I'm in the sign Goff camp.
As good as Holmes is on college draft, I'm not so much on free agents.
He's not as good.
Sutton at 3 years for $33 million, I thought was a big miss, and I don't know about yesterday.
So Anzalone is a starter they got in free agency. They got Josh Reynolds in free agency. They got Khalif Raymond in free agency. They got Cam Sutton in free agency, which isn't great. I feel like there was one more decent starter they got in free agency, but it's not really the way that he expands the core. He fills in needs. His strength is the draft. I mean, and he's not perfect. There's no doubt about that. I'm not trying to imply that. But it's kind of like having a quarterback with an accurate arm and, arm strength and all the quarterback with a great arm is one of the critical parts of playing the position. I think one of the critical parts of being a GM, the great arm of the GM position is nailing the draft, and he has done it. And so I'm comfortable with, the perceived swings and misses in free agency. There's a lot of free agents. I shouldn't say a lot. There's enough free agent swings and misses to think, no, free agency is not his strength. The 2 wide receivers he got his first year.
Yeah, Marvin Jones didn't work.
And there's examples, yes. But hopefully he doesn't put himself in bad contracts with them.
He also hasn't given a big contract to any of the free agents. If Sutton's the biggest contract he's given out and it's $11 million a season, it's not a huge contract.
I think Sutton's intriguing as your second corner that doesn't have to try and stay step for step with like Justin Jefferson twice a year,
Right, but then he's going to say step for step with Jordan Addison twice a year.
Yeah, well, he will be facing
tough.
He will not be facing the other team's top wide receivers, I suspect, with Carlton Davis's acquisition. Let's go to Ivory in Redford. You're next. Hi, Ivory.
Hey, good morning to you guys.
What's up?
Yeah, so when I say this, I include myself in this because I'm just a big fan. I love football. I love the Lions. I also think it's okay to criticize Holmes if you don't like him, but at the same time, it's like it's day 2 of free agency, and if you've known as a fan, or I say you, the history of what Holmes and Campbell and the whole regime have done this far to get to this point, they were a good quarter, I think, of playing good football away from getting to the Super Bowl. And so you ask yourself, how did they get there? They got there by making good contracts, but for the most part, why? Because they had good, young, cheap players. The players that got them to where they are now are the players that they, for the most part, that they drafted. Hutchinson, Branch, Laporta, Sewell, they build through the draft. I know it's hard, even for me, because I want them to make a big splash. But it's not, to me, it's just not who you're messing with, who you're dealing with. Like, if there's a big deal out there to be made, make it, because I think their window is now, because they were close to the Super Bowl. So you have to keep that in mind as well, I think, as a GM, not trying to play armchair GM, but, they build through the draft with good, young, NFL-ready talent. So I say this as a fan, but I don't want to say just chill and be patient. I don't like using the P word when you were a quarter away from going to the Super Bowl. But that's just the reality, I think, of what Holmes and his staff and people are good at.
Did you hear the soundbite we played from Holmes last hour that came from a few weeks ago when he told everybody don't freak out at the beginning of, basically he said don't freak out at the beginning of free agency?
You know what? I had just got out the car. I had to go somewhere. No, I didn't. Yeah. But I don't remember what he said.
Yeah, he just said don't get spooked. I think it was his exact words. And this is clearly what they anticipated doing, and now they're doing it. And he tried to warn people.
And I know it's hard because in my opinion, they were a quarter of good football away from going to the Super Bowl. Mistakes were made. So you're in that window now to win now, you're there. So your plan, whatever plan him and Campbell said they have, the plan is now, whether it's sped up because you were more successful than you thought, but the plan is now. So but also in creating a good, consistent winner,
Just keep in mind,
make good moves.
I think their plan is to get better. Like they're planning on getting better. I think Davis is clearly an upgrade in the secondary. There is an element of risk because he hasn't had a full season yet. He keeps getting hurt. But when he plays, he is better than anybody they had playing cover corner last year. And his strength leads into what the Lions like to do, and that's man defense.
Brad Holmes' MO so far has been to sign free agents to one-year contracts. And those signings don't typically happen on the first day of free agency.
No.
Right? So that they can happen later. Let them cook a little bit. See what happens, and then don't be surprised when, they end up with someone perhaps like a Jadeveon Clowney, or I mentioned earlier the safety from Denver, Justin Simmons. If these guys can be had on one-year contracts, are those guys improving the team? Hell yes, they are. They're one-year deals, but the window stays open.
Yep.
And you're still able to sign the guys to extensions that has nothing to do with 2024.
And you really don't want to get to a point where, like, they can't afford Penei Sewell.
Of course not.
They can't afford Amon-Ra. They
Penei
can't
Sewell
afford
should
Jared
retire
Goff.
a Detroit Lion.
Hope he does. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. A little bit of Red Wing talk as they're back on the ice tonight. We discuss what's next for the Lions. I got a prediction about, and look, I don't know if a star is born, but just something to keep an eye on. Local guy. We will get to that before this hour is done here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, so take a look at your lawn right now. Make sure that it is looking good and ensure that it is looking good. Call the folks at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's telephone number. You guys know how it works. You get this deal, and it's awesome. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You get the free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator. Also, you don't want to wait. You want to take care of things right now. You get green and stay green. You're going to save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. It's great. Plus, crabgrass control. Take care of it right now. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control because by the time you see it, it's too late to fix it. So much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Schedule early. Call them right now. It's a locally owned company for over 30 years. They have people that know what they're doing, certified applicators and arborists. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. You get custom tailored solutions specifically for your yard and your home. It's a 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've trusted for almost a dozen years now. Give them a call today. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
So, it's funny. I was thinking during the commercial break, and we've seen some pretty harsh words come in for the Lions' work yesterday in free agency, and I shouldn't be surprised. One of the things that we have is there's always the default position in Detroit that the organization is being run by idiots. That's always been something that we had to consider. Idiots is strong, but we had to consider that the people that were making the decisions weren't always making great decisions.
That they rarely made great decisions.
Yeah, that we were looking at a long history of an organization where they made bad decisions. Last year, I thought we'd gone a long way towards killing the notion that the organization was run by idiots, that we actually had competent management. So am I giving them the benefit of the doubt? Yep, I am. I'll admit that I am. But it's because of what the work that they have done, the totality of the work they have done. Every move they've made didn't work. Last year, expecting them to win the Super Bowl, I didn't think they had the best roster in the NFL. I thought they had a really good roster. I think this roster could challenge for the best in the NFL, but it's mostly probably because I think the sophomore class gets better. I think the junior class gets better. But you think about what they did. Last year, their free agent signings were devastated by injuries. Yeah, Emmanuel Mosley and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And the first thing they do on day one of free agency the next year is go get 2 often injured players. Typically, that would fall into the category of idiots are running the organization. But we've established they're not. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt on this one.
Well, there are different aspects of what you do as an organization to make you competent. And as long as you have more than you don't, you are a competent organization. Previous regimes did not draft well.
Nope.
Previous regimes did not have the full coaching staff that you appreciated. Previous regimes did not do much in free agency. So what Brad Holmes has done, he's been phenomenal when it comes to the draft. What the organization has done by hiring Dan Campbell and letting him put his staff together, that's been a huge plus for this organization. Getting to the NFC Championship game was not on the radar for 99% of Lions fans this past season.
They overachieved, they exceeded expectations.
I think the vast majority thought they should win the division, host a playoff game, and then you're just going to get your popcorn and enjoy the ride after that. Well, they took us to the NFC Championship game. So they're ahead of schedule. But the one thing that is, if you're looking for an Achilles heel for Brad Holmes to this point, is free agency. That they have the propensity to swing and miss at free agency, whether guys that have gotten hurt or taking guys that have the injured history, they haven't done well in that avenue. But at the same point, it's countered by fantastic drafts, and that's where they're getting their starters. And, free agency should help to supplement the holes that you have in the roster. They haven't been able to do it for the last 3 years. This year, here's another chance to do it. Are they going to stay healthy? If they stay healthy, yeah, they would be. But that's not been shown to be the case in a track record with Brad Holmes.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls momentarily. I just want to point out that once again, Gator, our Detroit Pistons are coming dangerously close to winning 3 in a row. And I think we need to stop and acknowledge.
Were they close against Dallas?
No.
Okay.
No, but they won last night. Yeah. They are dangerously close to winning 3 in a row.
So
they're just 2 wins away.
Who do they got next?
Toronto, I think. So, Gator, this is doable. They've won 1 in a row. They only need 2 more to get to that magic number of 3 in a row.
They have Toronto and they have Miami.
Aha. This is doable, my friend. This is doable. I mean, these teams are better than Detroit, but they're not. It's not Oklahoma City and Boston next up.
No, it's Boston right after Miami. They play back-to-back games against Miami, and then it's.
So they're going to win 4 in a row going into the Boston game. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything, Doug.
Okay.
I'm saying
you've already said they aren't going to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I'm rooting for you. I liked the way they played last night. It was their biggest win of the year in terms of point differential.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like they were going to fall into the same old Pistons trap when they had this 17-point lead and it got knocked down to like 3 or whatever it was, or 2 points, and then they went on to a run again. Like to see these guys play together. Noah Sarr-Thompson last night because of illness, but Jalen Duren looks like he's going to be a stud.
Wow.
Cade Cunningham has another solid
caught one
game.
lob that I think was headed for one of the exit portals at the top of the lower bowl. I couldn't believe that he caught it and threw it down. He's incredible.
I'd like to say I'm encouraged by a player on this roster right now, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to duck and hide if I say the name. James Wiseman.
Yeah,
has he played better?
Well, he's.
I mean, can we try to be objective? Is he even better than you thought?
I mean, if what he's doing is sustainable, but I mean, there's the crazy thing about James Wiseman. Yeah, what is he? 27, 26? No, he's 22. He's 22 years old. Anyway, good for them. I don't need to see Beef Stew take many more threes. I'm good with that.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, okay.
You can't knock him down.
I know, but they have so many better options now. He was 2 of 7 last night, and Fontecchio was 3 of 7. So tell me.
Well, Fontecchio can shoot anytime he
know.
wants to shoot the 3. Let him shoot the 3. I mean, he's effectively Bojan Bogdanovic.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Tim is next here on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
So I think people they forget because obviously the regime. To me, they haven't been around that long. But Brad Holmes drafts players that are good for the locker room too. When he says, "I draft the best possible player in that position when I draft it," the thing that he leaves out is when they go and they talk to these guys, they're looking for a personality. And I think when you look at some of these free agent signings and you're like, "Oh, this is the best player," well, yeah, but is he good in the locker room? Is he going to destroy what they've built in the locker room because he's there and he's got this big personality and he kind of takes over? I mean, if you look at our roster right now, those guys are not showboaters. I mean, they dance in the end zone when they have a touchdown like everybody else, but in terms of like off the field stuff, there's some chatter back and forth. But if you look, those guys are going to be gone. Those guys that open their mouths and they're looking for guys that put their head down and go to work. And I think that's kind of lost. They're not going to go out and buy and get these big guys because they don't want that kind of big personality in the locker room.
I don't know if I don't know if it's a blanket statement. My guess is they do their homework on everybody, and it probably eliminates some people that we think would help as football players. I can almost guarantee that there is probably a list that isn't short of free agents that we want because of their football ability that the Lions aren't even considering because of their homework on that player. And I bet it's reasonably long. Now, I wouldn't say all the big players have big personalities and they won't sign them. I think that's kind of an overgeneralization, and maybe that's not what you meant. But yeah, I think it's a valid point. We already know. Look, let's face it. Changing the culture is something everybody said they were going to try in Detroit, and these are the first guys to pull it off. So I'll respect whatever they're using as the important variables to determine who gets in that locker room and who doesn't. I think they've made some good choices because they've done the impossible. They've changed the Lions culture.
They have absolutely done that. And, you have to ask yourself, Davenport, Carlton Davis, are these those same types of players? They must be. Otherwise, they're not bringing them in, right?
I would assume. I mean, they have a history with Davenport because he was in the Saints organization with Aaron Glenn, and Dan Campbell. 248-539-9797.
Jinx.
It's like we can finish, each other's sentences.
Yeah.
Chuck, you're next. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey. Last year at this time, the big crying on this radio station was about signing a running back to a second contract. Now Holmes looks like a genius if you look at it. Running backs went much higher in pay yesterday, even in the division, the 2 contracts that were signed. He fixed it. So for the next 3 to 4 years, we don't have to look at running back. Maybe people should look that this was a terrible class for cornerbacks that are out on the free agency. He's taken somebody on, and maybe he goes for Gilmore. Maybe he moves up in the draft and grabs a corner. And what are we talking about, Mosley? That he needs time to heal. So maybe he's looking at it's a patchwork in the defensive backs that he's got a guy that can get injured, and but is a good shutdown corner, and then Mosley can come on in the second half.
The only
curious
hang on a second. The only curious thing I see that he did yesterday is giving up the third round pick for Carlton Davis when that third round pick could be used to try to sweeten a deal to move up.
Yeah, but he's got now 2-6 that might be able to move in the middle.
They do very little, but a third round pick does something.
But you want to move up to a fourth for a guard, you could use a 6 to move up that way too. A couple positions.
Yeah, look, there's it is not a great class of corners.
Free agent.
Free agent corners, yeah. It is a pretty good class of corners in the draft. But there's one big corner out there that the Lions have been associated with in L'Jarius Sneed. I think the tough part about L'Jarius Sneed is it would have cost a multi-year contract, and it would have been Sneed instead of Amon-Ra, or Sneed instead of Goff, or Sneed instead of Penny. And that's where they get uncomfortable because they can have him for a year, and then they run into the Buffalo problem. They go all in for a year, doesn't work, now you cut everybody. Now maybe it does work. You go the Rams thing, where they went all in and it worked, and then they had some cap hell. But 248-539-9797. Hey, we got some Red Wings stuff to discuss. We'll get to that today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket, dealing with some Monday angst on a Tuesday. People wanted to win Monday. Some Lions fans wanted to win Monday. Now, some people seem to be a little bit more, and I understand what Brad Holmes is doing, but a deal made. Joe Mixon traded from Cincinnati to Houston after there was discussion of him being cut. He now gets traded to the Texans. I can't imagine once it's been established that he's going to be cut that you're going to get much for him. But just another move made today. 248-539-9797. Paul, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, question. Do you think the Lions would have advanced as far as they did last year without Graham Glasgow and David Montgomery?
No.
How did we acquire them?
Free agency.
Yes. So as we go through that list of players and people want to focus on some guys that he allegedly swung and missed at, I haven't heard those two guys named as free agents that he did sign.
You're
and
right.
those were two of the most important guys on the team.
Yeah, those were definitely we didn't mean to leave those out.
Yeah, he's totally right.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
and
did leave
Jamal
him
Williams was another signing he had a couple years ago that was also paid off. And the running back position they've handled well, without question. And Graham Glasgow being a signing they brought in, obviously it's paid off well because he's a very capable guard and capable center as well. But yeah, without question, those are good moves. But there's also littered with a bunch of bad signings.
Sure, but I mean, as you pointed out, Gator, none that were crippling. Okay, and when you look at, I mean, let's face it, right? Everyone has opinions, fans, media, everybody. Think of all the players that would not be on this team that were critical to the team if the fans had their way, right? Goff, Anzalone, we wouldn't have drafted Gibbs. I mean, the roster is littered with guys that the fans didn't like at the time of acquisition. That's why I'm in the Doug camp of trust this guy until he proves otherwise. And when he proves otherwise, then absolutely. You know what? Let's get after him. But I have yet to be given a reason because I'm not delusional enough to think that you're going to hit on every draft pick, hit on every free agent. But the fact that we're complaining about free agency, and I don't mean you, I mean in general, about free agency, and two of the most important guys on the team last year were free agents.
Yep.
That's fine, but I still, and I'm not complaining because they haven't signed anybody right now. They got the signings they made yesterday and the trade they made yesterday. I'm not complaining because they haven't gotten a big name. I'm not going to do that yet. I've been the one saying I'm preaching patience. But his track record of signing free agents isn't very good. The two you mentioned are good.
Anzalone's good, and yeah, there's enough good to offset the bad. And the point that at no point have they done anything. Sutton may be cumbersome moving forward. All right, if Sutton were a 1-year deal, would they bring him back? I think there's a chance they wouldn't. I'm mad at us for forgetting about Glasgow and Montgomery, and I don't know how we forgot about them.
Well, we said them yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know if we said Montgomery, but anyway, suffice it to say, I am going with a default position that this organization for the first time in our lives isn't being run by people who are going to get more wrong than right. I think this group is going to get more right than wrong, so they're going to do some things. Look, we didn't know that they were going to trade for Carlton Davis. Didn't preview that, didn't think about it until the deal went down, and that's one of the great things about trades. What's interesting about trades is that you don't know who's available, whereas you know which free agents are available. So you do all your homework on the free agents in the draft, and then bam, they trade for a player that's under contract with somebody else who will be their best corner next year if he's healthy. And that's a big if. And no, I'm not fully convinced that he and Davenport are going to stay healthy, especially Carlton Davis. But, I mean, let's call it what it is. Again, I'm going to assume this organization's not run by morons.
They're not run by morons.
No,
but to say that if somebody has the opinion that Brad Holmes' weakness right now is free agent signings, you can make that argument.
Yeah, but it's kind of like
it's okay to say it.
It's okay to say it, but I'm not that worried about it because it's offset by what his strength is and the totality of the work. We went through this with Joe Dumars, right? He can't draft. They won an NBA championship. And it would have been better long-term if he could draft.
Right, but the assessment that he wasn't drafting well was correct.
Yes, and the assessment that he made up for it elsewhere.
Sure, that's
in
fine.
his time.
I think it's okay to say that.
Yeah,
he
I guess I
hasn't
don't
done
dwell
well.
on the negative.
I understand.
248-539-9797. So, changing gears to the not negative, Red Wings turn it around tonight. On the road at Buffalo, they get a win. Who's with me?
Well, they better.
They're overdue. It's time.
They're way overdue.
Yep.
They've got 18 games left. They have got to take advantage of the schedule right freaking now.
Yep.
Win games. You're on the outside looking in right now in the playoff picture. This would be a monumental disappointment for the season if they don't make the playoffs.
Well, Buffalo just traded their leading scorer. There's all kinds of evidence as to Detroit going in there and the reason to back up they get a win.
Look,
Same thing's true with Arizona where they got shut out on Saturday night, Friday night.
Every scrap of evidence.
But here's the thing about it is unless you are at one extreme or the other, great or terrible, there are ups and downs to the season. And they were at the highest of high a week and a half ago, and they've come crashing down to now a 5-game losing streak. And that's about enough. 5 games established. Okay, the correction back to the mean has been a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. But now it's time that the pendulum swings back. I like the Red Wings tonight at Buffalo, and I might have $1 that says so.
Oh wow!
I might have
that.
$1.
Slow down. 11.
I might go 3.
Oh,
yeah. That's how cocky I'm getting.
It's not 13.
No, it's not 13. That was a mistake. Let me be clear.
It paid off.
But they got Buffalo. They got Arizona again, right? It's Buffalo, Arizona. Is it Buffalo and Arizona? Like that. This is where it starts to swing back. It's starting tonight.
Well, it needs to.
They're not as bad as they played, right? We get it that Dylan Larkin's a big part of it, but we're veterans. We've been around. We've seen this. Teams like Detroit have ups and downs, and they've been down lately. It's time for them to bounce back.
Yes, at Buffalo, home against Arizona, home against Buffalo, at Pittsburgh, home against Columbus, home against the Islanders on the 21st of March, which
That could be a
huge game.
That could be a really big game.
Yeah, but it'd be nice to see guys start to get the scoring touch, even though Dylan Larkin isn't in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Other guys have got to step up. The offense has to perk up here because when Dylan's out, they rarely score more than 3 goals.
He's scheduled to be back this time next week, right? I think it's.
Well, I don't know. Because you heard, if you watch the games over the weekend, at some point Ken Daniels made it seem like it's going to be at least 2 weeks from that point, and I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute!" I thought
he said that from that point, meaning
yeah, and so I thought, wait a minute, that seems longer than what we thought by maybe a full week, but we'll see. People recover at different speeds, and who knows what the sense of urgency will be at that point in time. Hopefully there is not as much of sense of urgency as there is right now. It's like, please, God, get healthy. We need you in the lineup.
248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. James is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, James.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So I'm closing on 58 quickly. My entire life, the Lions have won the draft. If you go back and look at all the times they got A-pluses from the hairdo on ESPN, they won the draft. They even won free agency. They got Patrick Swilling. Oh, my God, we're going to be great.
Well, they traded for Swilling.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Anyway.
But they did have years where they got praised in free agency. Yes, they made some big financial commitments to guys.
It never meant anything. So I don't care if they don't win Monday. Brad Holmes knows more about football than I do. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt till they start losing.
So that's the kind of weird thing to me, and that's why I'm very comfortable in giving him the benefit of the doubt, is because of what they have done in 3 years here. And it literally just started, and I guess I shouldn't be shocked at some of the freak out texts we've got today, but we've gotten them.
You also mentioned Joe Dumars, if I could go off on a tangent for 1 quick second.
I probably shouldn't have.
He got lucky in free agent. Okay, he Forrest Gumped his way into Ben Wallace and Chucky Atkins, and Reggie Miller didn't dunk. That's why they won that championship.
I don't want to do that.
Thank you for your call. That's unpopular, and that's not going to fly.
That's a left turn I don't want the show to take.
Yeah. I mean, he put that team together with a misfits. And it wasn't one move. It was like 6 moves.
I mean, if you're going to dismiss the good stuff for luck, do we dismiss the bad stuff for bad luck? He eventually not being able to draft caught up to him. Here's the good thing. Our football GM can draft.
Yeah.
And when you can draft every year, you get to replenish your organization with an influx of good players. All right, I don't know if a star is born, but just somebody to keep an eye on. We will get to that today at 11:55. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we're on the verge of spring right now, and before you know it, it's going to be nice and sunny out every day. It's going to be hot, and what's your house going to be like? Is your air conditioning ready to go? Are you still concerned about heat right now? Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable all year long, and they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free when you purchase a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. They've got over 100 years of combined experience, and they're the team that I trust. I've had issues in my house. They came out the next day, both times, got things done. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Greg in Dearborn. You're next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right.
It's going okay.
Yeah, so I'm with you, Doug. I think the Wings will have a real nice win tonight. I think when they played the Coyotes, they just thought they were going to roll out the sweaters and take home the dub. But I think Lalonde made a mistake there by starting Lyon against them. That was a clear backup game against a bad team, and then save Lyon for Vegas. So, I mean, I'm sure Lalonde knows the psychology of Lyon, or he's at least figuring it out with him being like a new starter. So, but yeah, I agree with you. I think they're going to bounce back, and I think they really bounced back against Vegas. It was just kind of like an unlucky game. There were a lot of lucky goals. I mean, what's his name? Marshy found two of them that just basically ran on a stick and went in the net. So I think they'll be all right. And I think that they know it's kind of like an 18-game playoff right now, just a push. And it's about 50-50 with good teams versus bad teams to make it. So there's a lot of points on the line, and I agree. I think they're going to start tonight.
There's got to be a sense of desperation, and you're right. They did play better in the Vegas game than the Arizona game, and I hope they didn't just think we'll just show up and lace up the skates and we'll get to get our 2 points and get out of here, because that's not the mistake. They got enough veterans on the team that they should know better, especially a team that needed a win as badly as they did. But as it stands right now, a couple days to sit on it, ready to go. Tonight, Buffalo, I think they start to turn this thing around, and they're kind of put on the Russian front. And now it's how do they respond? And I like their makeup still. I get it when you're in the midst of the worst of times. I said the same thing 2 weeks ago. I said, when you're on a winning streak like this, you feel like you're never going to lose again. And then you get into a losing streak and you feel like you're never going to win again. Now we're in the losing streak where it feels like you're never going to win again. But you do, and you pull out of it and you settle into what you actually are, and it's better than what they've been these last 5 games.
How many more games, how many more losses, Gator, before we trash patch? When do we blame it on that?
Well, on what?
On the trash patch.
Oh, you don't.
Here's the thing.
Of course we do, but it's just so stupid because it has nothing to do with it.
If you are priority, though, I think if it's my business, I'm thinking about how do I get out of this deal.
Maybe we'll pick up the patch next year.
We'll just quietly take the patch. I don't know. Ceremony. Take the patch off. Say if they win the game tonight, we'll leave it off the rest of the year. How do you spin it that you go from being blamed for this? Because invariably when we talk about the Wings, the feedback is it's the patch. It's the patch. It's the patch.
Oh, do people blame that something as ridiculous as the patch?
They do, and
only because it coincides?
Yeah. Well, here's my question. You believe in jinxes, but you don't seem to believe in this one.
I can't. Come on. We're talking about a patch. It's like when a guy wears different underwear.
Hockey gods, desecration of one of the great jerseys in the game, great sweater. Hockey gods raining their vengeance down upon those that dare.
Sure.
Funny thing is, I don't like it as much as the next guy. And yet I realized I watched half a game before I even remembered it was on the jersey. It was so unobtrusive. I'm like, oh, yeah, the patch. But, I mean, let's face it, probably the least happy people that they haven't won a game since the patch got on is priority themselves. Now, they could remove themselves from that. I don't know. I don't know what the contract states. Could they remove themselves from the situation?
I don't even want to. Can we stop talking about the damn patch?
We can.
Okay. Ken Cal just tweeted this out. He said, Red Wings above the line concerning playoffs with the Islanders lost last night. Hall is out. Wallman is in. Lyon and goal versus Buffalo tonight. Larkin's still out. It'll be 2 weeks for him this Saturday and will be reevaluated then. So the 2 week thing may have just been we're going to reevaluate. So
they're going to take a look. They're going to take a look under the hood Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's to hoping that he's back.
Please.
Yep. All right. So a little college basketball stuff here. Over the weekend, the regular season in the Big Ten wrapped up. Michigan lost to Nebraska. 23 losses, most in program history. Worst winning percentage in like 50 55, 60 years, something like that. First last place finish since 1967. They've got Penn State tomorrow. It's a win or go home game. They don't even look like they're competing. It's really a tough watch. Meanwhile, Michigan State has lost 4 or 5 heading into the Big Ten tournament. Remember, the 11 line is the cutoff line for the tournament. Michigan State has absorbed losses in 4 of the last 5, and they have not moved off the 9 line. Lunardi still has them. Actually, I haven't checked it today. I checked it yesterday. They still had them on the 9 line, which is safely in.
Well, they didn't lose to teams that had like 12 or 13 wins. I mean, they're losing to teams that are as good or better than them. So, and Michigan State's what, an 18-win team right now? Heartbreaking loss at Indiana, the way that it played out. But I'm not confident they make the tournament. I think they definitely have to win one of the first game of the Big Ten tournament.
Let me correct something I said. Michigan State is now on the 10 line, and they've showed up on Lunardi's last 4 byes, which means a loss. They might need to hold their breath a little bit because they're 8 spots into the tournament as it stands right now.
Yeah. So is it Minnesota that they play?
I believe so.
On Thursday. So I think they need to win that game. I think they've got to win that game to secure the NCAA tournament berth. If not, this has just been a horrific year with the highest of expectations to start the season, where they were a top 5 preseason team and have come nowhere near living up to the expectations. It's frustrating. I mean, you see stretches where Malik Hall looks like he's great. And Tyson Walker is obviously the best player in this team, and put the team on his back against Indiana. It was amazing. But nobody else stepped up. This team goes ice cold shooting the basketball at times, particularly from 3-point range, that it's just beating your head against the wall. Like, how is it possible? All these shots are wide open. They just cannot knock it down. So
they don't look like a team that can go on a run. They have the thing that people say is so critical, and that's guards, but their guard play is wildly inconsistent.
Walker's been great, but Hogard hasn't been. And
it looked like Jaden Akins was going to step up, and then not so much. But Oakland University,
they don't know who to play, for the big position.
Oakland University won last night over Cleveland State by 3. And they've been the best team in the Horizon. Chance to win tonight against Milwaukee. They'll probably struggle against Giannis. But they had 5 players play 34 minutes last night, 34 minutes plus. And they got to play again tonight. So can't be relied on 5 guys. One of them was Jack Golke, a transfer from Hillsdale, who looks like a nose guard. His legs look too short. He's rocked up, and he was just draining 3 after 3. He was taking YOLO
He's the guy that
threes.
hit the 7 out of 14.
Yeah. And you look at a guy with a distinctive look, and that can become your March Madness, like Cinderella that everybody roots for. And I think back to the past and Bryce Drew years ago, and Harold Arsenault, and Pear Steamer at Loyola Marymount. Kevin Pittsnoggle, remember that was West Virginia team with Pittsnoggle, the overweight center, draining threes. Giddy Potts was in Middle Tennessee, I think it was, that beat Michigan State. He became a March Madness favorite. Gordon Hayward and those Butler teams. These players that America has no idea who they are.
Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, that just have some of them have like this unique, distinctive look, and America falls in love. Like, I want Indiana State to make the tournament so bad so Larry Nerd gets all the attention. The guy that is with the glasses is the place for Indiana State, the home of Larry Bird. And maybe, just maybe, if OU gets in and makes a little noise, it could be Jack Golke, because he doesn't look the part at all. At all.
Well, he can shoot.
He shot last night, that's for sure.
I mean, all his points came out of 3-pointers. He had 21 points.
7 of 14 from it was 7 of 14 from 3, 7 of 15 for the game.
No free throws.
No. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right, let's get back to the big news of the day. the Lions. What was our take on Monday in free agency? Get to that at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. No free agency news out of Allen Park so far on day 2 of NFL free agency, but we do have this. John Kaminsky reworking his deal with the Lions, lowering his cap hit by $2 million this year. He agreed to reduce his base salary from $5.1 to $2.5 million and gets an extra $500,000 bonus guaranteed. Other free agency news around the NFL. Falcons getting Kirk Cousins some help, adding former Bears receiver Darnell Mooney, 3 years, $39 million. Shaq Barrett leaving Tampa for Miami. The Browns are signing QB Jameis Winston to a 1-year, $8.7 million deal. And Bengals poaching tight end Mike Gesicki from the Patriots, 1 year, $3.25 million. Red Wings at Sabres tonight looking to end their 5-game losing streak. Here on 97.1. Coverage starts at 6:45. Michigan safety Quentin Johnson withdrawing from the NFL draft to return to U of M for a 6th season. And in one of the cringiest, most awkward and uncomfortable sports moments of all time, just happened in women's college basketball. Utah State's season ended by way of blowout in its conference tournament. Coach Kayla Ard appeared for her post-game press conference and, well, just take a listen. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's nice out, man.
Yeah, look forward to getting out there.
I mean, it's really nice out right now.
Love it. Okay, so we didn't get a chance to talk about the Academy Awards Good choice, Oppenheimer, Picture of the Year. I thought it was the best movie I saw last year. So I endorse that selection.
Yeah?
Yep.
So you saw Oppenheimer, huh?
I saw Oppenheimer, yeah.
Anything else? See anything else?
I saw about 45 minutes of Killers of the Flower Moon or whatever the hell that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just didn't hold your attention?
Not even remotely.
Okay. Yeah.
So Oppenheimer, thumbs up.
Still haven't seen it. Want to. I will see it.
You know, you really should see movies, Gator. You should watch them a little bit more. And
I don't watch them as much as I used to, that's for sure.
I watch them more than I ever have.
My brother told me that the latest Dune movie, he says that's really, really
yeah, I know
good.
nothing about the Dune series. I might need to.
Well, they this is the second movie. They had made one in the early 80s that was incredibly boring, was no good.
Well, I'll run right out and see the next one.
But then they redid it a couple years ago, and it was actually quite good. Visually spectacular, and set up for a sequel. And
Just I got to see it in the theater kind of deal?
That is the recommendation I was given.
Okay.
Go see it in the theater. But you haven't seen the first one, so watch the first one.
You've watched the first one?
Yes. First one was good.
Okay.
Yeah. And this one
Academy Award good, because I only watch like Academy Award winning films.
I think it was Academy Award
My
good.
recent trend is only to watch Academy Award winners.
Well, that's the buzz about this one, is this one already is being touted as, Best Picture.
Kang, are you into the Dune series? Are you a Dune guy?
No, it looks really good, but I'm entering my phase of Doug Karsh where he doesn't watch any movies or anything. That's where I'm at in life.
Buckle up. It lasts about 2 decades.
How about Bluey?
I love Bluey. Actually, that's just good television.
Yeah.
So I agree with the kids on that one. Some of the other stuff, not so much.
Kids been to a movie theater yet or no?
Yeah, we took them to, what movie was it? I don't even remember.
Oppenheimer?
Fast 10?
I think it was done. It was a Nolan movie. No, I'm kidding. It was not. It was one of the cartoon type movies, whatever. But it was just to get them, a matinee to see if they could handle it, and they did well.
All right, good.
They enjoy the slushies and popcorn, of course.
Yep.
As do I. Who doesn't?
Right.
There's nothing like Doug. You might want to step out of the conversation for this.
Yeah. There you go.
Who doesn't?
Gator. There's nothing like that butter from the popcorn at the movie theaters. It's just a different. It hits different. It just slaps.
Yeah.
Is that what the kids say?
Sure. And you don't stray. Don't get my experience has been don't stray from just normal buttered popcorn. You go, they have caramel corn.
You do. I didn't even know there was anything else.
Terrible.
Yeah,
my experience has been it's been terrible. Other than
stick with the classics, man.
Normal popcorn. Yeah. Well, I'm not normally a popcorn guy at the theater. I'm a Reese's Pieces guy.
You don't like the messy either, right? Popcorn can get real buttery with
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I can wash my hands like the next person, and I'm in the dark when I'm eating it, so it's okay. But I'm more of a Reese's Pieces guy when I go to the theater.
I feel like Doug's eating like granola or something, right? In the movie theater,
it's been a long time since I've been to a theater. Do they serve granola now?
Grape nuts or something. He's eating something fiber.
Right, with 2% milk? You 2% or
if
you
I have it, yeah.
Skim?
Oh.
Coconut milk? Which milk are you at?
Almond milk, probably, something like that.
Almond milk's good, yeah. I like almond milk.
A lot of lectins. I got to worry about that. I have no idea.
All right, so anyway, Oppenheimer, yes. I approve.
Yeah, no, I've seen little clips of stuff that happened at the Oscars that are, I guess, kind of noteworthy. So I did not pay attention to it Sunday. And we'll have to watch a couple of those movies. I'd like to see the movie that you started to watch but never finished.
Dude, don't bother.
No, because that's the stuff that I'll get into. I don't mind that it's boring to start with. I like the story and I like the acting in it. Like the movie There Will Be Blood is very slow, but it's amazing.
It caught my attention.
There Will Be Blood?
Yeah. I think I finished that one.
I know for that.
But let me tell you something. That Flower Moon thing, I don't know what the hell is going on there. All right. So free agency Monday. Well, people overall, I think there's a group that kind of goes, okay, it's kind of what Brad Holmes told us was going to happen. He does a good job. Let's sit back and see what's next. And then there's the group that says Monday was a loss. And, there's we're trying to win a Super Bowl and why aren't they going big? Why aren't they making huge signings? Why aren't they getting aggressive now? And it's just not their form. Any big move now would probably come, unfortunately, with a long-term loss of one of the critical pieces that they have in-house. And they say they know better than to fall in love with their own guys. And, they just let Jonah Jackson walk. He is essentially a cap casualty that comes with success. But in the end, I don't think there's any chance that they want to lose Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, and maybe Laporta. Some other guys in there that are going to be critical re-signs. It might not be at the top end of the price range, but if they're going to go big, it seems to me, Gator, and you correct me if I'm wrong, their big moves are going to be keeping their own guys. Am I wrong?
No, that's absolutely what their big moves are going to be. I think they can still sign guys to one-year contracts that might be a big move for the season. Yep. But you're not going to see the Lions bidding on a free agent like Danielle Hunter. And, hey, the Lions have come to a 4-year, $115 million deal with Danielle Hunter. You're not going to see that.
So the other thing that I find interesting is I do think I think they've done a lot of big moves in the past under previous regimes, and those moves so often didn't pan out. Now this group is doing it differently, and does it seem like that there's a portion of our audience now want them to go back to being the big moves team that never got them anywhere?
Well, fans always want to see the better players and the best players playing on their home teams. And I think right now is that we feel that the organization they've changed the culture to the point that maybe, at least in fans' eyes, you don't have to overpay to get the free agent because the team's good enough where they want to win a championship here. I mean, if you're going to give somebody and offer them a $25 million a year contract over 4 or 5 years that they're likely going to get from another team, that maybe the Lions actually have a chance of getting that guy now because of who they have here. But the Lions don't seem like that's the way that they're going to run things. Not yet, because they've got all these contracts coming up in the next couple of years with their own free agents, and their own free agents are at the top of their position groups. That's where this is something that's foreign territory. And Lions have always had, they had Calvin Johnson or Barry Sanders, right? Best of their position. But beyond that, not so much.
Yeah.
Lions now literally will have 3 or 4 guys that are going to get contracts commensurate of a player in the top 5 of their position group.
Well, Monday was a day that saw them make one move that I think clearly makes them better, one move that maintains who they are, one move that I hope has no impact, which is a weird thing to say. I'll explain in a minute, and one move that makes them worse. The move that makes them better is the trade of a 3rd rounder to Tampa for Carlton Davis. They also get back 2 6-rounders, one this year, one next. Davis, if healthy, will be their best corner. He will be their best corner. They play a lot more man coverage in Detroit than they played in Tampa. That's his strength. His passer rating against him, man coverage, was very close to that of L'Jarius Sneed, a player that everybody wanted. Cam Sutton, like the passer rating against. So the quarterback that was throwing at Carlton Davis had a 66.7 passer rating. L'Jarius Sneed, quarterbacks throwing at him, had a 64% passer rating. Cam Sutton, 98.9 passer rating, which means this is an upgrade in the type of defense that the Lions want to play. And last year, Cam Sutton, according to the Birchie kid, played the most man snaps in the NFL. So they're getting a player that can play this style of defense, and last year was way better doing it than Cam Sutton. Now he's entering a division where there's a lot of good receivers, and they will face a lot of good receivers this year, so be it. But it's clear that he is an upgrade at corner if healthy. He has not had a full season. He's 27 years old. He's had 75 starts and 9 interceptions. He's owed $14 million next year. But last year he got hurt again. He was a cap casualty essentially at Tampa. They knew they needed to free up some cap space, and they decided to take the chance on the guy that wasn't playing all the time because the dude that was filling in, whose name escapes me, I should have looked it up earlier, and I had it earlier, and now I forgot. But they like him a lot. And so they're like, cheaper, and he's going to be on the field, so we're going to go with him. It's a risk by Brad Holmes. But again, if we start with the premise that the organization isn't run by idiots, this could really work out. The one that I hope has really no impact is Marcus Davenport. And why do I hope it has no impact? Because I hope James Houston plays so well. Davenport has minimal snaps. I mean, it'd be great if he's a backup and has 6.5 sacks. That'd be awesome. But at this point, I have a higher expectation for James Houston at the edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson.
I like Davenport. I think he's a solid player. Getting an opportunity here, if he can stay healthy, it's going to bode well for him. But he's a guy who only played a few games last year before he got hurt. And it seems to be an MO a little bit with Brad Holmes with free agents that he signed, guys that have been hurt. And that could also speak to why the free agents that he's picked up haven't always been so good. This might be, the check minus column when it comes to Brad Holmes. Everything else is fantastic, but free agent signing's not so great.
The one move that made him worse is letting Jonah Jackson walk. He got a huge contract with the Rams. The one move that keeps it steady as she goes is Graham Glasgow back on the interior of the offensive line. Overall, it's not a huge step forward. I think it's a step forward in the secondary. The O-line needs some help now. I don't think that the pass rush got discernibly better. But I will say, Gator, it was day one of free agency. They still have $33 million in cap space. They don't make huge financial commitments outside of their own organization. Typically, it would have to be just a home run, perfect fit in every single way. But I do expect them to be getting good deals as this free agent season goes on. A lot of the big money flies at the beginning, but there's still a lot of moves that could be made.
Yeah, most of the big money flies in the first few days. But there's still, if you look at NFL.com's list of the top 100 free agents, I think there's 8 of the top 20 are still available. So there's still going to be some big money thrown around. I think the Lions are going to end up getting a couple more free agents that when they sign them to their one-year deals, we're going to go, wow, that makes a lot of sense, and that's an improvement on the team. What positions is what I'm intrigued by. Are they going to add another corner? Are they going to add a wide receiver? Are they going to add another offensive lineman?
So
they're going to add a kicker.
The question is, will they do enough to get better in this offseason? I feel like there's plenty of people out there that would rather have one move to get better, one marquee, huge move to get better, as opposed to 3 good moves to get better. But Brad Holmes kind of told us this is what he was going to do, and then he went out and did it. So far. Well, that could change.
What you typically don't see, if you're looking for the one-year deal, you typically don't see a one-year deal on a guard to get a top guard. Guards are going for huge money right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, huge money. And that's what made them uncomfortable when it came to the decision to re-sign or not re-sign Jonah Jackson. And that's a lot of money Jonah Jackson just got. And there are guys that signed for far more than he did as well. Guard is now a $20 million a year position for the top guys.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, what yesterday means for Jared Goff, 12:30. We'll get to that. Hey, when it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. We all found how awesome that successful Detroit football season was, and now the hockey team's poised to follow suit here in Detroit, and Twin Peaks has all the action as they gear up for a playoff run. And what makes Twin Peaks great? On game day, for starters, you won't find colder beer in the state. Their beer lines are chilled. The beer lines are chilled at 29 degrees. You combine that with a mug that's only used once a day and it's been freezing for 6 hours. You get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up their beer of the month, Bud Light, and see for yourself. Combine that with that ice-cold draft, with a scratch kitchen, and you got a recipe for success. Try some of the signature dishes featuring house-smoked items like their ribs or brisket. Or if you're a wing guy like I am, check out their always hand-breaded to-order boneless wings. They've got something for everyone. And, oh, by the way, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Detroit in action tonight against Buffalo. Hockey, stop in, cheer them on while they race for the playoffs. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com and to become aware of all their specials. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tommy here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tommy.
How you doing, buddies?
Oh, we're doing good. Thank you.
Listen, I don't get it. I mean, like, during the season, everyone said we're going to have all this cap space to sign guys, a big name. Then, all of a sudden, we don't have enough money. Or, I thought we got an extra $30 million. And to me, like, if you're going to lose a guy, let's say if we lose. Now, I don't want to lose none of our guys, but let's say we have to lose Laporta or somebody like that in 2 or 3 years. I'd rather have that parade down Woodward and lose a guy than keep a guy and not have that.
So I got 2 questions here, Tommy. One is, who said they've got all that money and they're going to go big with free agents?
I didn't say they said they were going to go big. They said we will be able to go big.
Okay.
Who
said that?
A big name free agent.
Who said that?
I just heard it during the season.
Okay. You probably didn't hear it from Brad Holmes. You probably didn't hear it from Brad Holmes. In fact, he did everything he could to downplay.
We might lose a guy if we don't sign all our own guys right now or save money to sign our own guys. Correct? I just don't see us making one splash move, just one.
Because it would cost. Assuming a splash move means one of the best players available in free agency, which I'm assuming that player isn't going to come here on a 1-year deal. They want multiple year deals, and then you have a contract that costs you one of the core guys next year.
But wouldn't it be worth it if we got it to a Super Bowl and won?
It would be.
Sure. Who's a splash move you want them to make, or you wanted them to make?
Danielle Hunter.
Okay. Look, Danielle Hunter would help. There's no doubt it would help.
And he's still available.
The way that they see it, Tommy, is they would rather get a bunch of good players than one elite player.
Listen to this, Doug. Like, even if we got Snead, we need a pass rush because even Deion Sanders can't cover a guy for 8-9 seconds. So to me, pass rush is the most important thing to me. Just to me. That's my opinion.
Tommy, the question is, okay, they were within a half of going to the Super Bowl and playing a team that they've already defeated with what they had last year. They were that close to getting a rematch with a team that they had already beaten, which tells you they were capable of beating that team again. All they need to do, they can hang on to their core guys and get better, but it's not going to be the way you want.
Too, right, Doug?
Yeah, they are. But at this point, and Detroit has a head start on them. I think Detroit is authentically the second best team in the NFC. I don't feel like anything about last year was a fluke. And their job is to use this offseason to get better. They've told us as much, okay, that they don't expect a big splash. Now, I still think it could come. I think it could come in a way that's hard to foresee right now because the Lions aren't going big right now because the Lions still have a bunch of cap space. The Lions could become a destination for that cast-off player, a Bosa, a Khalil Mack, that gets released and is now have fewer teams with less money to go after them, and Detroit could swoop in. That could happen. It's hard to sit here and predict that because we don't know who those players are going to be. There's a lot of speculation about the Chargers being over the cap and having to let guys go, and you might be able to get that incredible bargain late in free agency. But if they come back next year and make enough additions that the offense is stable and the defense gets better, I think they're good enough to win a Super Bowl, and they're doing it in a way where they're trying to sustain what they have. Now, if you go big, you're right. Parade down Woodward's worth it. I totally agree with that. I'm really intrigued to try to see this Holmes plan play itself out because it's about winning now, and it's also about winning tomorrow and the day after and the year after and the year after. It's an ambitious plan, and it may not work. One move to win a Super Bowl that then costs you, Amon-Ra, long term, it's probably worth it to win a Super Bowl. But can you keep Amon-Ra and still win a Super Bowl?
Well, that's a question. But you look and see, like a team like San Francisco, right, who they lost to, who got to the Super Bowl. San Francisco went out and signed, I think, Leonard Floyd and Gross Matos, the two guys they brought in at defensive end. They're clearly not going to bring back Chase Young.
Lost Chase Young.
But they're bringing back these guys. And that's a pretty good improvement, I would say, over Chase Young. and that's spending money. They spent money on Floyd. I think that's where Lions fans might have a little disconnect. Like you're seeing teams that are right there that now they're looking to go over the edge, and the Lions aren't.
They've got something that's makes it a hell of a lot easier to operate, and that's a quarterback on a rookie contract, and the cheapest possible rookie contract.
Right.
Mr. Irrelevant.
But they also have big contracts with McCaffrey and Bosa and
I bet
some other players, Kittle
and the Lions will have big contracts with Hutchinson and Sewell and Laporta and Amon-Ra. I mean, look, it's eventually when they have to pay Purdy, they might be in trouble, but right now they can and should take advantage of that. 248-539-9797.
But the Lions for this upcoming season don't have to pay anybody.
They don't have to.
And that's the thing. When they do give those guys the contracts, they won't go into effect until 2025.
No, but what big name free agent's going to sign a 1-year deal here?
Well, that's why I'm saying be patient and see what happens, see what comes down here. Maybe it becomes a case where do you make a move with Kansas City to get Snead, but it's just for the 1 year?
Yeah.
And you're paying them the $17 million or whatever it is, and then maybe you re-sign them, maybe you don't. Now you give up a resource to get them, but if people are talking about only being a second-round pick, and Burns got a second and fifth.
Yeah, if Snead has no takers, and I'm a little surprised that there hasn't been any takers yet, but that may develop. That market may develop. But if he has no takers, would he sign a 1-year deal in Detroit, or would he sign?
Well, if he gets traded, he's already.
Yeah, but he won't. They won't trade for him unless. I guess he is under contract next year, right? No, he's franchised, so you get him at the franchise tag. Although he's trying to work out a new deal. Would he want a new deal? I don't know. That gets tricky, but that could develop later in free agency. I'm not expecting it to, but it could. 248-539-9797. All right, something happened yesterday. Probably set the market for our quarterback. We'll get into that and some of the feedback we've got on Jared Goff. Could he push $50 million now? We'll get to that at 12:32. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good news. People looking for an update. Yes, indeed. Gator has scored his Girl Scout cookies. They finally showed up, and he is in a good mood today because of that.
That's right.
After weeks of waiting and thinking that perhaps you are getting stiffed on your Girl Scout cookie order, bam, they showed up last night.
About time.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Eddie, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Eddie.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. How are you?
Okay. All right,
Eddie.
Good. Hey, so I want to make a couple points. So, number one, I trust Brad Holmes. That's his full stop. This guy is an elite college evaluator. That's his forte. He understands the points of making sure that he can recruit people and do the research on it, number one. Number two, the Jonah Jackson thing, I'm kind of disappointed because we do have that cap space, and we could have maybe, spent that money to get him. But if you look at the NFC Championship game, it was a really good indication that we kind of didn't really need him there because we were averaging 6 to 7 yards a carry in that game in the first half, although, catastrophic events happened in the second to kind of that led to our demise. But we proved that we can win without him, second point.
Mm-hmm.
Third point is that the third point would be that everybody else on this roster is going to get better. Brian Branch, Laporta, Gibbs, Montgomery. So you're going to get an upgrade in just the natural attrition of the team. And then if you add that Davenport, man, if we can get anything out of that guy, I mean, that guy's like a carbon copy of Aiden Hutchinson. He's 6'6", 6'7", 260 pounds. And Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell know exactly what that guy's made of.
You had me right up until there.
So, look, I know it's a shot in the dark, but also one other point. We didn't have C.J. Johnson the whole year. I mean, he only literally played like 3 or 4 games. I mean, look, this team is going to be better. I'm a little worried about the offensive line, but guys, I can't even believe we're talking about this type of a conversation on March 12th, and I'm already jacked up for the first game of the year.
Well, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, Eddie, I think your Marcus Davenport high ceiling is a bit much to say he's a carbon copy of Aiden. Could he be a productive rush end opposite Aiden? Yes, he can be. Quite frankly, I think James Houston should be more of an answer over there than him. And yet, if he's worth it, great. They know him. They're familiar with him. They obviously seem to think that he can do something for them. They played in New Orleans when both Holmes and Aaron Glenn were there. The one point that you made, though, that I keep reminding myself is we expect them to come back with much of the same players last year, but a whole bunch of guys that could be measurably better. Specifically the second and third year players could be measurably better just by mere maturation at this level. I mean, you even see it in the weight room. The guys' size, they get bigger, they get stronger, they get faster, and they don't have to think as much while they're playing. So yeah, those guys could all get much, much better, and it's something to keep an eye on. And it might be their biggest talent injection is already here, and it's just guys getting better.
Well, and they get better because the more experience and the bodies mature as well, but also because coaching staff. And I'm putting a lot on the defensive line coach.
Okay, so yesterday, Jared Goff, perhaps the market was set for his contract. Gator and I see this a little bit differently, but at this point, when Kirk Cousins gets 4 years and $45 million a year at his age, I think Goff is destined to get more annually and more guaranteed at 5-6 years younger. And I think when you start getting into 50 million plus, I mean, it happened with Stafford, and we saw how it really, I think it kind of poisoned some of the Lions fans when Stafford became the highest paid quarterback in football, and he wasn't the best quarterback in football. But it's just kind of how the market works, and we watched him quickly. I mean, it was within a year or two, he was the 7th highest paid quarterback in football. I don't think Goff is going to be the highest paid quarterback in football, but I think he's going to get 50 plus here, 50 plus million a year in an extension. And, I'm not into 60. I'm not into 58. I'm not into 57.5. Like, I think you're really, I hope that Jared Goff's agent doesn't come in and say he needs anything short of $55 million. We're not signing, period, end of story. But I do think it's going to be north of what Cousins got. If they get him at a Cousins price, then great. I just can't see that happening given where he is in his career. But if he gets 50 plus, how do you feel about it?
Nervous. It's a lot of money to give him. I think there's a difference between what Jared Goff is as a quarterback compared to guys that get the north of $50 million a year. I think Goff is great with his team right now, but now there's a hole at left guard, which we don't know how that's going to affect the offensive line long haul.
It's a little scary, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if the number that they settle on is between 45 and 50.
And then you can dedicate some money to the guard spot.
Yeah, I'd like it to be there's no 5 in front of it per annual.
But if there's a 5 annual, he'll be the 5th highest paid quarterback in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Behind Burrow, Herbert, Jackson, and Hurts in annual value.
Right, and there'll be some others that are coming up in contracts that will knock him back even further, which is fine. Again, it's the cost of doing business. I'm just saying, for me personally, I feel a little nervous if it starts to get above the 50 million mark. You know, the difference with the contracts with what you can offer Cousins and what you can offer Goff, because Cousins is like 5.5 years older and he just got a 4-year deal. Can you get Goff at, say, 47 a year, but give him 5 or 6 years on the deal?
Maybe.
You know, can you do something like that? Or I don't know. I just get nervous when you start talking long-term contracts when it comes to quarterback.
The one thing that could work in their benefit is that Jared Goff could look at this situation and say, it's the best coordinator I've ever worked with. It's the best success I've ever had. And I do want a guard. And if you're going to tell me that some of the money I'm giving up here goes towards signing player X at guard, maybe he'd agree to something close to 45, but
I don't know when the right time is to get the deal done with Jared Goff. And maybe if you're Goff's camp, you wait till after the draft and see what they've done in the draft to try to secure an offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. By that point, free agency will be completely done, basically, so you'll know if they've upgraded anything on the line. You're not going to get an upgrade over Jonah Jackson right now. It doesn't seem like it because all those top guards are off the market. But will they invest the 29th pick overall on a guard that they feel will eventually be an upgrade?
It feels like you can find a starter, but you don't just need a guy. You don't just need a body. You need a good player, and it'll be intriguing to see. The scary part is tread on the tires of Ragnow, coupled with losing Jonah Jackson, could really debilitate this offensive line. I don't want to see Graham Glasgow at center, Owasika and Sorsdahl at guard. That feels like that would be really risky. So I hope there's either another move to be made for a starting caliber guard and a good one, or the home run draft pick that hits the ground running at that position.
I am intrigued by what Jansen says, and that is, what if you move Decker inside to guard and then move Sewell back over to the left tackle where he probably belongs, and then you're looking at the right tackle position a little bit differently.
Seems like an overhaul that comes with a high degree of risk of backfiring, but could be interesting. A lot of feedback coming in on Goff. We will get to that coming up today at 12:48. Plus your phone calls. Are you comfortable with Jared Goff at $50 million a year? Cousins gets 45. Safe assumption Goff gets more. I suppose that can be debated. Hey, spring forward into truck season at Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Hurry in now, because as the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of trucks for the choosing, like the legendary Silverado or an SUV, if that's more your style. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has all kinds of Equinoxes for you to select from. Whatever you decide on, you can take it home today. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Derrick Henry, free agent running back. There you go. Ring the bell. 2-year, $16 million deal worth up to $20 million, including $9 million full guaranteed, is going to the Baltimore Ravens. Baltimore Ravens, that according to Adam Schefter, who works for ESPN, is reporting that. So, Derrick Henry off to Baltimore.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
It is tough. I have to admit, when you see big moves like that and how you go, my God, Baltimore, wow. And we got Marcus Davenport. But so I get what people, they get frustrated. I will go back to the Albert Breer graphic that he tweeted out earlier today. 2 years ago, the top 11 free agents. The names were Terrion Armstead, Von Miller, J.C. Jackson, Chandler Jones, Carlton Davis, interesting, Brandon Sheriff, Marcus Williams, Allen Robinson, Randy Gregory, Devondre Campbell, Laken Tomlinson. Those were the top 11. 7 of those are no longer with their teams. 2 of them have restructured their deals for less money. And a conclusion drawn by Albert Breer, a lot of mistakes are made this week. So a lot of big deals get signed, a lot of money gets thrown around, but when you don't have a team that's going to play that game, it feels like you're getting passed by. But their slow and steady way that they've operated came within a hair of going to the Super Bowl and playing a team they'd already beaten.
I mean, look, the Derrick Henry contract, the reason I went, I kind of sighed, it's not because the Lions missed. The Lions don't need a running back. But I look at a guy, just a workhorse like Derrick Henry, who's been nothing short of being a Hall of Famer, and it's a 2-year, $16 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
They could be worth $20 million when all is said and done, and it's just, I always bristled that running backs are used and abused by the league. They used to be the highest paid players in the league. That's a long time ago now.
Yep.
And the league has changed where now they're disposable. And it will always bother me that they don't get paid more than what they do.
All right, we mentioned Goff, that he might get $50 million. Here's what is coming into the inbox. I was all for extending Goff until I saw what Hooker looked like in a Lions uniform. Dude looks like a warrior in that uniform. I'm ready to move on. That's not a real text, is it? That's a troll. That's a troll. Troll in the house. Ken, you put that in there because it's a troll, right?
I'm just sending text over.
Right.
I don't know. That's all I do.
Kane doesn't have an agenda.
Next one. Goff is not worth $45 million. Don't re-sign him. Let him get through this year, then franchise tag him if need be. No need to handcuff and prepare for the future.
But he is worth it. It's the market that's out there right now, and this is what they just signed for, right?
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins just signed for $45 million. There's not a whole lot of difference between Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff. Age is the difference. Production-wise, they're similar quarterbacks. Goff has had more success in the playoffs.
Here's the thing.
Than what Cousins has had. He's also played on better teams, but
if you
that's the basement level you're looking at.
Have him play through this contract this year and franchise him, he'll cost you north of $50 the year after if he plays on the franchise tag. Now, it's only a 1-year commitment to him, and maybe by then you'll say it's time to move on. You don't need to extend him now. I'm comfortable with extending him now because I think you get him cheaper. And I do think he'll be able to play for the next few years in Detroit. And, he's their guy. I'm also a little worried about, hey, they finally changed the culture. Let's keep this locker room happy.
Well, I don't know from a contract from a money standpoint, what makes the most sense for the Lions. Is it to let him play out next season where you're going to extend him, but you're going to let him play out the year because you're going to have to extend St. Brown right now. He's the top priority, I guess, and probably a Lee McNeil right after that. Do you let him play the whole year out and then you give him the extension?
What?
After the season? Well, then it'd be, I guess, a new contract.
Keep in mind that can cost you a lot more money long run, and that player might say, I'm not signing anything. I'll go to free agency. Thank you. That could happen.
Well, if that happens, then you part ways and say, okay, if you wanted to go, then you wanted to go. I mean,
I'm not in a place personally. I'm not in a place where I want to take that risk right now. But Others would be. 248-539-9797. Next one. Goff needs to realize which teams resuscitated him. Which team resuscitated him. He needs to understand he will not play like he has anywhere else. If Goff keeps this in mind at contract time, he can help the Lions. Either you want to win the Super Bowl or you do not. That's from an unnamed texter.
Okay, if Jared Goff were a free agent right now, do you think Atlanta would pay him at least $45 million?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I do.
I mean, I think we get hung up on numbers without recognizing that the cap goes up every year, and not by a little, by a lot. And it's the bias you have, the recency bias of seeing what a quarterback just got, and then now you're going to have our quarterback is going to set the market. Well, it won't be there for long.
Yeah, what's the percentage? Because this coming, if he signs a contract now, the 2025 season will be the season when he takes up the highest percentage of the cap. Because the cap, if his number is steady, the cap will keep going up and his percentage will go down. So over the course of the contract, just by having him under contract, you're freeing up cap space in year 2, year 3, year 4. Guys, Brad Holmes has been an excellent drafter. His trades and free agent signings have been mediocre at best. I'm not thrilled at all with what he did yesterday. He seems to have an infatuation with guys who get hurt all the time. I think the $20 to $24 million cap hit next year could have been better spent. That's from Marlon.
Well, trades, I think he's done well with the trades, right? You had to trade Stafford. They were forced to do it.
Did a hell of a job with that.
They did a great job with that trade. What other trades has he made? He made the trade to acquire Carlton Davis, a 3rd-round pick, and you're getting 6th-round picks in return, 2 6th-round picks in return. I mean, we'll wait and see how that one looks, but it doesn't bother me. When he traded DeAndre Swift, was that a good move?
That was a good move. Traded TJ Hawkinson, was that a good move? Actually, yeah, it kind of is. Even though the 3rd-round pick isn't like great, they then drafted over him.
Right. Well, remains to be seen. That we like our guy.
I'm going to go ahead and say
Laporta. Well, Hawkinson's awfully good.
Laporta is going to be better than TJ Hawkinson.
Oh, my.
Full stop, Gator.
Wow. I don't know if I'd go full stop.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know if it even really means
Although right now, Minnesota doesn't even have a quarterback right now.
Yeah,
so
I
who knows?
really love Sam Laporta. I mean, I think he has a strong chance to be better than TJ Hawkinson. And let me punctuate it with my favorite colorism, and it's not even close.
Okay. Because Justin Fields hasn't been traded yet.
Dude, talk about a market that dried up quick.
Does he end up in Minnesota?
So their GM has already shown that he'll trade in the division. He traded with the Lions. Would he trade a quarterback in the division? Would he put his brand new toy up against the one that he discards? I don't know if he's comfortable doing that.
I don't know either, but if you've got no bidders, you got to do something. You can't you're going to release them for nothing?
I don't know, man. Did they wait too long?
They may have
Or
waited
did they now are they like, I guess we're going to keep them?
Or do they overvalue what they thought they had?
I don't know, but
I mean, I value Justin Fields higher than most.
Look, I want the Bears to completely F up this offseason.
Yeah.
And
they're on their way.
And the way this is going with Justin Fields, they might lose the resource for next to nothing. Because outside of the Vegas Raiders, is there anybody else bidding on him that we've heard?
Doesn't sound like it. And now it also may not matter because, you want to talk about recovery like Brad Holmes has recovered from some bad free agent signings because of the draft. Look, if they let Justin Fields go because they believe in Caleb Williams ends up being the truth, then it doesn't even matter.
No, probably not. But they could have got something for him. I mean, it's like Carolina held on to Brian Burns too long. I hope the Bears have held on to
dumbest. That might be the dumbest move in the NFL in a long time. And there have been some dumb moves.
That and the Russell Wilson contract.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're competing with each other.
You got it.
Next one. Do not sign Goff to an extension. Let him play out his contract while you evaluate Hooker. I find it hard to believe Holmes would use a 3rd-round pick on a backup. They see something in this kid. If it's not there, then sign Goff. Sean from Florida. So I guess I view the backup quarterback spot as like a starter. And what I mean by that is I want to have a player that can start at my backup spot. I value it a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if he traded up to get a backup quarterback that he believes in, that he believes will be a very good one. But I also think this is a little bit of what he says. He really loved the talent, and it's not about anything other than the draft is about accruing and hoarding talent.
Yeah, I think the value was there. I think if he never got hurt, he could have been the first quarterback taken.
All right, there was a tweet that went out last night linking the Lions to a player. How much would that change your impact or your impression, rather, of what's happened early here in free agency if this player comes to Detroit? We will get to that today at 105, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Red Wings are in Buffalo tonight, hoping to snap a 5-game losing streak. You have to go back to December, the last time the two teams matched up, which ended in a 5-3 Wings win. Alex Lyon will start in goal for Detroit. Derek Lalonde sharing this morning that Dylan Larkin will be reevaluated at the 2-week mark of his injury, which falls this Saturday. Here's Lalonde on what needs to improve tonight. All eyes locally on Oakland men's basketball today as they look to clinch their first NCAA tournament berth since 2012. Milwaukee, the last team standing in the way, a team that has gotten hot at the right time despite being the 6th seed. Oakland did beat them twice in the regular season, however, including one in double overtime. Lions D lineman John Kaminsky taking one for the team as he agreed to lower his salary by just over $2 million in the second year of a 2-year deal coming up. He'll be making $2.5 million with a $500,000 signing bonus this year. The team added another weapon to the pass rush late yesterday as well, inking Marcus Davenport to a 1-year deal. This just in, the Ravens picked up Derrick Henry on a 2-year, $20 million deal, including $9 million guaranteed in the first year. Henry had 490 yards and 5 touchdowns for the Titans last year. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Can I just kind of go a bit off topic here and tell you something I'm not a fan of?
As long as you don't say one thing.
Well, it's the one thing.
If it's something maybe you just saw on a television set, I don't want to hear about it.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even know what you're referencing.
Something you've been referencing for about 2 weeks now.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to do that anymore. All right. Not a big fan of this Boeing story. Have you not been seeing what's going on? About how all the audits on these planes, these 737 MAXs. Can we ground these effing things, please? And thank you. Like 33 of 90 failed inspection.
Oh, well, that's not good.
Some ridiculous number like that. Don't quote me. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. What are we waiting for? These are the ones that the doors just kind of fly off.
Oh, well. Yeah. Let's take a look at the door.
Can we just ground them now?
How about you would just secure a door? Is that
I think if it was that easy, it'd be done. But maybe it is that easy. Maybe that's why they haven't been grounded. But
get some twist ties.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about any shortcuts, any failed audits. None of that when it comes to the planes that we fly in. Can we avoid that at all costs?
I understand.
Yeah.
I don't plan on flying anytime soon, so I'm, other people I may be flying soon.
The company failed 33 of 89 audits during an examination conducted by the FAA after a door blew off an Alaskan Airlines jet in January. That in today's New York Times.
Well, they're on notice now. You should feel more comfortable. They're on notice.
I don't know if I've been on a 737 MAX.
I couldn't tell you the difference between.
Can't you?
No.
I always pay attention to that stuff. I'm not a geek by any stretch of the imagination, but I always know what kind of plane I'm on.
I mean, I don't know what's the one that has the 3 rows. You get the 3, the 5, and the 3, or whatever.
747 or
what is that? I don't know. What's the big one?
L1011? Yeah.
I don't know. Usually I fly in one that has 3 and 3.
Don't you pick up and look at the little security placard you get? No?
Security placard?
Yeah, how to secure the air mask that comes from the ceiling and where the exits are. They could be in front of you or behind you.
Sorry, when you actually get in the plane and go to normally
be aware that the closest exit might be behind you.
I'm making my best effort to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Curl up against the window and fall asleep.
Well,
so as not to lean into the person next to me.
But do you do that before the security briefing?
I try to avoid the security.
So you know how to buckle the seatbelt.
I do know how. I'm familiar with how to buckle the seatbelt, and I also know where the nearest exit row is.
Okay,
I'm familiar with that. I feel like I can skip most of that talk, if not all.
The seatbelt thing down.
Yeah, I got it.
Good to know. Secure the mask on the children next to you.
Yeah,
well,
not you. If I have a kid,
you won't.
Well, I'm not bringing kids with me, so I don't have to worry about it. Hey, comes down, secure it, pulls tight to my.
So did you also see this number that's going around about the Nebraska-Iowa women's basketball game?
Oh, for the tune-in factor?
Yeah. It was something like Duke, North Carolina men's got a 3.1 million views. Nebraska, Iowa got 3.02 million views. And in fact, I think they said that it actually had more households. I don't know how that's, what the difference is, but.
And didn't they have a game? Like, this isn't even the highest rated one they had. They had one last week, didn't it? Go up to they peaked at 4.3 or something.
Did they?
Good for them.
Yep.
Good for them.
Dude, Michigan had them down 6 early.
Yeah. And they only lost by what, 30?
Something like that.
I actually tuned in for one of the games recently.
Did you?
And they were showing some statistic on I think it's the center for Iowa.
Okay.
And what she had done, like the last time she played whoever they were playing against, had like 48 points. And I'm like, somebody had 48 points for Iowa, and it wasn't Caitlin Clark. How good is this team?
Well, they're really good. They're not South Carolina good, but.
Apparently not.
No.
But we'll see.
Did you see that, by the way, the South Carolina LSU fight?
I know. I still didn't watch the brawl on that one, though.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark nearly top viewership for Blue Bloods Duke, North Carolina on Saturday, which averaged a 3.08 million. Clark and Iowa got a 3.02. They had the Iowa-Illinois men's game on, and she was like incognito in the crowd. That's how she's now a legitimate star. All right. So Jacina Anderson last night tweeted out that she was told the Titans, Bengals, and Lions are among the teams showing strong interest in defensive tackle DJ Reader, per sources. I would very much like DJ Reader to be in an ad in this free agent class, coming off an injury.
Torn quad.
Yeah, feels like he would be not a guy in line to get necessarily a long-term contract, but he would help at the defensive tackle spot. This would be an example of what I would describe as a good addition, not a great addition.
Well, if he can come back completely healthy, sure. I agree with that. Otherwise, this just looks like it would be a typical Brad Holmes free agent signing, is giving a guy a 1-year contract. Somebody has an injured history, and you get nervous about things like that. He's been a good player in the league, though.
I mean, let's face it. He's done it in the draft too with Jamison Williams and Hendon Hooker. He's not. It doesn't scare him. No. It doesn't scare him. And I'm going with the premise that the Lions don't have complete and total morons running the organization now. We have plenty of evidence that tells us otherwise. These are we calling these calculated risks? Are they taking calculated risks? Do you think there's medical personnel advising them on these injuries?
Would have to assume.
I would hope so.
These 1-year deals don't mean anything to me because it's literally hit or miss, right? I mean, it's very binary because forget the Lions. Just go around the league. So am I supposed to applaud everyone else's 1-year deals as well? I mean, I'm not saying these are bad 1-year deals by Holmes, but everyone does this. And because they're worried. These guys come with injury history or they haven't performed or whatever it is. Look at, Javon Kinlaw, Shaq Barrett, 1-year deal. I think if they signed here, we'd be saying the same thing. Oh, is this, maybe you can find it here again or whatever. And I'm not against Davenport. It's a 1-year deal. I think he's more of a depth guy, to be honest with you. He's a guy to back up Pascal, set the edge. I think the guy they're hoping to pass rush is Houston to go alongside Hutch. But as far as Davenport, 1-year deal, whatever. This happens all the time in the league everywhere.
I have no issue with the 1-year contract. None. And no, because the Lions have so many big contracts looming, big extensions looming, that these 1-year contracts make all the sense in the world because it won't affect those even a little bit. It has no effect on re-signing Amon-Ra St. Brown. None, because those contracts don't take effect until next year. Now, moving forward, because they do have to re-sign these guys, once those players are signed and then those contracts start to kick in the 2025 season and beyond, then the free agent market's going to look different for the Lions because it's almost like absolutely not going to sign a guy to 3-year contracts. Like they just probably won't be able to do it financially. But we'll worry about that later. I'm worried about the 2024 season. And the Lions just came off a season where they competed for the NFC Championship, damn near made it to the Super Bowl. They're not far away. They really aren't. It wasn't. I mean, we talked earlier in the show. It wasn't a fluky season.
No, I don't feel there was anything about that was a fluke.
I don't think it was a fluky season. I mean, they start the year beating Kansas City in Kansas City. They finished the year losing to San Francisco in the NFC Championship game at San Francisco, where they led by 17 at the half, and everything in between. There was a lot of good and a little bit of bad and a little bit of awful. But for the most part, it was like, that's a pretty good team. I like this team. It can get better. And they need to address that. And there are still some moves that need to be made. But for this year, I feel like they've got an opportunity in front of them still with the 1-year contracts that they can give out there to improve this team, maybe even dramatically, and really compete for to get back to the championship game.
All right, feedback coming in, 248-539-9797. Yeah, there's some people that weren't happy. The Lions, in their mind, didn't win Monday, and now they're doomed. Look, it's a long process, the offseason. Yesterday was kind of day one of the 2024 season. They got better at corner, probably got worse at guard overall. I think it's a pretty safe assumption because they haven't replaced Jonah Jackson. They did bring back Glasgow. Kind of stayed the same at defensive end. That doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to move the needle, but there were moves they didn't make. But still, cap space. And this is an attractive destination. I suspect there'll be something else that happens this offseason that trumps the trade for Carlton Davis as their biggest offseason acquisition. I'm predicting that will happen. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Having a new Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water has so many health benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save $1,000 or more when you bundle the Connecticut Premier Water Softener with a K5 drinking water system. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Need plumbing? CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of your plumbing needs quickly and efficiently. CGC Water Treatment, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Gator, were you ever a catcher in baseball?
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes. Yeah, I because I wanted to wear the equipment.
Okay.
So when I first played Little League,
I think that appeals to every kid at one point. I want
And
to
then
put on all the gear.
And then you put on the gear and you're like, no, I don't want to do this. I
Mhm.
don't want to squat for 6 innings, 7 innings, 9 innings, whatever it's going to be, whatever level. But I did catch for a little bit. And when I went to fantasy camp in 2006, I caught there. Steve Kemp was my fantasy coach. And when I was introduced to him, because they were already warming up for the first game, but I was doing the morning show and couldn't get dressed and down onto the field until it was almost 10:30. And I think the first pitch was like 10:30. And they're like, he comes up and goes, "Hey, Gator, how are you?" I'm like, good. He goes, "Hey, you look like a catcher." And I just start laughing like, "You need me to catch?" He goes, "Yep." He goes, "John Hiller's been catching, and hey, Johnny's like in his 60s. It doesn't make sense."
All right. So did you ever throw anybody out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I was never a catcher. But I just was watching. Bally's did put a tweet out there. Carson Kelly's catching for the Tigers today. A strike him out, throw him out, double play.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's got to be gunning somebody down when you're catching has to be one of the most gratifying feelings in sports. I always think that the catchers, they'll fire it down a second, they'll throw a guy out, and then they invariably will take the mask off, have it sit on top of their head, kind of stand behind home plate, hike up the pants a little bit. Make sure everybody sees, because they'll go to a tight shot of the catcher every single time. And he'll be, "Yeah, I did that. He tried to run on me, and I gunned his ass down."
Now, keep in mind, whenever I did it, I was a kid.
Yep.
So I believe it was back before you even were allowed to take leadoffs. So if you were going to steal the base, you had to have your foot on the bag
Right.
before the pitcher, once he threw. I think the ball, you maybe had to be in the catcher's mitt before you could take off. I have a decent arm, but not one that brings a ton of velocity. So it was one of those things, you do it, and yes, 100%, you are thrilled by it.
Yep.
It was my experience that as you got older, that the catchers that were trying to throw guys out, 99% of the time, they weren't going to do it. But if they were just trying to show off the arm.
Well, good for them. I mean, but I think about the feelings in sports that must feel great that I never experienced. Catching and throwing a guy out trying to steal second,
great.
I think would feel great. Hitting the ball over the fence and jogging around the bases would feel great. But having just a sick handle in basketball and completely spinning somebody, breaking their ankles.
There you go.
I think it would feel great.
Dunking?
I did that.
All right.
Yeah, but the ones you don't, like the catcher throwing a guy out at second base, looks so badass. I got that guy. Look at this guy.
I think
and the helmet up, take the mask off, make sure everybody sees who did it. Is I think part of the entire process.
I think same thing, gunning somebody out from the outfield.
Yeah.
Throwing it home.
Did you just try and run on me?
Right. Or I played in a softball game. We had a station softball game years ago against one of our other stations in the family.
Mm-hmm.
And I was playing out in left field. I fielded a ball, a line drive hit to me. It caught it. And there was a guy who was going to try to score.
Is tagging?
And I gunned it. And it wasn't, I didn't throw it all the way home. I threw it to the third baseman, hit the cutoff man perfectly. He turned, gunned it over to home, out at the plate.
Yeah, it's a great
Felt
feeling.
fantastic.
It's a great feeling. And I think I did that. I think I did that once from center field in an adult league softball game. Ball got hit to the fence. I picked it up and fired a one hopper to home plate. And the guy rounding third trying to score, stopped 3/4 of the way down the line. But I didn't do that a lot either. I could catch fly balls. I didn't have a great arm. But yeah, these are feelings I'm jealous of that people get to do. I mean, I wonder what it's like to win a race, a foot race. I'm slower than erosion, so I'm not winning too many foot races.
I have no idea what it's like to win a foot race.
That there'd be 6-7 people, and I'm out in front.
I was out.
What's that?
I was out. So you had 6-7 people, and you're in a foot race. Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, you're not even trying.
No, I'm just out.
You're just out. Okay.
After 2 steps, I'm 3 steps behind.
I think that probably feels great. But
if you had speed, yeah, there's certain things with athleticism. If you had that, you feel pretty good about having.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you have the ability to leap, oh yeah, I got a 36-inch vertical leap. I have no idea what that's like. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I can run a 4.5 40.
Yeah, believe me. Nobody was going, Wow, what a dunk. I mean, it was like you just barely got that over the rim.
But you did.
There was one. I had one. All right, feedback coming in regarding the day one of free agency. Keith writes in, ha, Doug. It's literally day one and people are freaking out. People can't wait to give up on everything.
This is true.
Yeah. I mean, maybe part of it is just realizing how many different ways teams have had success and teams have won championships, that you don't want to get locked into it's only this way and this way. I think I probably did this, like come up with a strategy in bidding in fantasy football, and this is how I'm going to try and do it, and I'm just going to do it this way, and I wasn't flexible. And I think you got to try and carve a plan A, B, C, and D, and I'm sure the Brad Holmes has all of those. Next text. Our first good year in years, and so many fans turn into Chicken Littles on the first day of the tampering period. The new league year hasn't even started yet. No, technically it starts tomorrow. I mean, in reality, though, it started yesterday.
Right, but this happens every year. I mean, every year it's just, we do the same shows. Well, we haven't always had the tampering, but it feels like once free agency starts, the big names go right off the bat. They've got their deals. You know about their deals. They come, the first the signings announced, and then like 10 minutes later, the details come out. And when the first 24 hours is done, it's a flurry, right? Yep. And then you get half the big time free agents are gone. And if your team doesn't have one, you're like, what are we doing? That's just the nature of the business. It's also human nature.
An unnamed texter writes in, Brad Holmes says he's never going to take a chance on a big number one guy and pay a lot of money. Where he rolls the dice is taking chances on these injured dudes who could be injured again, or they could pay off big time. There's truth to that. He does not shy away from injured players, and previous Lions regimes, because everything backfired and because the seasons never lived up to expectations and because there was always thinking they should have been better, those things were magnified when they took those chances. Like they took a chance on Emmanuel Mosley. They did not take a chance on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The Emmanuel Mosley chance they took, it backfired. Wasn't the same injury, but he got hurt again. I don't know if Jonah Jackson's injury history played a role. I suspect it didn't, because the player they traded for yesterday has been injured more frequently than Jonah Jackson. Carlton Davis hasn't had a full year in the NFL yet. I don't think he's had one season of more than 13 games. I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, and it's a one-year deal. It's the rest of the season for $14 million. The difference is Jonah Jackson was going to cost you $17 for $3 million, and doesn't want to get into that territory. But he will make the big splashes. The big splashes are going to be when he gives Jared Goff a contract that's going to be around $200 million.
Yep.
The big splash is going to be when he gives Amon-Ra St. Brown a contract that might be pushing $110 million for 3 years or whatever, or for 4 years. The same thing's going to come with Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell's he's going to set the market for offensive linemen. He will set the market for offensive linemen. And the Lions would be foolish to let him go to free agency. These are the things in the next couple of years we're going to see. We're going to go, wow. Look at these contracts. And then Aiden Hutchinson's contract comes up, and we're like, can we afford to pay this? We're paying all this. Yikes.
I think they're planning on it.
I think they're planning on it too.
I don't have a problem with Brad Holmes' process and the way he does things. Clearly, he has a way of doing things. Re-signing his own, draft, develop, re-sign, right? Yep. The issue I think people have in general is, you know what kind of guys you get, generally speaking, with one-year deals? Injured guys that haven't lived up to potential, guys that aren't good anymore, and guys that are old. Generally speaking, that's why they're on one-year deals. So how much better are you getting by continually adding one-year guys? And so I think people see a window right now where you were that close to the Super Bowl, and you're out there signing one-year deal guys.
I think he tells you we'll get better in the draft.
You have to get better somewhere, right?
But I mean, you get better with your own roster. We talked about the maturation process.
Sure,
second year and third year players.
But so does everyone else in the league.
Yeah,
they're assuming they get better.
If you're doing better in the draft than the other teams, you've already got a head start on them, and you've got more guys. So, look, I mean, it's going to be an interesting test of the theory. This is the way he's approaching it, and not everybody does it. 248-539-9797. All right, I got an appointment. I'm out. Gator's going to take you home. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good rest of the show, Gator. Appreciate you helping a brother out. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Doug on his way out, so we will be back to full optimum capacity tomorrow. Take your calls and text 248-539-9797. Same number for both. If you want to participate, we're talking obviously free agency frenzy, what's gone on the last couple of days. There's still some really big names out there. Daniil Hunter has not been signed. And Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't even seen any teams really linked to him at this point.
I haven't seen anything either. Maybe, I Obviously, his price tag is high. Maybe it's a little too high. The Vikings went in a different direction because it's not like they didn't spend money. The Vikings went out and spent money. They just went and spent it elsewhere. So, I mean, in a dream world, is he this year's C.J. Gardner-Johnson, where the market just really fizzles? And that's a 1-year deal, guy, where I would be like, hey, that's an exception to the rule where he is very talented. The market just fizzled out. He'll do another one. He'll do a 1-year prove-it deal. But I don't see that happening.
I don't see it happening either, right? But I'm the one who's been preaching patience this whole time when it comes to free agents. You can get some great deals on guys late. You know, I'm going to keep an eye on Stephon Gilmore, Jadeveon Clowney, Justin Simmons, just to name a few guys, right? If this thing plays out longer and longer, and Danielle Hunter is not getting the contract offers that he wants, and let's say that he wants some deal that's going to be 4 years for $120 million. He wants $30 million a year as a pass rusher, and he had a hell of a season last year. Great year to have when you're a free agent, and nobody wants to give it to him. Dare to dream that the Lions could be there with cap space when all is said and done with free agency, and like, you know what? We have plenty of cap space. Would you be willing to do a 1-year, $24 million deal? Something like that, or 1-year, $20 million deal. Whatever. You know, other teams maybe they don't want to commit that kind of money for a 1-year deal. But because the Lions are in a position right now where 1-year deals make all the sense in the world for them, and because that's a position of need where that upgrade is massive, that's the holdout scenario. I think that is absolutely the holdout scenario. Please, please, please don't let him sign with anybody long term. Let this drag out as long as possible. And then reports going, why isn't he signed with him? Why isn't he signed anybody? Well, maybe, just maybe. Now, do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. I think someone's going to pay him and give him a long-term 3 or 4 year contract. Like, he's not extraordinarily young. This isn't like his first contract up for. So I can see why teams would be reluctant to go for. But the fact that he's still out there and there's not even a whisper of who's talking to him, I find that interesting. I find it really interesting. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Love to get your thoughts on what's going on with Lions and free agency. And do you think it's going too slow for you, even though it's only 2 days? Do you approve of the trade they made yesterday to get Carlton Davis? It cost them a 3rd-round pick. They get 2 6th-round picks in return, which are kind of inconsequential unless you want to move up from the 6th to the 5th. But they're getting a guy who, when healthy, I feel like that's the qualifier to add with Brad Holmes when it comes to free agency with anything. It's when healthy, these guys are actually really good players. Carlton Davis is an outstanding corner when healthy, but he's not been able to stay healthy. But he's also gotten accolades from other players in the league. Like Jamar Chase said he's the best corner he's faced.
Carlton Davis, I think he's a good corner. I don't think he's a great corner. They played a lot more zone in Tampa than they do here in Detroit. I know Aaron Glenn and Campbell, they want to play more man, and Carlton Davis is a better man cover corner. So I went back last year and looked at just what the receivers did against Carlton Davis. With that being said, they did play more zone and not man.
Right.
He played, first game was against Minnesota, Justin Jefferson, right? Now, he wasn't exclusively on Jefferson, and it wasn't all man, but Jefferson had 9 catches and 150 yards. Now, Justin Jefferson's one of the best, if not the best, receivers in the league, so he'll do that to a lot of people.
What did Justin Jefferson do against the Lions? You know, 200 yards.
Well, we're assuming Carlton Davis is a better cornerback, though.
Yeah.
I mean, and then Chicago, guess what? Carlton Davis was injured. So I go back to Green Bay. What do you do against Green Bay and their receivers? Carlton Davis was injured. So, yeah, this guy is nicked up a lot the last couple years. When healthy, maybe in a better system, better scheme that fits him better, maybe he will do better. He's definitely better than what the Lions had.
Well, that's
so there's no doubt about that. But they had with all due respect to Jerry Jacobs and Vildor, it wasn't going to take much to get better.
No, it's not. But that's the point. Is you want to make sure that your roster is better from 1 year to the next, and there'll be a point where you get diminishing returns where your roster isn't as good. But hopefully, you're a good enough team where if you start down that path, you're still competitive in a playoff situation. You have to ask yourself, are the Lions better in the secondary today than what they were 2 days ago before free agency began? And the answer is yes, but you're not like shouting from the rooftops, here we come.
No, they're definitely better in the secondary. I give you that 100%. But they also technically got worse on the offensive line.
Yeah, that's That's where a concern is. And that's what I would love to know what the evaluation is within Detroit, their own circles of their own players. When it comes to Sorsdahl and Awasika, how highly do they rate those players at that position at left guard? Is it enough where these guys are every bit as good as say Graham Glasgow is? They think that the trajectory is strong for these players. I can't imagine that either player is viewed at as being as good as Jackson was, but Jackson's not here. Well, $17 million a year priced him out.
Yeah, that's the question. I totally understand why they didn't bring back Jonah Jackson. That's a big contract. So they went with Graham Glasgow, who has more versatility, clearly cheaper. The question is the gap between Jonah Jackson and the next guy, and the gap between Carlton Davis and Vildor and Jerry Jacobs, right? Does that make up for more overall? Are you a better team because of that?
Yeah, and it's still a work in progress.
Yeah, and free agency isn't done either.
Right.
Draft is still coming up. So
and they added Marcus Davenport at defensive end. I think he's got higher upside than perhaps what Doug. Doug doesn't seem like he's jazzed at all about Marcus Davenport. I've seen flashes where the guy looks he's really good, but they're just flashes, I guess. And
I go back to there's reasons why these guys are on 1 year deals.
Yeah, exactly.
Cleveland Farrell is a 1 year deal. Shaq Barrett 1 year deal. Javon Kinlaw 1 year deal. Yeah, you can say the exact same thing about those guys. I've seen flashes.
Yeah. And what you're really hoping is that James Houston comes to camp completely healthy and charged up and ready to dominate. That's what you're hoping for. 248-539-9797. Damon is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Damon.
Hey, how you doing today, man?
All right.
So I actually like the Carlton Davis trade because when you think about it, you don't have to give up the first round pick and pay him $20 million that you would have had to give up with Ladarius Sneed. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we outside of the cornerback market because what's the corner in Cleveland that they've been saying is on the market? Not Ward. They second corner who's actually pretty good.
A free agent?
No. He's on the team, but they put him on the market.
I'd have to check that. Looking at their depth chart, is it Newsom?
Newsom, there you go, Greg Newsom. I actually think Greg Newsom, like that doesn't necessarily take us out of the running for it, like trading for a Greg Newsom. I actually like the pick. I actually like the trade. I think it was cheaper. I think it was definitely an upgrade over what we had last year, and I think it still puts us in the market for another corner.
Well, I think, and thanks for the call, Damon. They can absolutely sign another corner, and I would advocate that they go for kick the tires and Stephon Gilmore on a 1 year deal. And at 33 years old, can't imagine he's thinking he's going to get too much more than that. Maybe he's thinking he can get a 2 year deal out of it. But the way they write the contracts, it's almost like he'd void the second year at some point and let him go anyway. But what's the price going to be? I don't know. But they've got cap space to do it. Stephon Gilmore added to this team would absolutely improve the secondary. There's no question about that. And then now you're looking at a group that might be quite competent there that can overcome an injury, and you're starting to add some more depth there. But I'm not sure it's the biggest area of concern. It was going into free agency, but now that you know that Jonah Jackson is not back, does that increase the urgency about the offensive line and the guard position? Is it simply make the 29th pick in the draft? Do you make up your mind and say, if you're the Lions, you got to land the best interior offensive lineman you're going to get?
I mean, if we know Brad Holmes, there's no way he thinks like that.
Yeah.
He just doesn't think where you draft for need over talent.
But if he views the player,
I mean, if it happens to fit, yes, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, and then you're like, I think fans are going to come down to interior offensive lineman versus cornerback. I think that's where it comes to.
Fans draft by position of need. They don't draft by player because, with all due respect to the fans and us, we don't have the tape. We don't have
we don't
the scouts,
have the one-on-one interviews and
they have that information. So as much as a fan might want a guard or a DB at 29, Holmes and company might look at that and go, yeah, but this wide receiver is way better than those two guys. I'm going to draft the wide or whatever position, that it's just a better player.
Which you would love to know ahead of time, because I think that when it comes to the draft, we all trust in Holmes, right? And if you had a conversation with him completely off the record behind closed doors somewhere, and you're like, hey, man, what do you like in the draft? And he's like, we love this guard center combo. We love this guy. We think he's great. And, hopefully he's there at 29. If he's not, we're willing to move up to get him. Okay, then it would alleviate my concerns in free agency. But you don't know. But what I do is I do trust Brad Holmes when it comes to the draft. Free agency is a little bit of a different story. I like the one-year deals because, there's not a whole lot of pain that comes with that if it doesn't work out. You're like, oh, well, didn't work out. It's 1 year. At least it's not a 4-year deal and you're stuck with this guy like the previous regimes have been stuck with free agents for far too long. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text if you want to get into it that way. Look, I think with the signings we've seen in the last, day and a half here of free agency, really, it's just been 24 hours, 25 hours of free agency. Signings have already been made. I think that it is a little scary for what the future is for the Lions and how limited they might be in doing things to really and truly improve the team. We'll get into that next and get your thoughts as well. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so here's why I'm a little nervous about the future with the Lions and being able to add players of need when it comes outside of the draft. And that's why the draft is so important for them. We just saw some deals for players that are going to be scary, because it's going to set up what our player is going to get. When the receiver Pittman got his deal from Indianapolis, I think it's like a $24 million deal or $25 million a year deal. What does that mean for Amon-Ra St. Brown? If the ceiling is capped at $30 million because of Tyreek Hill's salary, and I think we can agree that he shouldn't get paid what Tyreek Hill gets, but he's going to get north of what Pittman gets because he's better. So you're looking at $27, $28 million a year. You saw Kirk Cousins sign for $45 million a year, and everybody seems to think that that's the basement level for what Jared Goff will get. Is Goff going to get $50 million a year? It's not out of line. Add that to the mix. Then you saw what Wilkins got, defensive tackle, and Chris Jones, what he got at defensive tackle. This guy's getting like $30 million a year. Now, Aleem McNeil's not going to get that, but is Aleem McNeil going to get a $20 million a year contract? And then when Aiden Hutchinson comes up, is he going to get a $30 million a year contract? Just saying, these are all adding up. They're going to end up with a handful of players getting well north of $20 million a season that 2-3 years down the line, when we get to free agency, we're going to be like, going to try to find bargains. This is why it's vitally important that Brad Holmes continues to be the draft ninja that he has been. And we hope that they're going to add a couple more players to the mix this year that'll be guys that can plug and play.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to re-sign all your guys as much as you want to. They literally just lost Jonah Jackson, who was a third-round pick, who played well above where I think, where he was drafted. Same thing might happen to Lee McNeil. You don't know. You're going to have to pick and choose guys. And that's why you need guys that are kind of mid-tier, like Alex Anzalone. He's very important to his team, but he's not getting paid top 5 linebacker money.
No, he's not.
So you need guys like that sprinkled throughout the team, throughout the roster, because St. Brown's getting, those high-paid, high-position players are going to get paid.
And that's where I'm a little worried, because when you start to add them up together, at some point, someone's going to be the odd man out. Like we said, that Jonah Jackson's the odd man out right now. Are one of the players I mentioned, are one of those guys going to be an odd man out? Are they going to have to, is there going to be life without Aleem McNeil in a couple of seasons? Or are they going to let somebody else walk? I don't think there's any way they let Penei Sewell walk. And he's going to set the market for offensive linemen, as he should. But these are things I'm looking at down the road that it's like you saw these numbers being thrown out there, and they're massive. Now, maybe we all calm down because the salary cap does go up each and every year, and it goes up significantly, and it's just business, and we'll see that these contracts don't matter. And again, I keep saying you find cap space out of thin air, just how it works, and you can restructure contracts all the time. And that one of the benefits of having a quarterback signed to a long-term contract for big money is that he's willing to restructure it, because that just means more guaranteed money in the deal that will help you sign guys that you need to sign. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, same or the text if you want to communicate that way. With free agency ongoing here, looking at positions that the Lions still need to address in free agency. Do they need to address the offensive line by getting another guard, or just to add more depth to the offensive line in general? I think I'd feel a lot more comfortable if that was a move that they made. And then I think it's again, the patient outlook and seeing if guys that would definitely be upgrades over what they have, when all is said and done in the next week or so and everybody's been picked over, are there some players there that would make sense that are still available on the one-year contract front?
My guess is they feel okay heading into the draft with the offensive line the way it is, with the possibility of adding a guard at any point in the draft, whether it's the first pick or their last pick. They didn't feel comfortable going into the draft with no cornerback opposite Cam Sutton. That would have been a glaring need.
Yeah.
And I don't think Brad Holmes liked to operate like that, where you're going into a draft where it's a huge hole that everyone's like, they obviously have to fill that at some point during the draft.
Yeah, and with the offensive line, they've had guys that had to play at left guard last year in Awasika and Sorsdahl that played when Jonah Jackson was hurt, and that have played other guard position when Frank Ragnow was hurt and you had to slide Glasgow over to center. So they have experience, but how much do they trust them in terms of a starting role? It remains to be seen. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if they were able to add another offensive lineman, and I'm still holding out that you can go out and get a Stephon Gilmore or a Justin Simmons in free agency, because I think both of those players can make a lot of sense. Do the Lions need to add another safety to the mix? I mean, yeah, they lost Gardner Johnson in the free agency, unless he comes back, which doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So they're going to need a safety. And Justin Simmons did pretty well with Denver. But is he going to get a multi-year deal from somebody else? This is where the slow play kind of comes into play. And it really doesn't concern me. I know lots of people overreact after 24 hours or 26 hours in free agency. Lots of people are going to overreact.
Oh, well, the Lions just, according to Tom Pelissaro, added to their team. More depth coming. NFL Network, Tom Pelissaro, like I said. The Lions are signing cornerback Amik Robertson, 2-year deal, $9.25 million, worth up to $10.75 million with incentives. Play with the Raiders. This is another defensive back adding to the depth of the Lions.
Huh.
So they're sorry for anyone that wanted Stephon Gilmore or even still had that dream of L'Jarius Sneed, but it looks like the Lions are adding cornerbacks in a different way. And they still might draft one as well, of course. But with Mosley coming back, the Carlton Davis trade, now Robertson signing, looks like they've added definitely some depth to their secondary.
Well, and for those wondering about Amik Robertson, diminutive in stature at 5'9", 183 pounds, 25 years old, played in the league for 4 years. He had 50 tackles last year, played all 17 games, played all 17 games the year before. 4 interceptions in the last 2 years. 2 interceptions each year when he's played every game. Mike Valenti's in studio joining us.
Oh, you better watch yourself, Scott.
Well,
you better watch yourself.
Listen, let me say
the Brad bots are going to come for you if it's anything other than you bronzing his penis.
Wow.
Oh, how dare you not just openly espouse the virtues of
Reggie Hammond from 48 Hours?
Amick Robinson, or whatever the hell his name is. What the hell are we doing here?
Well, I mean, they're 1-year contracts that they're giving guys, right? And I'm still going to hold out the hope that they'll, because I think patience pays off from free agency. And that's how you end up with C.J. Gardner-Johnson on a short-term deal, even though it didn't work out last year because he got hurt.
There's one name left that would move the needle.
Offense or defense?
Defense. You know what it is. His job is to kill the quarterback. He caused you problems for years.
You're not talking about Danielle Hunter.
Why can't I?
Well, you can, but here's the scenario I painted. Have you heard Danielle Hunter's name mentioned with any team?
San Francisco, yes.
All right, but San Francisco probably not
Yeah,
anymore.
no, they're out of
they
it.
just got, yeah. They
Gator,
just got
the point I'm making is, look, this is part of our deal. I will openly say, I don't hate Carlton Davis. I don't hate the move. But I also don't have to love it. So it's going to be, here's data. Okay, you do what you want with it. Are you in it to win it or not? Like, I look at, we're in a Super Bowl window. I want to parade down Woodward.
Yeah.
Scotty, if I hear another caller who can't even use a Texas Instruments calculator try to lecture the salary cap and worried about paying Sam Laporta in 4 years, which I heard one of your callers do, my head's going to explode. Howie Roseman is literally selling his mother's body parts for players. And we're sitting here worried about paying people in 3 years? It's insanity.
Well, it's the number of players they're going to have to sign, like, because you're going to have Sewell's going to set the market for offensive linemen.
Yes.
Right?
You know what the offset's going to be for that? Taylor Decker won't be here.
Perhaps. Then more than likely, yeah. Then you got Amon St. Brown, who's going to get $28 million a year.
Deserves every penny.
And sure,
No
I'm
problem.
not saying any of these guys don't.
No
Jared
problem.
Goff's going to get $50 million a year, $45 or $50 million a year.
Also, no problem.
Again, doing business, right?
Cap's going up by $70 million between now and 2027.
And then you're going to have Aiden Hutchinson to the
No
mix.
problem.
Lee McNeil to the mix.
Also no problem.
So at some point, though, it does become a problem.
It can, but here's what you do. This is the issue.
But right now, it's not the problem.
Right, you're in your window. Because you know what I can't... Now, I'm not mad at you. I get so frustrated because it's like if you want more, you're vilified. And it's like, no. I am thrilled with what Brad Holmes has done here and what Dan Campbell has done. But he has shown next to no acumen in free agency to go out and strike and to bring in impact. We are a player or two away from being a Super Bowl team. Do you agree with that?
No, I agree with that. I think free agency might be his Achilles heel when it comes to being a GM.
There's a little bit of, and again, he can have all his receipts, do whatever he wants. Because here's the deal: until you show me a parade down Woodward, none of your receipts belong at my store. I want to win a Super Bowl, and I'm sorry, but like, we can do better.
Is a dream? My dream scenario is this. I wonder if you think this is at all possible. That as the week goes on, that there is no movement on the Danielle Hunter front.
Okay.
He's not getting his 4-year, $120 million deal or whatever.
Okay.
Is it possible that the Lions can come in and say, we'll give you 1 year for $24 million?
Look, I'm holding out hope, buddy. I told
you.
you.
All I want him is for 1 year.
But this
I don't need him
sounds good.
I don't need him for a 5-year deal.
No, it sounds great.
All the other contracts.
You know what else sounded really good, too, would have been Brian Burns.
Yeah, for second and a fifth.
Yeah, and a fifth next year. It's the money. But guess what? Here's what you would have created. And I mean this. You would have had the best 1-2 edge rushers in football. Aiden and Brian Burns is the best duo in the game. And you know what that is? That's a non-negotiable. That's what keeps offensive coordinators up at night.
Well, let's hope that Hunter doesn't sign a long-term deal and he can throw 1 year money.
You know what else you don't have to do? You don't have to blitz nonstop.
Well,
you can just send four people and say, hopefully see that guy wearing a team number? Go get him.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah, Rico.
All right, Brad knows best. How dare you?
Sorry.
Mike and Rico
We're going to get into it next. Oh, and Panic in Hockey Town. We're going to do that at 4.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Red Wings coach Derek Lalone updating the media this morning that Dylan Larkin will be reevaluated this Saturday, which marks 2 weeks since he sustained a lower body injury. The team will look to snap a 5-game losing streak tonight as they face Buffalo on the road. Catch the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers currently in the lead against the Twins in Lakeland, 1-0. Miguel Cabrera making his coaching debut this week as part of his new special assistant role with the team. Lions D lineman John Kaminsky has agreed to lower his salary by just over $2 million in the second year of a 2-year deal coming up. He'll make $2.5 million along with a $500,000 signing bonus. Marcus Davenport also joining the pass rushing unit thanks to a 1-year deal he inked yesterday on the first evening of free agency. Amick Robertson also joining the team on a 2-year, $9.25 million deal with the Lions. Yeah, that just in. In other NFL news, Derrick Henry officially has a new landing spot. He's heading to the Ravens on a 2-year deal for $20 million with $9 guaranteed in year 1. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Tuesday, a balmy Tuesday. Rico back in the saddle. And, of course, the Lions made moves at like 6:02 last night after we got off the air, so we get to unpack that today.
Wait, we don't get to talk about the Colonel seasoning? I was really hoping we could.
I will guide you. David, let me ask you a question. I don't want to bury the lead, but like, Rico has mastered the art of player A, player B. I wanted to give Rico a gift as we start our show. And if you're a Lions fan, I think this is not a perfect example. Let me say that. And this lacks some nuance. But I'm doing it partially for effect because I want to set a tone today. Now, as a PSA, I will tell you, I can speak for Rico in this regard only. Rico and I do not hate Carlton Davis. We're not making fun of Carlton Davis. But Rico and I also, which I know many of you are afraid to talk for fear of retribution from the Bradbots, we're not happy. So let me I want to offer you player A, player B to kind of set the tone. And I want you to play along, Rico. Okay. So I had a buddy send this to me. And it's, as I said, it's imperfect. But it is something at least that sparks a conversation, okay? Player A. And would you guys mind if I rounded numbers just so it makes it easier for everyone to digest? Yeah. Okay.
6.6 and higher roundup. Yeah.
Yeah. So player A played 500 coverage snaps.
Okay.
Player B played
just last season.
Yep. Okay. 550 coverage snaps. So 500 to 550. Player A, in his 500 snaps, was targeted 71 times. Player B in 550, targeted 90 times. Okay? Player A gave up 47 catches. Player B, 57. Yards allowed. Player A, 600. Player B, call it 825. Player A had 3 interceptions. Player B had 2. Player A allowed 7 touchdowns. Player B allowed 5. Passer rating allowed. Player A, call it 108. Player B, 103. Player A made $943,000. Player B made $14.5 million. Player B is Carlton Davis.
you know I love this game because I was going to say, I think player B is Carlton Davis.
Do you know who player A is?
Jerry Jacobs.
Nailed it. A guy that Lions fans wanted thrown out of a space cannon. had a similar year last year. So I said, okay, my idiot friend sent this to me. I know Rico right now, he's going to need a wet wipe. He's one step from lighting a cigarette post-sex. Good for you.
He was so hoping I was wrong on Jared Jacobs.
I'm dead serious. So what I said is, okay.
You know what?
That lacks content. Thank you.
That's how you do a player A, player B right there.
I learned from the best. So I said, but that's not enough. Let me put more context within this. And I said, okay, also imperfect, but another reference point would be Pro Football Focus. Because, man, if you drive in, you'd think the Lions, listening to some of these other shows, you'd think the Lions just signed Dick Night Train Lane. Do you know where Carlton Davis ranked, according to Pro Football Focus last year, amongst qualified cornerbacks? There were 98 cornerbacks that qualified, played enough snaps. Essentially, if you view it as every team's 1, 2, 3.
Right.
You know where Jacobs ranked, or where Mr. Carlton Davis ranked?
50th?
68th.
Okay.
68th. Now, I said, okay, but let me go further. Injuries, and that's a thing with Carlton Davis. He's missed 16 games over the course of the last 3 years. Right. At least 4 games a year. It's a problem. Here's the issue I take. And this is where I want to get the number out. Because, again, I don't hate him. I don't. But I think he's a lot more like Sutton than he is L'Jarius Sneed. Carlton Davis has been declining for 3 years, according to PFF. Mm-hmm. And then I always try to do this with teams when they make deals. Okay? If Carlton Davis is truly this undeniable CB1, a top 15 corner in this league, why did Tampa choose to pay 6 other people before paying him and making his cap hit 0?
Uh-oh.
Why would they pay those players knowing it would cost them Carlton Davis?
Mike, I've always said there are certain positions that you find the money for. Cornerback CB1, you find a way to keep that person on your roster. Edge rusher 1, left tackle.
But here's your problem. He got outplayed by Jamal Dean on the other side, his own teammate. Now, again, you can claim, if you want to be lazy about it, well, he's a cap hit. Well, hold on. Restructuring this man's deal to keep CB1 on the team, that would make his cap hit 0. Why didn't they do it? So understand something. As we start today, this is not me and Rico treating this topic or player like a toilet. We're not doing that.
See,
does it help your team to have Carlton Davis? Sure it does. But what we don't need to do, and I'll only speak for myself here, Rico, you do what you want to do. I do not have to hand out Golden Penis Awards at every move Brad Holmes makes because I told you going into this offseason where my mindset was. I believe in you guys. I believe you're a Super Bowl team. And as much good work as Brad Holmes has done, the hardest job, and it's the one John Lynch hasn't been able to complete yet, who's a great GM, is winning a Super Bowl. I needed impact players. I think it is dishonest to treat Carlton Davis like an impact corner. And pardon me if right as the show started, they signed another nobody from the Raiders. They're telling you they're not making an impact move there.
That's actually telling me you're not drafting anybody.
No, and
I don't think you're taking anybody because you're just going to stockpile broken corners and hope that somebody rises up. Because, Mike, you said Cam Sutton 2.0, and I thought about that. But really, with the injury status, maybe it's Mosley 2.0.
No,
you're
better
taking
than
damaged
Cam
goods.
Sutton. I'm making a point that if it's the spirit of Detroit or a scales of justice here, they're closer to equal than you're comfortable admitting. Is he better than Sutton? Yes. I'll say it for the people in the back. But he's a lot more like Sutton, which is CB1 light, and he's declining, and he's oft injured, and now you're going to pay him. Right. Because there's no way you traded a third-round pick for a one-year rental. That wouldn't make any sense. And I'm with Rico. You bring him in, the always injured Marcus Davenport. Like, we started the offseason, and hey, man, they can foreshadow and run their program the way they want. You as a paying customer or a fan of this team have a right to say, I don't necessarily agree with it. Because you know what I saw yesterday? I saw the Giants make an investment in their guy in a way that you refuse to invest in Aiden. And the Giants are not a good franchise. But Brian Burns for a second-round pick and a fifth next year? But what about the monies? I don't care. It's not real. Oh, we got to pay Sam Laporta in 2027. Okay, first of all, you may not be alive in 2027. And second of all, you may not be in your Super Bowl window.
No.
Don't care.
This is why I always say the Lions are new money. They got their money, and they've taken it all, and they put it in their mattress.
Let me tell you what I think part of this is. And I'm not trying to be insulting or provocative. I'm shooting you straight. It feels very arrogant. It feels very, look at what we did for you. You can't question us. We're going to go get misfit toys, and it's all going to work out. I don't love that.
And here's the thing, and you could disagree. 248-539-9797.
Josh, you just hung. Josh on the phone lines, if you're out there. Josh, do not hang up. I want you to call back. Because, Josh, you're everything wrong with this community. I want to say that. Not the fentanyl crisis, not hunger in the streets or children starving. You, Josh, you're the problem. Do you know what Josh was going to say? Kenny just spoke in the talkback. Look at what Brad has done for us. You don't get to question him. You know how I spell Josh in Spanish? F-U. I mean, that is a literal Brad bot, and that's how we started the day. I didn't even get through the data before Josh was so triggered to defend a total stranger who, does he pay your mortgage? Are you friends with Brad Holmes?
No.
Did we have a parade down Woodward?
I don't like the fact that they keep going out and getting reclamation projects, fixer-uppers.
Not when you got the money to get the real McCoy.
Reminds me of another GM in this town.
Troy
who
Weaver.
likes to go out and gets the broken down pieces. I can fix this guy. All you needed was some good coaching, a little TLC. No, you were just a bad player. You were often injured. And guess what? You stayed injured the entire time.
And I will say this for the people in the back. Obviously, there is more time. They could make a move that will greatly change my opinion. But the last I checked, the decent radio shows in this industry, you react to things live. You don't get to just say, well, I'm just going to wait and see, buckaroo.
Here's where you should be angry. Here's where you should be upset, Detroit, because all the teams that you're going to be fighting with to get that number one seed, to get to the Super Bowl, all jumped into the deep end yesterday. You're still dipping your toes saying, oh, the water's a little chilly.
Yeah, and again, are there still good football players? Yes. But when you make...
But that pool is drying up because now the good players are now going to different teams. Oh, and by the way, your next door neighbor, the Packers, got better yesterday.
I just don't understand the absence of free thinking. I don't.
I can explain it to you.
I mean, I really don't understand how you give up as a human being your ability in sports to think. Like, it's your team.
Mike.
It's okay for me to say I want to get better players than Carlton Davis. And then I present a case. I'm not shredding it. I'm giving you data. And, he was good when he played man. Right, except he barely played man. Small sample size. That's like saying a radio host is good 3 times a month.
Right, you're filling in. Like, he's great. Yeah, he doesn't have to do it every day. But
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll explain this to you next.
PSA, I don't hate it. Just not putting up a statue yet.
Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. Look, football season is over. You got college hoop, but you also get a chance to catch up on your favorite shows. And with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without any interruption. That means I can get the latest scores as they happen, injury updates, who just got signed. You can get all of that. Plus, you can choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees, just like it is outside right now. What's not up for debate, the best mattress on the market. It is the iComfort Eco Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. All you need to do, go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, David, we'll get a few ticket texts. Also would like to hear what you and Kenny have to say, if I could use my words appropriately.
But before that,
Yeah,
David,
you need to explain something to me.
Yeah.
Edumacate me.
Because Brad Holmes had brought the city of Detroit such joy, and right now they're in a place of euphoria. They still have a little bit of a hangover from the season because they have never experienced this, Mike. Winning a playoff game was something that this town hadn't experienced since 91. 91.
I was here.
Barry Sanders, who's now in the Hall of Fame and has a statue up, was an active player. You won 2 games. So now, because he's done that, to some, he has the goodwill to do whatever you want because you brought me enough joy that if we don't win another playoff game for another 40 years, I'm okay because I could tell people about the good old days back when Brad Holmes had us, a half away from a Super Bowl.
Ready?
Now, that doesn't count for anything because real teams understand.
Let me put a hole in this balloon for a minute. Hey, David. David, I want you to beat a balloon for a minute. You ready?
Sure.
David, do you love the mother of your children?
Oh, yes, I do.
Is she one of the great accomplishments of your life that you were able to hoodwink this woman into marrying you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is she a quality human being?
Yes.
Is she a great mom?
Yes.
Is she a great wife?
Yes.
This is all true. His wife is lovely. Here's my point to you. Does she do things that sometimes you find to be, you have disagreements, whether how to raise the children or general life actions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, she's brought you so much joy, David. STFU and sit there and say nothing. Not how it works.
I'm just saying, Mike.
Not how it works.
Lions fans have never experienced this before. You have.
That's fine.
You have.
That's fine.
But you know what it takes to get over the top. They don't.
Okay.
So they're thinking, well, it worked, so it's going to always work
me
this way.
establishing a concern that I like Carlton Davis, but the concern is one of the players you have brought back is off 2 blown out ACLs. Your big acquisition here, giving up a 3rd-round pick for a guy who drafts very well like Brad Holmes, is a guy that's missed 16 games the last 3 years, at least 4 in every season, and has been declining for 3 years. I'm not allowed to say,
What?
Wish we could have done better.
See, here's where you should be angry. If you're a Lions fan, and then David and Kenny, I'll be quiet and let you guys talk. Here's why you should be angry. Because it looks like this is the best you can do. You're out there crying poor, and you're not poor. You're actually one of the teams who has money to spend. You don't have to cut people in order to get money to go after free agents. You can just go out there and spend. The teams that you're in competition with can't do that. Quit playing poor. Quit worrying about 4 years from now and go and win now. You are there because football, the NFL, it'll humble you fast.
And again, the L'Jarius Sneed thing, I'm not mad because they didn't get Sneed. Maybe Sneed said, I'd rather die than live in Michigan. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not mad about it, and I'm not mad at Holmes. But on a day yesterday, case in point, if you go out, Brian Burns for a 2 this year and a 5 next year, and then $150 million over 5, him and Aiden would be the number 1 duo in football. James Houston would then get to become the rotational guy. You have something that is Super Bowl caliber.
Or how about this?
And here we are messing around with Carlton Davis and
Amick Robertson.
Sure. He used to write for the Sacramento Bee.
But the fact that you gave up that 3rd-round pick for Davis,
you're paying him. You're keeping him.
Now, granted, I love the chair drop, but you know who else could have gave you a 3rd-round pick? And you could have took him at the trade deadline, and you would have gotten the pick back if you would have made that trade.
Oh, your boy Chase.
Yeah. Who could have helped you right then and there.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't understand. But remember, Brad came out after his receipts and said, You're not going to understand what I'm going to do. You know what, Brad? You've never been more correct.
No,
I don't know.
I think it's just a hyper-conservative play. And it doesn't make it wrong, but it doesn't mean I have to agree with it. People can be right about something and just not see it the same. Like, I don't have to build a statue for every move he makes. I'm listening to Cookies twist himself into a Bavarian pretzel this morning, trying to act like Carlton Davis is Deion Sanders. He's just not. The facts are Tampa Bay found several people way more valuable than him.
He plays great in man coverage.
He barely plays man. That's the whole point. He plays it like 13% of the time.
Right. So So yeah, look, it's like great. David, can I get some breaking news, please?
What now? I got it. Yeah.
According to Adam Schefter, New York Giants are giving former Seahawks quarterback Drew Lock a 1-year guaranteed $5 million deal.
What a quarterback room I got in the Big Apple. Man, you could chop up Daniel Jones and Drew Lock for parts. You wouldn't create a quarterback. All right.
At least it ain't famous Jameis. There'll be no crab legs.
Truth. David, give me your thoughts. Give me some ticket text, and then we will get to the people. And I'll throw it out there. What is your reaction to the Lions doing the piecemeal approach? Marcus Davenport, Carlton Davis, Mick Robinson. None of those in any language translate to Daniil Hunter or L'Jarius Sneed or
even Kendall Fuller.
Or we're actively trying to win a Super Bowl, and we're not trying to do it on the cheap.
They're actively trying. They just think they've cracked the code, and I get very scared about that.
And you're going to the clearance rack.
What do you
and
want from me?
You don't have to.
Well, let me.
You're at the chop house with a Groupon.
Well, let me give you. Let me use Brad.
How much
Holmes.
is butter? Is it extra? Never mind. You're at the shop house, man.
Well, let me give you.
Tip the valet and enjoy your meal.
I want to give you Brad Holmes' words, though, because when he spoke at his end of the year presser, he had his receipts, but he also said it isn't about winning March. It's about winning in November and December. Here's the problem that I have with this. You're getting and signing off-injured players. So in my mind, are these players even going to be here playing in November and December? Are they going to be valuable for you there, or will they be on the injured list? Will you be dealing with things here, and now you have to play and go get a Jerry Jacobs again?
No, and
that's the problem that I have.
David's got a fair point in that look. You retaining Mosley, it's very low risk, except who even knows if he's the same player after blown out 2 ACLs? And for Carlton Davis, it's just factual. He hasn't had a healthy year since what, 2020?
No, in his entire career. He hasn't played 16 games a season.
All right, but I'm making a point that when you miss at least 4, it becomes a real problem. He's missed at least 4 each of the last 3 years.
Correct.
That's where what David is saying is you're compounding a problem by you're taking these injury risks. Now, can any player get hurt at any time? Yes. But when players are showing you, and now let me give John Jansen credit on this, because John said something, and I personally think it flies in the face of liking this deal. John said, when you get to your late 20s and head towards 30, injuries are baked in. It is going to happen to you because your body is not capable of doing what it used to do. That's Carlton Davis. The Bucs knew it. The Bucs are in the Jamal Dean business, not the Carlton Davis business. Now, that doesn't mean Davis is bad, but I don't know if it makes you better in a big way. Now, we did player A and player B. That's without context. I was having fun with you. Clearly, Jerry Jacobs could not be invited to play football for money here. The point is, those numbers are very close. One guy makes $15 million, the other guy makes $900,000. Right. That's my point to you. It's just about looking at things honestly versus the way you wish them to be. Ticket text.
I don't hate the players either, but is it fair to say I hate that this was their day one priority? They spent $25 million on their cap and didn't get significantly better.
That's how I feel, but you're not allowed to feel that way in this town.
Apparently not. I love it, Mike. Misfit Toys, the Brad Holmes Toy Story, Mark from Howell.
No, it's you don't need to be taking players with knocks. The rebuild's over.
They're going to work Piston style. Island of Misfit Toys.
That's fine.
Everybody's cast-offs. And you know what? It makes them grittier. They'll fit
there is an element to that. I will be very fair about it. There's an element to it. But I just have a hard time on the same day I see Brian Burns given away, because Burns does not want to be a Panther. They put the franchise tag on him, and he wasn't going to sign there.
But the problem I have with it is I understand if you're one of those teams that are, man, you're hugging the salary cap. You really don't have any money, so you have to go out and kind of take some chances. You don't have to. You could jump in there and pay some. You can go out and get a top-notch
You pay premium for premium.
Yes.
Like, look, yesterday Christian Wilkins got overpaid. We know it. Would Christian Wilkins next to Aleem McNeil, and depending on the alignment, next to Aiden Hutchinson, what would that do? Well, guys, I hate to break to you. Christian Wilkins is a leader. He's a locker room guy, and he's a fantastic football player. Now, is he Aaron Donald? No. The problem is he's paid like it. But would it make you better? Does Christian Wilkins make you a Super Bowl team? Yes. I don't think Carlton Davis does that. I don't think that is some scathing critique of Brad Holmes. But I don't have to like everything they do. Otherwise, why do we watch sports? So, like, to the caller, I forget, what was it, Josh, who called up to start the show? I'm going, why would you give up your ability to think and have feelings as a fan? Then why do you watch the games? What do you think? Studios that produce movies don't have input if they don't like the way a project's going because the guy directed a good film 5 years ago?
In the words of Cat Williams, no.
Oh, I got you.
How about we do this?
Okay.
Let's let Josh speak for himself. He called back.
Next. He leads off the 2 o'clock hour. Josh is so back. Hungry Howie's. Nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. Question is, which type? Crispy classic cupped or the savory original? How about both? Just do both. Just put them both on there. Real mozz, real dough, made fresh, in-house, $9.99. Put dinner on the table. You don't need to stress about cooking or stopping at the grocery store. Hungry Howie's, the best type of pepperoni is, well, more. So get a large pepperoni duo. $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's. And we didn't forget our Wings fans. We're going to get to it at 4. They play tonight. It goes without saying. I mean, you're in must-win territory here. Panic in Hockey Town. We'll get to it. We're talking about the Lions. They've signed 3 players. Oh, and John Kaminsky's back. What a blessing. But it's Carlton Davis, who's a good ball player. I just don't think he's great, and I don't think he's that impactful. They brought in Marcus Davenport, who's basically been injured since the day the Saints drafted him. And then some corner from the Raiders I've never heard of. So that's where we're at so far. You don't have to hate it. I don't think you should hate it. But I don't get why people are trying so hard to love on it. Other than we're in this weird euphoria stage. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't watch sports that way. My Celtics are in the Eastern Conference Finals damn near every year. I am critical of Brad Stevens. Bring it home. And guess what? They went all in this year, and either they bring it home or it's a complete fail.
Bro,
That's sports.
I was hoping for another chair drop 2.0 for Daniil Hunter to be headed out.
I know. I know. And look,
so
maybe
hoping.
Brad Holmes has a rabbit up his sleeve.
Right.
It just doesn't seem like that's how they're going to do it. All right. To the people, we good? All
good.
right. Kenny's upset. OU's in the tourney possibly.
We already talked. We're rocking OU gear if they make the tournament.
I'm excited.
Or at
for
least
Kenny.
I am. Kenny's not.
All right. I'm glad he called back because I got to understand somebody who basically says you can't question the moves of a general manager. Josh.
No. You're going to be fair, right?
I'll turn my mic off. I'll let Josh say whatever he wants to say. I don't care.
Okay.
All right. Here's Josh. I'll let you talk to him since you're afraid that I'm a flight risk. Josh called back. Yes.
Josh, you're on 97.
No. Mike, turn your mic back on. I'm just kidding. No, first of all, you guys got my name wrong. It's FU for one. No, the only reason I know that is because I got disconnected, and my dad texted me. He listens to the show. He said, "Hey, is Mike talking about you on the radio?" And I said, "Oh my God, I can't believe I got disconnected. Like at the worst possible."
I was begging you to call back because here's what Kenny said you're going to say to us. And I just don't understand the mentality. But in fairness, I want to give you an opportunity to explain yourself. Look how far Brad has brought us. You can't question him, ... Is that your angle?
No. So I did not say that we can't question him.
Kenny,
now,
that's
if I did, I
one.
apologize.
Kenny
Well,
lied on Josh, and you caused his
Or
dad.
he's lying to you. Who are you going to trust here, me or random Josh from nowhere?
Random Josh, because you stressed out his father. Go ahead, Josh.
And you're stressed out that the Wings have lost 5 in a row. Okay, let's be honest here.
Truth. So where are we at?
So where I'm at is I just want you guys to accept who he is, because he's not going to make that big splash free agent, like a Randy Moss for the Patriots in 2007, or name a splash free agency. I'm not really thinking about him right now.
I got you.
He's just not going to do that. So where I'm at is
you've accepted.
I'm not mad at you guys. It's just when I get on, I want to hear positivity about it because we haven't had this in the city, and I'm just at a point where I trust the process. And I know that sounds funny because it didn't really work out for the Sixers, but I'm just trusting every move he makes. I feel like every move he makes is some kind of strategic move, and he's 5 steps ahead of that next guy that's making moves. If you can catch what I'm saying there.
I think there's truth in some of this. I think there is truth in some of it. But Josh, like the way I opened the show,
I don't, because I think only Kansas City can say we're playing chess while you guys are playing checkers.
My point is I can meet Josh in the middle here, Rico. And what I'm saying is when I open the show and I give you data, I give you real stuff, that's not just me being a bleep hole or more of a bleep hole, depending on your perspective. Like, I'm trying to give you reality to this and go, look, I don't have to force this to be great because I don't think it is. I think it's fine enough. I asked Kenny about his lunch earlier, Josh. Kenny, how was your lunch? Fine enough. That's not a ringing endorsement, nor is Kenny saying I regret having it. I'm happy Carlton Davis is here because he's better than Jerry Jacobs, but I just don't think it's by a ton.
I would hope so.
Yeah, it can't be worse. But no, Josh, that's all. And understand, clearly I think Brad Holmes done a really nice job. But what I fail to connect with is many of you, not all of you, are treating Brad Holmes as if he is Theo Epstein and he has built World Series teams in multiple cities and he's here to do the same here. I get a little nervous with that. Like, if John Lynch can take criticism from 49ers fans and they're in the Super Bowl or the NFC title game almost every year, then what are we doing with Brad Holmes? It's okay to say it's a B-minus move to me.
Yeah.
Fine enough.
You can question Howie Roseman.
They were decent French fries, Kenny. They weren't the best you've ever had. I wanted impact French fries. I wanted impact lunch for Kenny. Is that okay?
Yeah. And then I think that's here because for the Detroit Lions, you had the money, you had the capital. You didn't have to cut key pieces in order to stay under the cap to go out and acquire other folks. Your time is not. You had the advantage over the Eagles, over the Cowboys, over the Niners, over the Packers. You had an advantage over all of these teams, and you chose to sock the money away in your mattress to wait for 3 years from now to pay Hutchinson and everybody else.
Well, unless Kenny has misrepresented the next caller, he disagrees with you. He doesn't think the time is right now. Now, let's see if Kenny screwed over Drew here. Go ahead, Drew.
So, you're absolutely right. I'm a little disappointed in the moves only because I wanted them to build the roster a little bit better. I think he hasn't really plugged up the holes that we needed plugged up. But at the same time, I think what Brad's thinking is in 3 years, you got everyone that's our young stars, everyone's 27, 28 years old, and that's when he's San Francisco. We're just going to buy every big name on the market, and we're going for it. So I just think the timing, the way they see it, Brad sees and the way you guys are seeing it, there might be a difference there.
So how do you hold on 1 second, because I want to ask how you see it. Because unless I'm hallucinating, you were up 17 points in the second half of the NFC title game this year. You're right there, Drew.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're bringing back a lot of those same players. We're still going to compete next year. We should still compete for the division. And that's kind of also where I wanted to go is, they're doing exactly what the Packers, the opposite of what the Packers did. Great. You just lost Runyon and Bakhtiari, and you gave a massive contract to Josh Jacobs. Good luck blocking for him. You just put $20 million almost a year, whatever that number was, I think it was 17, 18, into a safety. I don't think that puts him any closer to a Super Bowl.
But Drew, here's the thing. Drew, I'm going to let you finish. You can't worry about something that's going to happen even next year, let alone 2-3 years from now, because in 3 years from now, this team their window may have closed. You're there. You're in that spot. You're in the bright lights. You're on Broadway. You got to win right now, because in a few years, you know who you can become? You could the Bengals. Doesn't seem like they're that great of a team. They were just in the Super Bowl. Quarterback got injured. Season kind of went sideways, and now they're trying to get back to that level. You're there right now.
Yeah, I mean, and I just think that's the way Brad's seeing it. I think
fine.
He just doesn't want to jump the gun.
All right, that's fine. And I want to do some clerical work here now, Drew, because you scare me a little bit with the pack. All right, first of all, acting like David Bakhtiari's a loss. David Bakhtiari's played about 10 games in 3 seasons total. David Bakhtiari's been dead for 3 years. Second of all, John Runyon is a luxury. They don't need to pay him. They're not going to pay both guards, especially when Elgin Jenkins is better than he is. All right, third of all, they wanted Aaron Jones to take a pay cut, a 50% pay cut. Aaron Jones said, no. They cut him. And they brought in Josh Jacobs on a deal that is well below the elite deals. Xavier McKinney's not just a safety. Xavier McKinney's a 24-year-old all-pro and captain of the New York Giants and an awesome football player. I'm getting rid of Devondre Campbell, and I'm getting rid of Darnell Savage, and I'm bringing in Xavier McKinney. We don't need to do the poo-poo platter. The pack got better.
Yeah, because I look at what the Eagles did. Did they need Saquon? No. But you know what? We want to go back to the Super Bowl. We think we can win it this time. Let's go get some players.
They also traded out Riddick and brought in Bryce Huff.
Yeah.
So, look, man, there's time. I just feel like the window's now. I don't get this idea of projecting 3 years out in the NFL. I just don't. I just don't think that works. No, it doesn't.
No, you're right.
248-539-9797. Paulson's. They're having their annual inventory clearance sale. Let me translate. They're getting rid of a lot of stuff, getting rid of a lot of boxes. So savings on everything in-house, from TVs to speakers to amps to receivers, up to 70% off. 65-inch OLED 4K TVs starting at $16.99. And if you don't remember anything, just remember this. We'll keep it nice and simple. The prices are always as low or lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. Beep, up, boop, up, beep. Done. Paulson's Audio Video, the toy store for grown-ups, family-owned for over 30 years. Go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, and it is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, free agency everywhere. We've got a lot of signings to run through. Get some thoughts. I hate calling them grades. Let's just talk football. David, music.
So we will get to some winners and losers from the first day of free agency, but I have to get some reaction.
Oh, you can't do winners and losers for 3 years. We got to let it play.
Let it play out.
Some signings that happened today. You have Patrick Queen signing 3 years, $41 million to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I heard Pittsburgh doesn't spend money.
They needed a middle linebacker. That's not a lot of money for a middle linebacker.
What? $15 million a year.
Yeah.
Especially because you're not paying your quarterback anything.
Listen, I don't get seduced by it. I mean, Patrick Queen is a name, but he was the second best linebacker on his own damn team. Queen is fine. You took him from a divisional rival. Okay.
Addition by subtraction.
But I don't like paying off-ball linebackers like that. I'm going to that's kind of a meh. So I guess I'd be in trouble in Steeler land if I didn't just, bronze the proverbial penis of that GM.
I'll say I like this, David, because as you say, they don't spend a lot of money, so they're trying to be active in free agency.
So the cheap guy bought dinner for once, and now you want to build a statue of him.
Not build a statue, but you know what? Okay, you can at least give the head nod like you're picking up the check.
Are the Steelers better today than they were free agency? Yes, they've improved the quarterback. All jokes about Mr. Unlimited. And yes, obviously, Patrick Queen is still a good football player. I just think that's
and taking from a division rival, I think helps.
Okay, noted.
And then one more before we get to winners and losers. Derrick Henry signs a 2-year, $16 million deal, almost $20 million, to go to the Baltimore Ravens.
I love it. Gee whiz, how does Baltimore afford any of it? Shouldn't they save their money for 2028? Look.
They should go get Jamal Williams.
All I'll say is this. Derrick Henry was built in a lab to be a Raven. And if they preserve him the right way, he is the hammer. He's the closer. He is a guy that in the second half, in the cold and the wind and the rain of Cincinnati, of Cleveland, of Pittsburgh, of Buffalo, of Kansas City, he's a non-negotiable. So David, what do we not like?
You don't pay running backs.
But in this case, they're in their Super Bowl window, and he gives them something they don't have.
Limit his carries to about 15 a game, and I think you'll be okay. He doesn't.
Now you need to have him in January.
Right.
So
now in games where all of a sudden he's dominating, you increase the workload. But right now, you work him in a tandem, 15 carries, especially in the third and fourth quarter. As Mike said, you're the closer. We're gonna grind this thing out so that it's not Lamar being the leading rusher. We can just turn around, hand it off to you, and then work the play action in.
Yes. Yep.
So let's start with the first winner here. Well, I'm going to give you two winners here. It is position group. Start with the defensive tackles. You had Chris Jones. You had Christian Wilkins. You had Justin Matabuke for the Ravens. And then you also have the other position group on the other side of the ball, the guards. Jonah Jackson, Kevin Dotson, Robert Hunt. Those would be winners. Would you agree?
What, in their bank accounts?
Yeah, the guards.
I think the guard market is stupid. No other around it. Landon Dickerson making $20 million. Robert Hunt making $20 million. It's crazy. But good work if you can get it.
Yeah,
and I'm not mad in the least. I'm sorry, Rico. I'm not mad they didn't bring Jonah back. I'm not paying that man $15 million a year. Don't need to. Go ahead.
But I'm not going to act like he didn't help you win games last year.
Very good football player. But I just wanted that money for other things.
Oh, no. Guards got paid. I think TJ was out there cursing the fact that he was born way too soon.
Next winner on the list would be the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, they say, because of what he's gained and collected his entire career, but Atlanta because they now can take over the NFC South.
Cousins has managed to, I think he's going to end up with like some $280 million of guaranteed money. For somebody who wasn't drafted in the first round, whose people was made fun of, called him Ned Flanders, look at how he dresses, and he just goes out there and he wins. Now, are you going to win the Super Bowl with him? I don't think so, but he's a consistent winner. He's a solid 7.5, and in a bad division, you just got to get into the playoffs. And I think, you're now better than everybody else. Tampa, Baker Mayfield, you're better than them.
That's
you're
the
better
other
than
thing.
the Saints.
Rico brought this up as part of Carlton Davis. That's a crap division with crap quarterback play. Sorry to break your heart. That means 6 games a year, Carlton Davis, if he's healthy, face nothing. You face Bryce Young, Taysom Hill, famous Jameis.
If you're Cousins, your job is to at least be 5-1 in your divisional game.
Your job's break all the Your job's home playoff games.
Right.
Like, I think Atlanta got a lot better because the only thing holding them back from being dangerous was just competent quarterback play. Not Taylor Heineke, not Desmond Ridder, male pattern baldness, like competent.
So now
Kirk
you'll
Cousins
see a Drake
is way more than competent.
Yeah. So now a Drake London or somebody like that. Yeah, you're gonna all of a sudden you can run a playbook and actually throw to your receivers and to Kyle Pitts and use Bijan not as a decoy, but to score touchdowns.
Stunning.
First loser here would be Justin Fields because he sat there and watched jobs like Atlanta, Vegas, and Pittsburgh fill up, and nobody is calling about him.
Justin is looking like the kid who is still waiting for his parents to pick him up from soccer practice. And everybody else is gone. And he's at the curb with his Gatorade bottle, watching every car that goes by, standing up saying, is that them? Is that not? No, that's not them either.
Look, guys, honestly, I think sometimes it's like a peer review. The league is telling you what they think about you. Now, is part of it a leverage play? They know the Bears have declared what they're going to do, and I don't need to give you anything. I think the same thing probably happens with the LA Chargers. Like, they probably have to cut Khalil Mack, but it just is what it is. Like, I still find it hard to believe that you're paying Gardner Minshew before you pick up Justin Fields' fifth-year option. But that's where we've arrived at. So the league really must be down on him.
See, I don't think the league is down on him, Mike. I think the first part of what you said is true. The league is smart. You know when his value fell? When Caleb Williams came out and said, I'm not going to give anybody medical information until later, which now means, well, Chicago, you still going to trade? Well, we can't right now because what if you find out he has some structural damage to a knee and now you got to keep him? So I think that both will be on the roster come this fall because you're kind of stuck with them because Caleb played you.
And then finally, the final loser would be Justin Jefferson because it says you have a quarterback in Sam Darnold and maybe a rookie. Good luck next season.
Yeah, for everything they did right defensively, and I actually don't hate the Aaron Jones revenge play. I don't know what you're doing with Sam Darnold.
Maybe
no idea.
They saw that Rams game, the final game of the year, that meaningless game, and he went out there and almost won. But they didn't. You could tell, David, that Darnold was out there playing for a job somewhere. He was auditioning, and it worked because it's $10 million guaranteed. It's not incentive. He's getting $10 million. But yeah, if I'm Justin Jefferson, I'm like we couldn't just keep Ned Flanders.
You're like, this can't be the answer, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I expect he'll be the next receiver who just walks in and says, trade me. I don't want to be here anymore. Trade me to a contender.
Yeah, you may be right about that. That is in football today.
FanDuel. All right, David apparently smoking the peace pipe over there. FanDuel, listen, it's championship week. Tons of bets to make. NBA, but also obviously college basketball. $200 if your bet wins. If you're a new user, $5 bet, you win 200 in free bonus bets. And whether it's the live SGPs, live bets, sides, totals, you name it, FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Lions have been a bit busier than usual than expected the last few days. Cornea McRobertson is the newest addition, thanks to a 2-year, $9.5 million contract with extra incentives possible as well. Robertson was a fourth-round draftee of the Raiders and made 21 starts in his first 4 years in the league. The Tigers currently leading the Twins in Lakeland 1-0. A.J. Hinch weighed in on the mood of the team at this point in spring. Audio courtesy Bally Sports Detroit. AJ referencing Miguel Cabrera's coaching debut this week as a part of his new special assistant role with the team. The Wings are in Buffalo tonight and will be without Dylan Larkin for the fourth straight game. Derek Lalonde telling the media today that he won't be reevaluated until Saturday, which is the 2-week mark of his lower body injury. In other NHL news, an Atlanta Sports and Entertainment Group has put in a request to bring a team back to the area. That's interesting, huh? Caitlin Clark continues to bring more awareness to women's sports. Saturday's basketball semifinal between Michigan and Iowa set the record for the most watched women's event in Big Ten history, logging 1,075,000 viewers. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You proud of yourself?
NFL free agency, and this man celebrating the big 7-0 today. Who's excited?
Yeah! I'll be doing the Stony Tour soon. We'll be on pickleball.
All right. I am going to make an attempt to do the Cliff Notes version of this. If you want the full presentation, Odyssey.com rewind, because I want to get to you guys that are on hold, so just work with me. Nobody hates the Carlton Davis move, but we don't love it. Why? Because told you from day one how Rico and I were operating. We're in the Super Bowl window. It's time for, big boy moves. We wanted difference makers. And I never married myself to one player. I had fun with the L'Jarius Sneed thing because Sneed, for my money, is best corner in football.
And you were in the running. You picked up the phone and you tried to see what the cost was going to be.
The Carlton Davis thing. Now, yes, I did a player A, player B, and the numbers were eerily similar, except player A was Jerry Jacobs and player B was Davis. That's not nuanced, and it's far from perfect, but I wanted to have fun as a part of Rico's birthday gift, which is he created player A, player B. It's his joy in life. But when you do look at Pro Football Focus, if you value that at all, Carlton Davis has gotten worse each of the last 3 years. Carlton Davis has missed 16 games the last 3 years, missing no less than 4 in each of those years. Carlton Davis is a primarily zone corner. Now, is he good when asked to play man? Yes. The problem, he's barely asked to do it. He got outplayed by Jamal Dean on his own team. And the Bucs, here's the other side, guys. You're gonna restructure and re-sign Carlton Davis, true or false?
No, you're going to have to.
Okay, so why didn't the Bucs? If he's CB1. If he's so good, they chose to pay 6 other people before knowing, you know what? We'd rather have the 3rd round pick than pay Carlton Davis to play football for us. Yeah. So all I'm saying is, at this stage of his career, there's a chance you just got an oft-injured, declining corner who, while solid, is far more Sutton than he is Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, for those who always talk about he can play good in man coverage. It's how you fall in love with the backup QB who comes in for a game or two, looks really great, gets that job and becomes the main guy, and you realize why he was the backup QB. He can't handle the everyday, day-to-day pressures of the quarterback.
Is he a solid player? Of course he is. Not mad about it. But I don't have to love it.
I think you could have done better.
Well, I think, okay, there's the issue. Because it's not It's not that I'm going to pan it. I'm not panning it. I'm saying Davis plus Davenport plus this corner from the Raiders. That's not the offseason I think we need to win a Super Bowl.
Not for a team that made it to the Final Four of the NFL. You a half away. You need to go out and, make a splash. Absolutely. Does it guarantee you're going to make the Super Bowl? No, but it puts you in a better position because all those other teams that you're competing with went out there on the first day and said, we're going to make some kind of a splash. And they didn't have as much money as you. So that's why it's like, it's okay, but you could have done better than this. If you were cash strapped, then I would have said, fine, you did the best of what you could do. But you didn't have to.
No, and what I like that Carlton Davis is asked to play against the other team's number one. The problem, I do think there's an element to his numbers being a little boosted playing in the worst passing division on the planet.
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, Taysom Hill / Jameis Winston / Derek Carr. Yikes.
Yeah. The number one on the Atlanta Falcons didn't get the ball thrown to him. Bryce Young couldn't throw the ball. So who were you covering?
Look, I wanted impact. I wanted a big offseason. Plus, here's the other thing. If I was trading picks to acquire someone, I'm doing it for example of player who went yesterday, not that I'm married to this. I'll trade you picks for Brian Burns. But I'm not trading a third-round pick when I know how well Brad Holmes can draft. I'm not giving up a third-round pick for a corner I have to pay unless he's a superstar. Now, I'm sorry. I don't care how much you want to spin this into Carlton Davis transforming the Detroit Lions. He's not a superstar. If you got L'Jarius Sneed, that's different.
And he misses at least 4 games a year, possibly 5.
John Jansen said it best. I heard him this morning, and I do. I think it's, first of all, it's a firsthand experience. Like, John lived it. You get past age 25, the injuries are real. Your body is going to break down. The human body's not designed to play this sport. Carlton Davis is what, 27, 28? These injuries are a thing. They're part of your resume now. And unfortunately, like David, you made the point in hour one. Mosley's off back-to-back torn ACLs. You brought him back. I got Carlton Davis, who hasn't been healthy in 3 years. And I got a moonlight, maybe a slot corner here from the Raiders. Why am I piecemealing? Why am I taking chances? Like, I guess for me, it's like I'm the Detroit effing Lions. We're the beasts of the NFC now. I don't need a wounded deer. I'm not Kenny at the bar. I'm Leonardo DiCaprio.
You're George Clooney.
Right. Yeah, George Clooney doesn't do flaws.
Right.
Margot Robbie doesn't date men with flaws.
But he has great personality.
No, there will be no flaws here. I'm just making a point. Like Roberto, flaws. George Clooney, no flaws.
But she's a girl next door type. That's okay.
My point is I wanted more. I did. I want to know where Lion fans are at with it. You're not a terrible person if you like it, but I want to know why. Like, sell me this pen. Tell me why I need to love it. Versus, man, I wish we would have just paid Brian Burns. Aiden and Burns, best duo in the league. Now I got something I bring to town. You need to be scared.
Yep.
Real scared. Yeah. So that's where my head is at with it. Or some of you will say my head's up my ass. Either way, I get paid every 2 weeks. David, your thoughts, ticket text. I want to get to the callers.
Give you some ticket text here. Says, it's also disingenuous to act like he's a bum from the streets. He fits our scheme. He doesn't fit the Bucs scheme at all. Just watch, guys. He will be impact.
Okay, time out.
Lions.
Just so I'm clear. So is it disingenuous to then disingenuously misrepresent what I said? Some of you use words that you don't even know what they mean, and it's problematic. I never called him a bum off the streets. I said he's a good ball player. I'm happy to have him, but I don't have to love it. See, I think it's more disingenuous to lie on my words.
See, I think someone's trying to find the silver lining in this. They're asking, so if you pay Davis or whatever you do with Davis and then he leaves elsewhere after the year, isn't that worth the comp pick? Probably a third-round pick. So
I'd rather, but my point to you is, in the offseason, I'm not worried about a comp pick in 2 years. In season, Does it impact the type of move I make, knowing this is high risk, high reward, and I need a backstop in 2 years? Yes. David, I would just rather arm Brad Holmes with the 3rd round pick and have paid a corner that I think is better. And for you saying, listen, he's not a fit for what they do, guys, the man-to-man cover is where you play. You mix in zone. All teams play some level of mix. Now, Snead played the highest level of man in the league. Carlton Davis played it like 14% of the time. Very low rate. So the idea, he was a bad fit. Wait, hold on. So wait a second. You're telling me he's CB1 because of his time in Tampa. But now you're telling me it's been wrong all along.
He wasn't.
They never should have given him $50 million 3 years ago. And now I'll do it right. See, you don't get to do it both ways.
But it makes total sense.
Kabaragoya. I don't know what the hell's happening here.
I don't either.
I say he's a solid player. I'm not mad about it, but I ain't building a statue.
Then you get texts like this. Is free agency over? We were terrible in the secondary last year and made the NFC Championship. If we even get average at that position, we're better. We just got average. Chill with the anecdotal stats without giving the whole story.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
So your goal is to be average.
Hold on. Stop for a second. Just real quick. If you go back, and I know you won't, I started the show by saying this is not a perfect singular example, so I'm going to offer you several. I went from example A to then PFF. I then went from PFF in a singular year, and I gave you data over the course of 4 years. I then give you more data about how he lines up, where he lines. Guys, listen, it's sports. This isn't real, okay? Like, we're not in divorce court. We're not fighting for custody of children. Get a grip. Seriously. Like, you're just in loony land. Mm-hmm. This is not real life. It's sports. Some of you are like willing to just make bleep up. You can do whatever you want, but I don't get the need. Like, what do you think? I just come on the air with my balls out and I'm not prepped and ready to rock here today?
Please don't.
No, I'm making a point. Rico, you ever seen the movie Waiting? Are we doing the Batwing? I mean, what the hell is going on here?
Your goal.
So I'm bad because I provide data and then I got to deal with ticket texters who are probably all messed up. Going, give the whole story. What am I high? What evidence did I keep from the court?
No, Mike, if you listen to the ticket texter, the bar is, just be okay.
Right, I don't want to be average in the secondary. I want to be good.
But here's what you fail to realize. All those other teams that you're competing with said, we don't want to just be okay. We want to be the best. You're not trying to be the best because in the end, you got to be able to beat San Francisco, beat the Eagles, and then beat the Chiefs. Are these acquisitions enough that you can go out there and beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs? And don't tell me when we beat them at the beginning of the year, that was a different Chiefs team. We're not going to play that game. You know it was. I know it was. They were missing 2 of their star players. You won. No apologies. Not the same team.
So let's get to it. I think the other problem, and then David, I promise I will do the business. People got to stop looking at last year and acting like there's a carryover to this year.
No momentum.
It doesn't exist.
Not in sports.
I just feel like you have the ability to get a hell of a lot better on paper, and I feel like you're getting incrementally better.
Ask the Eagles what happened in 1 year.
I'm not allowed to.
They went from the Super Bowl.
I'm a bad guy.
To they fell apart, limped into the playoffs.
You know what? Hey, birthday boy, why don't you read some? Okay, stop making sense.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All March long. Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Truckloads of Hope campaign, a donation drive that has supported over 400,000 people. Stop in, drop off some essential shower and household items for this great cause. And while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $349 a month for 24 months. Yep, you walk in with $995 down, and that includes 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevy your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's ride.
All right, in an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. You got to hire the right lawyer who's going to make sure the insurance companies pay. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team, it's exactly who you got to call. For over 30 years, they've been helping fight for you. David is ready to speak to you personally right now. You call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the phones. We tried to relay it out for the 3 o'clock audience. We'll get ticket text later in the hour. Frank has been very patient. Frank, the floor is yours. What's going on?
Not much. Mike, I do think sometimes you do have your head up your ass. And regarding this issue here, I think that you are oftentimes giving the African-American general manager little discretion. And your sidekick there, Rico, is your mouthpiece for all this.
Okay.
So I just think that you need to be more objective and
what part of the numbers I gave is not objective? While you're calling me a racist, just tell me what part of the.
Sometimes you come across as a racist. You do.
How? Because the data. Hold on. I'm not going to lose my temper because I'm fascinated.
At times you do that.
Okay. How is the data on Carlton Davis indicative of my feelings on minorities? Let's really explore this.
I want to explore it because basically you always give the African American athlete, along with your sidekick, very little discretion. You do it all the time.
Example.
There's so many examples of it.
Like what?
So what's the percentage of man coverage is Carlton Davis? You said 14%. What is your other guy you wanted? Well, what's his percentage of man coverage?
You mean L'Jarius Sneed, a fellow black man who
what is it?
I believe it's 36%.
Okay, you believe. You don't know what it is. You just say what it is.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Mike?
No. I'm telling you, I think it's around 36%. Now, we're live on the air, and I can look it up for you, but I don't know why you're acting this way. I really don't.
Look it up because you do it all the time. You did it with Jameson Williams.
Hold on.
And everything else.
Hold on. No, I want to ask Frank a question. Frank, okay, stop.
Frank. What are we doing here? Frank, I call you by your name. Don't call me sidekick. I'm really trying to have a Okay.
You are a sidekick.
All right. Okay, well, you know what, Frank? You're ignorant. No, Frank. You're ignorant.
You do
How
all
about
the time.
that? No, you're ignorant because you're Frank.
You have your own brain. You're a sidekick. You are a sidekick.
Okay. You know what, Frank? You're an idiot. You're an idiot, and I'm trying with you. You're still mad over Jameson Williams.
You're an idiot because you always have a side. You're a side.
Frank, I could actually put you on hold. So, I hung up on him. You know what? Call back, Frank. I meant to put you on hold. You call back. He's upset over Jameson Williams. I remember this guy now. Because we treated Jameson wrong because we were only going after Jameson because he was black. And it was like, no, we're going after Jameson because he keeps making stupid decisions. Newsflash, all colors can make stupid decisions. Just because you're a brother doesn't mean you get absolved from doing dumb things. You get called out. But if you're the type of person, you know what, Frank is that barbershop guy that sees race in everything. Now, race is in a lot of things. Don't get it twisted. But it ain't in everything. Sometimes a situation is what it is. Sometimes a person puts himself in a bad spot. But yeah, we wanted L'Jarius Sneed, who is black, to come here, but we're not happy over the guy that they had. So that makes you a racist, Mike, and he basically called me an Uncle Tom.
Well, I didn't raise my voice. I attempted to ask him how data on.
Because
hold on,
he didn't
hold
have
on a
anything.
second. Just let me, please.
He
I'm
didn't
begging
have
you.
anything.
I'm begging you because currently I'm questioning why I even do this for a living anymore. The point I'm making is, how does data on Carlton Davis have anything to do with race? Anything? How am I don't even understand the correlation you would make as a human being. I just don't. You know what? I don't even want to do it anymore.
Because you're questioning Holmes. Because Holmes is black.
In the same breath,
so you're not allowed. But to some people, Mike, by you questioning him, you're saying he's not qualified to do his job.
He's excellent at his job, but that doesn't mean I have to. I like Martin Scorsese. I don't like every movie he's made.
No, but you
what?
You fail to realize at that point, everything he does must be great because he's a black GM to certain people. Can't do anything wrong. And if he does do something wrong, look the other way and act like you didn't see it. Never bring it up.
First of all,
that's not how this job works.
Okay, but it's sports. We talk about every move every person makes on every team. It's sports. It's why you are at the water cooler. It's why you listen to the show, or it's why people call up. Now, why Frank, if that's even his real name? Why would you hold...
I think it is, because I don't think Frank's smart enough to come up with another name.
I don't even want to go there.
I am.
I don't understand why you would take an hour to behave that way. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I really just, guys, it's football. If you find me saying that Carlton Davis is good, not great, to be the most heinous accusation in the world and is somehow indicative of how I feel about minorities, I can't help you. We don't exist in the same world. It makes me just go, you know what? F it. Yeah. Why bother? Maybe I just won't give any data on anything anymore.
Mike,
I just don't get it, man. Just
Mike,
bums me out because it's like, dude, it's football free agency.
Hey.
And some people get that triggered over what I deem the lightest of criticism.
I totally agree.
That's nuts.
I'm just a, what do you call me, David?
Sidekick.
Psych. I totally agree with everything you said, Mike.
Okay.
Great job, Mike.
You understand why I let that go is I really wanted to see if I could talk to the guy.
Oh, I knew exactly where that was going.
Okay. Well, I didn't.
And you know what?
I'm an idiot.
You probably have the same. You would have a better conversation talking to the Heath bar than talking to Frank. Because at least Heath would actually listen to you.
Heath is a rescue that we adopted.
Right. Frank
He's a dog.
is not smart. Right. Frank's not smart enough to listen to any side. He is the equivalent of basically putting both fingers in your ear saying, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. That was Frank. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I can't. And I guess I'm just going to, I'll say this, and I don't even know what's available to say anymore. But like, if I'm you or if I'm David, that would piss me off as a black man.
Oh,
have someone enter race in something, it cheapens it when race really matters. Well, that is just so damn annoying to me. See, I don't agree with you, so let's see. How can I worm my way out? I'll call you a racist. Because I think Carlton Davis is good, not great.
Oh, trust me.
That's insane.
It's very insulting. I'm like, wait, you're just acting like I'm not here.
Well, that
you're
was
calling me out
bad.
my name, and it's just like, okay, so you can then be an ignorant because you're basically an ignorant racist yourself, Frank, because you can't see anything but Brad Holmes is black. He does everything right. He does a lot of things right. Doesn't do everything right. No one does everything right. Probably the last person that did that, Frank, was around 2,000 years ago. Okay. Other than that, everybody has fallen short, including your broke ass.
All right. Okay.
All right. Never mind.
Breathe. It's your birthday. You shouldn't be upset. David, give me a ticket texture. We'll get back to the callers. You know what, to the listener out there, I'm really sorry if I took a few minutes there. There are certain callers that just blow you away. Like, you can't believe they're real. You can't believe we exist on this same planet together. That is bar none the zaniest take I've had in 2024. That I'm not even knocking the guy. And somehow that's the takeaway. Amazing. David, go ahead with ticket.
Free agency is Brad Holmes' Achilles heel. I really, really hope he fixes it soon. Someone else says Frank does not like the phrase touchdown black guy, apparently.
Frank shows up into work in the dashiki, I guess. Go ahead.
It's a super late third rounder, and we got 2-6 back. They didn't pay that much, and nobody is saying he's a top 15 cornerback. More overreaction theater.
Okay. I told you that's what I wanted to go and get this offseason. So when I listen to Jim Costa build it like he is, or I listen to Doug Scott building a Carlton Davis statue, I get to think for myself. I get to tell you I just don't think it's good enough. Guys, if you're triggered by this, y'all got some problems. This is us saying, like the player, don't love. That's where we've arrived at now.
A2 in Tecumseh says, let's just hold out hope that maybe we still get Danielle Hunter.
I would love to see it, man. Look, free agency, there's more time, but you're running out of those premium names.
And last time I checked, black guy.
I need you to take the commercial break and just let it roll.
I'm having fun.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I'm sure Victor's will be thrilled with the segue. Victor's Home Solutions. If you need a roof, maybe, kind of, sort of, don't even know. That's what Victor's really specializes in. They have a 21-point roof inspection. It's on video. They'll go over the results with you because often a small repair can save a big expense. And this is where Victor separates themselves. Yeah, you'll find cheaper roofing companies. You will. You're not going to find better. Nobody has more 5-star reviews. They show up on time. They got absolute pros. They don't have any moonlighters here doing roofs. And they're going to offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee with every job. It's Victor's. Schedule your free 21-point video inspection today. Call 773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or schedule that appointment at victors.com. All right, we'll get to the people. We've I want to mix in a blitz, but not football related. 10 minutes from now. And yes, at some point we got to touch on the Red Wings. I mean, it's all Lions right now, and rightfully so, but my God. All the vibes of the 5-game winning streak gone. And they're not even close.
I mean, you say we have to. We don't have to. I mean,
Well, I know, buddy. They play tonight, so I figured like maybe it's a mix-in later. I don't know, man. But I want to get to the callers. They've been patient about it. For better or for worse, I'm just in disbelief at that last call. We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rick. I love the show. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Matt. What's up?
So I'm going to be a little bit lighter here, and I'm just going to try to sell you this pen, right? So, so looking at the body of work, right? Okay, I was in L'Jarius Sneed camp. I wanted L'Jarius Sneed, but okay, silver lining here. So Carlton Davis, obviously, I know he played far less man coverage, but last year specifically, 15 of 25 in man coverage. L'Jarius Sneed, 18 of 31. 75 passer rating against him in man coverage. L'Jarius Sneed, 72. So kind of right there, right? And it's the 1-year prove-it deal. Now, if we restructure them, which we're going to, right? Yes. But it's not going to be at the $90 million mark. Both 27 years old. And one thing you brought up earlier was, okay, Carlton Davis, NFC South, garbage quarterbacks. Okay, Kansas City, definitely not calling the AFC West the NFC South, but Kansas City played Easton Stick. They played Aiden O'Connell twice, and David's favorite quarterback, Russell Wilson, twice.
Yeah, what I like with Sneed is the playoffs. He just goes. He's so good.
Yep.
And I mean, look, you know what, Matt? Here's the only difference. So you got a guy in Carlton Davis who barely plays man, and then you're stacking him against the guy who nobody lined up in more man snaps last year.
And
but I
Matt,
get your point, and it's fun to talk about. You understand why I wanted to get seemingly a player that didn't have flaws.
And then, Matt, you also have to look at what Sneed did in the playoffs as the talent got better and better, so did he. You just didn't throw to his side. I mean, he got the game. Right. He basically made sure that Baltimore did not win the AFC Championship game by punching out the fumble.
100%. And I think the kicker with Carlton Davis that we all know Brad Holmes loves, right, is corners that can tackle. Carlton Davis only had 4 missed tackles last year, and Cameron Sutton had 3 in just the NFC title game.
Look, this will help in that Sutton doesn't have to face the other team's number 1. I don't deny it.
Exactly.
I just question
he
whether
was 98 passer rating in man coverage. So, that right there, I think, is a definite upgrade, and he's already used to covering the number 1 receivers. So I think with that help, and especially freeing up our safeties a little bit, I think that's going to help. Now,
hold on. Here's my question, though. You're also not like, for instance, my biggest thing has been pass rusher or I need an elite corner. Like last year, you went out and got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Mosley, and Cam Sutton. Mm-hmm. I mean, what is that, $18 million?
100%.
And it didn't work. So all I guess my mindset was this year is, you know what? We don't need to mine for gems. Just go get a diamond. Like right now, if I said to you, Matt, okay, just total comparison. Would you rather have Brian Burns with that known financial commitment, and Brian Burns and Aiden Hutchinson for the next 3-4 years are arguably the number 1 duo in football? Or we're going to go this route. Which would you rather have?
100% Brian Burns. I mean, that's not even a question.
You see what I mean, though?
I mean,
that's where my mind was at. It has nothing to do with Carlton Davis. He's fine. You can win games with him. But Matt, I do worry about a guy that's been hurt each of the last 3 years. At a certain point, that becomes who you are. I don't think that's wrong of me. And maybe it's a little PTSD from C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting hurt, from Mosley playing 2 snaps and blowing his knee out again.
You're taking damaged goods, and you expect damaged goods to be okay.
And you could take this player, and I think the only way the deal makes sense if you're giving up a third. Like I love the defense mechanism now from the listeners. The same people who think that Brad Holmes will never miss a draft pick are now going, well, it was a low third. No, guys, it was a 3rd-round pick. Mm-hmm. Okay, is your first-round pick a first-round pick? Yes, it's a low one. It's a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. Brad Holmes with a top 100 pick, value. The only way the deal makes sense, though, is if you now extend Carlton Davis. So you have a, if you like Pro Football Focus, I don't know if that is contextual enough for people. He's declined each of the last 3 years. You'll be signing him into year 4, 5, and 6. He's been injured 3 straight years. You'll be signing him for 4, 5, and 6 as he approaches 30. Those things I get a little nervous about. Yeah. But if that makes me terrible, I don't know what to tell you.
And another third-round pick that you picked up is Kirby Joseph. So
Brad Holmes is a great drafter. So,
but
we
right.
got 2 6s back. I'm like, oh boy, all right, I can't help you guys.
No, but at some point he is going to miss, and he's not going to always just nail those top picks.
He already has.
The law of averages,
it catches up. I mean, the best GMs in the league might bat 50%. Might.
I mean, so far, I think Jameson had his coming out party in the NFC Championship.
Look, all J-Mo's got to do is be a solid number 2 receiver in this league. That's all I need from him to justify that pick.
If J-Mo does what he did in the NFC Championship game, you got that.
What, be explosive?
Yeah, because that got forgotten in the loss, but he was extraordinary in that game. Yeah, I was about to say Campbell.
I'm not even going there. I mean, like whether it's the Josh Pascal stuff or whether it's, there have been plenty of other players you look at and go, But overall, has he hit the high picks? Yep. I have no qualms with his drafting. But the time to cement the team, yeah. Like here's to all the people. If you're calling up and you're thrilled with Carlton Davis, what would your reaction have been with Christian Wilkins? What would your reaction be for Brian Burns?
What would your reaction been if you actually got Snead?
Right. So I don't understand how that's wrong to have gone, damn, I wanted more. Can they still do it? Maybe.
Yeah, but especially you wanted more because you have more money than other teams do. You could afford to spend the money. You don't have to restructure deals in order to free up cap space. You got the cap space. Go use it.
248-539-9797. David, I'll try to keep it timely. I know Rico's got the blitz. We'll get more of your football calls here top of the hour as well. NBA, college hoops, it's all hitting the stretch drive here. No sweat, same game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. And it doesn't matter if you're new. FanDuel, they got you covered. You'll get bonus bets. Same game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same game parlay is probably the best way to bet the NBA because Lord knows sides and totals. You don't even know who's showing up every night. Whatever you decide to do, it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Best sports book in America. It will not be. Factual. 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, just call 1-800-270-7117. All right, back to the football calls momentarily. Just a brief respite. David, music. Ah, yes. For a moment, this music makes me feel alive, even though my program is dead. Carry on.
We will talk about that program that has you feeling dead inside. You want to start there?
Yeah, I want to get the bad news out of the way.
It's conference championship time. As a matter of fact, the Oakland Golden Grizzlies can lock up the Horizon League tonight at 7, sending them to the tournament.
And Campy can continue his once every 11-year tradition of making it.
You know what? It takes one to get a streak started, and that's Campy starting tonight. Because
shout out Keto Benson.
Because Izzo has a streak, 25 years, and you're not happy. So let's start with the Big
because
10.
they're different programs.
I understand.
One's an outpost, and the other's, come on.
Start with the Big Ten, Mike. Conference tournament going to be taking place in Minneapolis.
Yeah, what do you want?
I have a couple questions for you. One, I'm going to give you the gambling odds for who can win the tournament. Right now, Purdue is at minus 100 to win the Big Ten. Illinois, second, plus 300. Third, Nebraska, plus 750. Fourth, want to take a guess?
I don't care.
MSU, plus 1,000.
Yeah, enjoy. What do you want to know?
Who you got winning this tournament?
Purdue. It's one of the only tournaments where I think chalk prevails. Illinois' defense has fallen in the tank the last month. They're now outside of the top 60. At one point, they were a top 10 defensive team. And Nebraska, you taught me this early in the year. You get them out of the Corn Palace or wherever the hell they play.
Pinnacle.
Whatever. They're not
Wait. You don't know a place, an arena?
I don't know the Pinnacle Arena, home of Husker Ball. And listen, I know they dropped a bomb on Michigan, but everybody does. It's hard for me to believe that Purdue in this.
Tominaga.
He's that little flip shot.
Yeah.
He just, pew, pew. I just think Purdue chalks it out.
See, here's the thing. Normally, I would agree with you. This is one of those years, if I'm Purdue, I don't know if I want to win this.
Oh, the rest factor?
Maybe because you went balls to the walls last year. A close game that you ended up, I think, beating Penn State.
Okay.
But it showed holes in the team, and then you didn't bounce back from that.
You want a bomb play?
Game.
I'll give you a little bomb pop.
Oh, okay. Because I had something for you. But go ahead.
You want a long shot cookies that I talked about on the pod? Go look at the draw for Indiana.
Funny that you said that, Mike, because right now you can get odds. Maryland, Penn State, Indiana, Minnesota, Rutgers, or Michigan to win the tournament at plus 1,800.
Indiana with the pair of bigs, Renault and the other kid, I always forget his name. Yeah, and if the point guard is back, Galloway, I'm just saying, they don't have to meet Purdue until the final. The rest of the Big Ten is largely ass. You're asking yourself, can Indiana beat Nebraska? That's really what you're asking yourself to get yourself into that game.
Yeah.
It's not terrible.
It's not at all. Let's head over to your favorite conference, the Big 12.
Did you see the news? I almost feel like I got to recut the pod. Now it's official. McCauley and Hunter Dickinson are both out for the whole Big 12 tourney.
Vegas lines came down. They are now back up. So when you recut the pod, Houston plus 100. Want to take a guess who's number 2 now?
Baylor?
Iowa State.
Oh, Otzenberger.
Plus 430. Baylor plus 600.
What about my boy, Pop Isaacs? Texas Tech. Joe Toussaint.
BYU plus 1,200. Kansas plus 1,400. And Mike, it's like you're reading my sheet here.
What?
Is Texas Tech the value play?
Yeah.
Plus 2,000.
When their guards get hot, you can't stop them. And they play physical. Now, here's your problem. Houston reminds me of like 2000 MSU. They suffocate you. Their defense is so physical, and they're rebounding. And they have Jamal Shed as a senior. He's been there forever. But if you wanted to throw something at a price, yeah, man.
That's $2,000.
I love my Red Raiders. I don't think they're going to do it, but I love my Red Raiders.
The ACC. North Carolina plus 160. Duke plus 180. Wake Forest plus 800. Clemson plus 1,000. Pitt plus 1,500. Virginia plus 1,600.
Yeah, I'd ask you is how much of the Duke UNC performance you saw this weekend, how much of that do you think is real?
Do you think UNC is just substantially better than Duke?
You got to stop reading my questions.
All right, my bad.
Because that is just it. Has UNC figured out Duke is the first question. Second, is it just one of these two, either Duke or North Carolina or the field? Which would you take?
Buddy, I can't get involved with Virginia or Pitt as the 3 and 4. Wake's the 5. I think Clemson might be the 6. Clemson's got an interesting draw, is that if they can meander the first round or two, you get yourself in a game against Duke, presumably. But yeah, buddy, it feels like a 2-team conference.
Carolina's figured them out. I mean, from killing Coach K's career, we're gonna win at Duke, and then we're gonna knock you out of the tournament in the Final Four.
Yeah, Hubert Davis has and
that had to be every North Carolina Tar Heels dream, is to send Coach K out sad pizza, not once, but twice.
You hate to see it. Yeah, I'd go North Carolina there. I know it's chalky. I'm sorry.
Big East, because you love college hoops.
I know, but man, they ruined this tournament. You know they've ruined it.
How did they ruin it?
Because none of the teams are there anymore. How do you have a Big East that doesn't have Syracuse? How do you have
ACC?
Exactly. It's not right. What do you want to know?
You got UConn minus 160, Creighton plus 390, Marquette plus 600, the Johnnies, St. John's plus 1,300. Mike,
Johnny's,
can anyone outside of UConn walk away with the Big East?
What about Marquette? You get a player of the year in Tyler Kolek. You get a good free throw shooting team, a kid who solo shoots 95%. He's a dog. He's a leader for a game. Could Kolek go out and drop 20 and 12 and command it? Yes. The problem is, Rico, when I watch UConn and they get rolling, I don't know how you stop. I don't know what you do. Right. You have All-American guard play. You got a couple of centers who can shoot it, and Caravan and Klingon, and you tell me.
I don't know what Creighton did that night when they just walked in there.
Scheduled loss, man.
Yeah,
you know the drill. That's one of those deals.
Ugly, though.
I know.
Finally, the SEC.
Kentucky. And
okay.
I cannot. Kentucky, I'll never leave you.
You are selling a team short, I think.
I know. You saw Kentucky's upside on display last weekend against Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Think about this. We're MSU fans. We struggle to score 50. They've dropped a 100 bomb 4 times this year. 5 guys in the starting lineup all shoot over 40% from deep. Reed Shepherd is going to be a Piston.
Well, the reason why that was so great is because they did it against Tennessee.
Rick Barnes.
Well, Tennessee, aside from Rick Barnes, is known for their defense.
Right, they shredded him.
Like you don't go and score 60 points against Tennessee.
What's Kentucky to win that tournament?
Kentucky is plus 400.
I'm in.
Tennessee is plus 175. Auburn is second at plus 240.
Jay Broom.
What about Bama at plus 500?
They make Kentucky's defense look like the going-to-work Pistons. I can't do it. I love Nate Oates Blazers. I can't. Bro, their defense it's unbelievable. I can't.
Mike, of all the favorites that I gave you, Houston, Purdue, UConn, North Carolina, Tennessee, I think I know who you're going to say.
Go ahead.
Who's the one team that will not cut down the nets of their conference title?
Oh, Purdue.
You say they won't cut them down.
No, the conference title. I thought you meant national.
No, conference title. They will not cut down the nets. Houston, Purdue, UConn, North Carolina, Tennessee.
Rick Barnes not a big game coach. He's not a tournament coach.
See, I think he's not an NCAA tournament coach.
NCAA.
That's totally different.
I know.
You know, that's like him and Matt Painter. You could schedule both of those.
Do you honestly think that Matt Painter is Rick Barnes with an inflated head? Like a bike pump in the nostril?
Like the Scooby-Doo mask at the end?
They're the same person, I'm convinced. Tennessee. To hell with Barnes. Go UK, go.
And tonight, Golden Grizzlies, do they pull this out?
I don't know. Kenny just flipped this off. You're an OU alum. How do you not want your school to make the tourney?
It's not about the school. It's about the guy that's coaching. 40 years, 3 tournaments.
Kenny, if they make the tournament, we're wearing Grizzly gear.
Tournament every 10 years. That's great.
I'm taking the Grizzly polo with me to Vegas. Just letting you know.
I think aren't they favored by like 4?
They're favored by 3.5. Go ahead, Evan.
Did I just hear you ask this man how he wants his alma mater to not make the NCAA tournament?
Yes.
Mike Valenti said that, correct?
Oh, me?
You're the same guy.
I am.
If you were Kenny, you would ask for this guy to get rocket shipped out of here.
I agree. The difference is when you're a poverty program, you should view the NCAA tournament as a gift.
He doesn't want to be a poverty program anymore. That's why he wants more. And by not making the tournament, maybe they'll, make a change. Or he'll just take somebody out.
Then I support Kenny G. Con. To hell with both our teams. Ski you ma. Go Gophers.
That is
by 30 to the moon.
College Hoop Conference Championship Blitz 97-1.
Roll the boat.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Well, if you turn the Tigers off early, you probably missed this. He topped out at 101.8 today as the Tigers beat the Twins 1-0 and worked a 1-2-3 inning. Kenta Maeda with a gem of a start as well, throwing 4 innings and allowing just 1 hit while striking out 7. All eyes locally on Oakland men's basketball today as they look to clinch their first NCAA tournament berth since 2012. Yes. Milwaukee, the last team standing in the way, a team that has gotten hot at the right time despite being the 6th seed. Oakland did beat them twice in the regular season, however, including one in double overtime. The Wings are in Buffalo tonight, hoping to snap a 5-game losing streak. Derek Lalone on one of the things he wants to see. Amik Robertson to the Lions on a 2-year deal worth $9.5 million. Kenny Moore is staying with the Colts, accepting a 3-year, $30 million contract, which makes him the highest-paid nickelback in league history. Indy has now re-signed 5 of their own players. Patrick Queen also heading from the Ravens to division rival Pittsburgh. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wow, all the luminaries are coming out today, huh? Smokey Robinson to celebrate Rico's 70th. 55th. Aging gracefully.
As we celebrate Chinooka.
Happy Chinooka. David, ticket text. And again, the college hoops thing. Yes, I know it's not a topic today. I'm sure we'll get to it. Maybe tomorrow. I have nothing left for MSU this year. I don't even want to watch them. I hope they lose. I don't even want them in the tournament.
You know what? The good news.
I can't take anymore.
No, it was a good news, and then it turned to bad news. But then, because they were going to play, and all they had to do was beat Indiana, they were in a 6th seed. I could watch it at home. Didn't have to watch it before the show. Now, it's the 8-9 game.
Oh, hey, did you see?
You play Minnesota.
Hey, did you see him get jail sexed by a transfer portal center? Oh, the irony.
The fact that I believe, if I read the numbers correct, the 2 big men scored 57 of the 65 points.
Yes.
It was automatic.
We actually have audio from on the floor of MSU Big's reaction to it. It just every time down the floor. Body, layup, body, jumper, body, layup.
Only to have the final 2 plays in MSU drawn up. The exact same play, just a mirror of each other. Hey, Tyson, dribble the ball for 29 seconds and throw a wild shot off the glass. Let's see if it falls. Okay, let's try it from the right side now. That didn't work either.
I just wanted to let you know that whatever you need for your birthday wish, if you want me to be nice about MSU, I will. It's just increasingly hard. The Spike store is open.
No, because now I think at least it's going to be most of the game is going to be before the show.
Yes.
So we can sit here and watch it instead of live as I listen to you throw chairs.
No. I don't even have it in me.
Because you get to play Minnesota at Minnesota for the first game. Yeah. And if you win, hi.
Yeah,
I'm Zach Edey.
It's
in
me
Purdue.
again. I know. Let me go to the callers. I want to wrap the Lions stuff. We can mix in a few other things. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. Been a busy show. Let's go to James, 97.1. He's up next. James, I'm sorry it took so long. Welcome.
No, yeah. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Mike, hang in there, buddy. Don't let him get you down too much.
I mean, James, when you listen to it, when you listen to some of your fellow humans call in, I mean, do you just shake your head the way we do? At all?
Sometimes I wonder if people are trying to troll you. You know, like if people are joking and just trying to get you upset on purpose.
I don't know. It's plausible.
I don't know. It's so crazy.
It's nuts. Well, what's on your mind today, more importantly?
Here we go. Yeah, absolutely. So for the Carlton Davis stuff, I just want to lay it out to you, and then you can just tell me where I'm wrong. So listening, and I heard your take about Snead on Monday. I really agreed with you. I really wish we would have gotten Snead. I think he would have fit perfectly with our defense. The way that Aaron Glenn is trying to do things, looks like that's obviously not happening now. But with the Carlton Davis stuff, A few people have already touched on it, but with the PFF man grade, he's 68.8 PFF in man coverage this past season. Snead was at 71.6. I know it's not a, completely objective comparison. The one thing that you said at the beginning of the show that I disagreed with a little bit, and don't worry, I'm not going to call you disingenuous or racist or anything.
We're good, James.
That, Carlton Davis is essentially Cam Sutton, more or less. I feel like they're a little bit opposite. Sutton is a guy that's good in zone. Not opposite.
What I meant
Sutton's
was
a guy
this.
that's pretty good in zone.
Hold on. I'll give you all the time you need. But, James, what I meant, and I want for the new audience to understand, I said you have people who want to make Carlton Davis a quality of player that I don't think he is. I think he's good. I don't think he's great. And I used the scales of justice thing. And I said, not stylistically, but I said, James, and for the people, if we do scales of justice, he's far more Cam Sutton than he is L'Jarius Snead. That's all I meant. I didn't mean as a literal player. I'm saying quality. He's good. I've defended Cam Sutton. I think he was miscast as a lead corner. This guy's far more qualified to be a lead corner. I just don't think he's a great one.
Absolutely. Understood. I think he will match up better as a lead corner, like you said, just from a physical aspect, too. Sutton's 5'10", 5'11", 185 or so.
Length.
Yeah, exactly. 6'1", 205. He can match up in man.
So let me ask you a question. James, do you believe, though, with the signing, let's say with the trade of Davis and his signing, and then they went out and got the likely nickel corner from the Raiders, don't you still feel that in your defensive back room at the corner spot, you still got to draft a corner?
I'm not sure. It's like either corner or the one part that also still worries me is we really haven't, done anything about the edge rusher. It's like we can add these depth pieces in the corner room, but if we're still not getting pressure from the D line, can any of these guys really hold up back there?
So, James, I'll put it to you. And, I want to give you a selection of players, okay? I don't want to force you into one person. Whether it's Christian Wilkins, we know the deal, or whether it's Brian Burns, and we know that deal. Different players, both very, very good. What would you not have been happier acquiring either of them?
Absolutely. I would have been super happy with Brian Burns. I just don't think Brad Holmes is ever going to sign a guy. It's 5 years, $30 million a year. As much as we want it, I don't see it ever happening.
No,
James, I would have been ecstatic.
James, I'm going to tell you, it's going to happen, and it's probably going to happen next year with Penei Sewell. You're going to be paying Amon-Ra the better part of, not all, but better part of $30 a year. Like, James, the way I view it, and I have no problem. Like, this is a conversation. When you get the people that are just like Brad Bots, I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's Aiden Hutchinson and Brian Burns would be the number one duo in all of football. What Rico and I have talked about is we want this team to acquire the high-end impact player that on that critical third down. I'm leaning on you in San Francisco. We're dying out here. We need a play. And you're the guy who makes it.
Yeah.
Like we wanted that type of big moment player, and they have not gotten it.
And for those, it goes back to the whole Chase Young thing. But, the flip side of that 4th and 3, when the Lions didn't get that 4th down, it was Chase Young that disrupted the entire play. So, yeah, you don't have to be great the entire time, but in the moment's not too big for you, and you step up, you make the catch, or you go after and you get the quarterback, or you knock down that pass. Look, the window is fleeting. That's my only thing to Lions fans is you have to take advantage of this, and you just have to go out and get the best players. Will they always work? No, but you have to arm yourself for every possible scenario and not try to dime store this thing and go to the clearance rack and get this. Well, it's a little frayed. No. Go get the real thing. Don't get the Hydrox. Go get the Oreos.
Well, and that's great. Actually, it's a great way of putting it. Yeah, we don't need to bargain shop. We don't need to be Roberto. We're, the Lions are George Clooney. I just wanted high-end stuff. And like I admitted, I want them to invest in Aiden Hutchinson. I want another difference maker up front. And the way it seems, maybe that's not happening. Well, I laid out how I was going to feel before it happened. It's not like I'm new to the opinion. I said to you guys all year, it's time. Like, I'm going to hold them to a higher standard. And I don't think it's good enough to sign Marcus Davenport. I don't think it's good enough to trade a third-round pick and then have to pay Carlton Davis, who, while there are pluses, there are minuses. I just wanted something more impactful. You want to call it brazen or irresponsible? That's your prerogative.
How about a cornerback that doesn't have a history of getting injured? Because now 2/3 of your corners, that's what they are. Your QB, your QB1 and CB1 and I guess CB3.
You're looking for me to argue. I can't. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your calls. I do want to ask Kenny about the Red Wings stuff. We got a free agency wraparound we're going to get to as well. And the Giants have quite possibly signed the worst quarterback in NFL history. Tremendous afternoon. 97.1. Hi, I'm Rico. It's my birthday, and I'm not ready.
I was waiting for you. All right. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. They won't judge me the way Mike judged me. They're not going to judge you. You want to work out, Planet Fitness is there for you. You know what? You don't have to go in there looking like an Adonis or looking like some supermodel. Go in there and just work on you. Get your fitness on. Planet Fitness. You'll experience a squeaky clean gym, tons of equipment, some brand new cardio equipment, brand new strength training equipment. Planet Fitness is there for you. And if you're short on time, don't worry about it. You get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training for no extra cost. You get all of this for $10 a month and no commitment. That's right. It's still just $10 a month. But right now, through March 15th, $1 down, and you can get the Black Card membership. You can upgrade everything that I just said. Plus, you get access to hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement, and you can go access to over 2,500 locations worldwide and unlimited guest privileges. $1 down, $24.99 a month, but this deal ends March 15th, so hurry up. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now or go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, crazy weather one day, like yesterday, 30 degrees, today 70. Storms knocking out power left and right. You need service on that furnace or AC. You call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. You name it, they got you covered. If they can't get to you same day, they'll take 25% off that next day service call. It is mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, a couple ticket texts. We'll get to the remaining Lions calls, get you a free agency wraparound. I do want to ask about the Wings. I mean, Kenny, if you don't want to get to it today, we won't. Is it unfair to call tonight's game a must-win? It's got to stop.
Not just tonight, but we have this game. We have Buffalo again. I believe we have Arizona and Pittsburgh, who all just sold. Yeah, I would classify 4 out of those 5 games as must-wins. You have to come out of the next 5 with 4 wins.
See, I
just have to.
I thought Arizona or Vegas was a must-win.
They were. It's like all the vibes of a 5-game win streak and storming to a 9-point lead between you and Jersey. That's all gone. You pick up the paper, and I know the Islanders lost last night, so based on that, the Wings bump back in. But, there's no margin. The car flag discussion of 4 or 5 car flags is out because right now I think you're about a coin flip proposition to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, most models by the analytics folk have it either right at 51% or right at 49%.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again, here we go. I'm sorry, but missing the playoffs, it's unacceptable. The Iser plan would be off course if you miss the playoff. I just can't wrap my mind around people who are like, no, it's going just the way it should. And Kenny Holland said it would take 10 years. And I'm going, wait, that's the standard? I hired Steve Yzerman to take 10 years. Dude, it's year 5.
Also, that's a ridiculous thing to claim because you sign stars, right, to fit into this 4 or 5-year window. You sign Larkin in that window. If you wait 10 years, all those guys are washed and you're pushing in the next. It doesn't work like that.
I agree. And you know what's interesting, Kenny, and everybody involved here, it's more, I can understand the Wings not doing hyper-aggressive stuff because the Wings weren't in the equivalent of the NFC title game last year. The Wings weren't in the playoffs. The Wings haven't made the playoffs. Now, if the Wings make it, and let's say they're competitive in that first round, I view it, they're built on really solid ground. And now I'm going to be asking the same thing out of them that I'm asking out of the Lions.
Start making the moves.
Right. So my question to Lions fans, because I think I know the question in this room, I didn't want Christian Wilkins because I felt like he was a very good player who was going to be paid like a great one. I told Stoney that. It ended up playing that way. Yippee skippy. I was right about something. Who cares?
But see, here's the thing
the
about
point is,
that.
I'd still take him. I'd still be happier with Christian Wilkins than I am Carlton Davis, Davenport, and random nickel corner from Raiders who ended up a starter at the end of the year. My guy was Snead. You don't want Snead, fine. Let me focus on one name because it's a name we never discussed because you never knew the true availability. But when the Brian Burns deal went down last night, I know I was terrified. I was driving home and hey, you got Brian Burns. And I'm like, great, what's the cost? I was worried the Giants had just traded the number 6 overall pick. When I found out the Giants gave up a 2 and next year's 5. Oh, well, what about the money? What about the money? Brian Burns is elite. He's fantastic. Well, he didn't have a great year last year. You're right. That team was dumpster fire. And believe it or not, most teams just pounded the rock on that team because, well, that team was always losing. I think Burns is a really good football player. So I look at it and I'm like, this is how my mind works. How do I sell the listeners? Little did I know I wouldn't have to. How do I sell the listeners on Carlton Davis and Marcus Davenport when Brian Burns was just given away to the New York Giants? Then I come into work today. I hear the morning show drooling all over each other about Carlton Davis. The midday show, forget it. We just signed Rod Woodson.
Oh, yeah. Well, they didn't win Monday, but it's okay.
And it's like, guys, I like the player, but I can't possibly lie to you and be like, I'm as excited about this as I would be if the Lions had traded second-round pick and a 5 next year. If the Lions traded pick 29, just that, and brought Brian Burns in, $150 million, $100 guaranteed, I'm investing in Aiden Hutchinson, and now I got the best duo in the league. See, I could sell the listener on that. And I could say with a straight face, you just got significantly better. That's where when people think somehow like I'm impatient, I'm not. I understand that the Wings can't do what I'm asking the Lions to do right now. Right. Don't hit me with that with the Pistons or the Tigers. You know, not you, I'm saying the listeners. Right. You should be more upset at those two teams.
Yeah, their signings were underwhelming. Now, can those gentlemen go out and do something? Yes, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be Brad Holmes, and they're writing the stuff down that we're saying to say, see, I told you so. You got to trust in Brad. But
told you so what? Saying he's a good player? Who says they don't want Carlton Davis?
You said he was going to be a bum.
I didn't say that.
It's what people hear.
Well, don't put it into the universe. I didn't say it.
I don't need to put it in the universe. It's already there.
I didn't say it.
Have you heard some of these calls?
Bell.
I just think that it could have been better. I think you could have gone after a higher caliber of player to really try to make yourself significantly better. Because I'm going to keep saying this, your window is there. It's not next year. It's not 2 years from now. It's right now.
That's the question.
Here's the other thing. You're going to overpay for players. You saw that. All the guards got paid a ton of money. But you also have to remember the cap went up. So there was extra money to play around with.
Cap went up $31 million.
So you could overpay from people and still be okay.
And the projections are the cap will rise $70 million between now and 2027. That puts the salary cap at north of $300 million. Easily. Yes, will it increase players' salary? Of course.
So I don't freak out. It's like, oh, I can't believe they paid this guy this much money. Well, they had extra money to spend, so
no. And I look, identifying someone's workflow and how they do things is different than agreeing with it. No one is saying that we don't understand what Brad Holmes operates under. I don't think he wants to sign free agents to long-term deals. I don't think he wants to pay big money. I think he has this vision in his mind of homegrown, develop, draft, resign. Okay, that's all well and good. All I know is how the teams that get to the Super Bowl and win it, they don't play that way. Yes, drafting has to be the centerpiece of your organization, but you go out and you make the bold move to put yourself over the top. Now, Lions fans have done something weird today. Several, not all, several have called in saying, well, it's not our Super Bowl window yet. See, you're on Planet Nebular. I don't know what you're talking about. What are we developing for? You were in San Francisco with the lead. Your window is now. It's really about the next 2 years, and anything beyond that's a bonus. You get about a 2 to 3 year window to do it. Now, the Chiefs are run like an elite organization. You know, the Niners have stretched their window. Have they won it yet? No. They've gotten there twice. They should have won one of them. Maybe both. They should have won one.
Should have won this year.
But then look at how the Niners operate to get back. And by the way, John Lynch, who's got way more credibility in the NFL than Brad Holmes, John Lynch gets criticized all the time. They're both excellent at their job. But when you start putting executives on pedestals that we can't talk honestly about sports,
hey,
John, I don't know what we're doing here.
You want to explain Trey Lance, please?
So that's kind of where we're at. And again, the Brian Burns thing, believe me, my team stinks. I'm not making it out like the Giants have it all figured out. The Giants are a bad organization. But the Brian Burns thing is a no-brainer to me. You win with the tip of the sword. I wanted to add someone that was impactful up front if I couldn't get Snead. The fact that Burns was given away for a second and a 5 next year, the money's the money. You just figure it out. So tell me I'm wrong for wanting Brian Burns and Aiden Hutchinson to grow old together. Man, give me a couple of rocking chairs and a porch. Because that would be, Rico, what would be a better duo in the entire NFC?
I can't really think of one. Here's why that would be so good, because you wouldn't have to blitz as much. You can drop back 7 and really, flood it so that a quarterback can't just pick on Cam Sutton or pick on a corner, because now there's 7 people back there. You could pass people off to different ones. If you can get to the quarterback rushing 4, Mike, that's a luxury not every team has.
And make no mistake, Rico, I like the aggression. The Kansas City Chiefs are as aggressive as anybody. They won the Super Bowl. But I'm with you.
When you can pinpoint the aggression and just say, you know what, we're going to dial it up for the next 5 plays, not we're going to dial it up for the next 50 plays.
And Brian Burns is what, 25, 26? It struck me that right after I got off the air with Stoney, the Lions made these moves, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. The Davenport thing's whatever to me. I mean, the guy's a draft bust, and he's always hurt. But Davis, fine enough. That was my reaction. I wasn't angry. I'm not angry today, but I'm not elated. Then the Giant stuff trickles in, and I'm going, wait a minute. How were we not a part of that? Because I'll tell you, James Houston's a nice football player, but I'd much rather have him as a rotational pass rusher than the guy I need 60 snaps from a week. You have Burns and Aiden Hutchinson.
Or maybe they overvalue what Houston really is, and they think that he's better.
It wouldn't surprise me, because they clearly love their own.
They do. And in their world, well, why should we go off and get him? We got Houston, and when he's healthy, he could do the same things.
Because I just view Brian Burns as that difference maker. And I put him in a winning culture. I get him out of that pit of Carolina. I put him in my locker room. Playing for a guy like Dan Campbell, I think Brian Burns would be an all-pro here. Now, that's projection. Guilty. But when you want to know why Rico and I don't have pom-poms out, it's because, whether it was Wilkins, it's an overpay. I don't argue it, but you didn't have to give up anything. Or whether it's Burns. Come on. John Jansen weight loss fiesta. Look, you can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. Program worked for John. They want to show it to you. They want to coach you. They want to get you on the road to success. You book today with idealu.us. You get the body composition analysis for $150 value for free. John lost 63 pounds. He's kept it off. You could lose 40 in 40 days. Book your free consultation right now. Idealu.us. That's idealu.us. Ideal U Health Center.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Wings are in Buffalo tonight and will be without star Dylan Larkin for the fourth straight game. Derek Lalonde telling the media today that he will not be reevaluated until Saturday, which is the 2-week mark of his lower body injury. The Tigers beat the Twins today 1-0. A.J. Hinch weighed in on the mood of the team at this point in spring. Audio Courtesy Valley Sports Detroit. Jackson Jobe will not be making the opening day roster, but he dominated the ninth today, closing out Minnesota with a 1-2-3 frame, including 2 strikeouts. His fastball reached all the way up to 101.8 in his Major League Spring Training debut. The Big Ten Men's Basketball Awards came out today. Zach Edey, no surprise, he's the Player of the Year. Fred Hoiberg and Matt Painter taking co-coach of the year honors as well. Tyson Walker earned second team All Big Ten from Michigan State, while his teammates A.J. Hoggard and Malik Hall took third team. Oakland takes on Milwaukee tonight. Mike, will they do it?
I don't care.
At the Core Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. Kenny's told me not to care. I don't know what to do. Let's go to Sal. He's been very patient. 97.1. Sal, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
So I got a little bit of a Lions conspiracy theory I want to run by you guys. And you can tell me how off base I am.
Oh, let me hear this. Let me hear it.
So we heard all this talk about how we want to sign our guys. We want to keep our guys, homegrown guys. But you got all this cap space this year. Why aren't you paying Amon-Ra? Why aren't you paying Goff? Right?
Yeah,
and
it's something I've thought myself. So go ahead.
Right. So my concern is, I know we're talking about all these big name guys, and why aren't they going after them? I feel like they are going after them, but we're probably offering them 50, 75% of what they're actually worth to other teams. So I think that's our big issue. I just want to see what you guys think about that.
Look, I can't validate or invalidate it. I will just tell you, I think Brad Holmes is too smart to alienate the open market with insulting offers. I don't think you're right, but Sal, I'm not going to make fun of you. I mean, look, maybe I'll give you a real example of this, Sal, and it's how my own team lost Xavier McKinney. The Giants weren't offering north of the transitional tag, which I believe for McKinney was 13.5. They had a hard line in the sand.
They wanted a hometown discount.
The Packers paid him nearly $18 a year. So that is a real life thing that happened. You know, again.
Yeah, you don't get the hometown discount if you're not winning Super Bowls. Now, if you're Kansas City and you walk in there and say, hey, let's keep this thing together, would you be willing? Yeah, we could probably win it back. I'll get another ring. Sure.
I'm going to be fascinated to see if there's a hometown discount for all these players people want to re-sign.
No, they're going to find out very quick.
Well, maybe. Let's see.
No. We don't even have to work. A year ago, Jamal Williams could have let it parade down Woodward. He cried at the end of the Packer game. He went out there. He represented the D. Detroit 3-1-3.
Gaza, Waza, or whatever he said in the pregame.
And then a few weeks later, yeah, you guys didn't respect me and you lowballed me.
Yeah, you're right, because we signed a better running back.
And I'm a saint now because you didn't take care of me.
Hey, let's check that Jamal Williams touchdown hotline.
So, yeah, just hometown discounts. I don't think you get hometown discounts unless you are coming off of a Super Bowl or you were a play away from winning it and you think you can run it back.
Let's go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, how you doing?
Good, fellas. How we doing?
Good, D. What's on your mind?
Total side note before I was going to get into, I was actually curious, Mike, what were your thoughts on Saquon's statement to Tiki Barber after yesterday?
Yeah, I got asked a lot about that. All right, here's my deal, Danny. I might be a weirdo.
Well, hold on. Just so you know, Tiki Barber came out and said that Saquon is now an Eagle and he's dead to him.
Yeah, Danny, I have no issue with Saquon getting paid. All right, all he wanted was a long-term deal that the Giants were not willing to give, and I'm fine with that. The whole "you dead to me" or whatever, I don't know. I think Saquon's probably being a little sensitive about it. But in the end, like the whole media fight thing is it's boring to me. I don't know. Danny, my thing would be if I just made $40 million in one day by signing my name to a piece of paper, you know where I wouldn't be? Twitter barking at a has-been running back who the Giants won a Super Bowl without. That's probably not where, like, Danny, you and I would be having drinks on a beach. You know what we're not doing? Tweeting has-been running back radio hosts.
I was just very curious to get your take after I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I got you.
Got a chuckle out of it, but I agree. But when it comes to the Lions, man, you guys are kind of hitting on a lot of things, but I do firmly believe. I feel like you got to take the tea leaves that Brad Holmes been doing the past couple of years, which is, hey, we are perfectly fine spending as much money as we can on tier 2 players. They are not going to be splashing in the tier 1 players and spending the big bucks on the Brian Burns and all those good free agents that would be electric for what we need. They, which mind you, the previous caller actually kind of just proved what I am just about to say, which is, or yet to be seen, I should say, is that they're going to wait to spend their money on their guys. So I have a feeling, I mean, I can't prove it to be otherwise, but you would have to imagine that they're going to be paying out Panay. They're going to be paying out Amon-Ra. They're going to be paying out Laporta. All those guys, they're the ones that are going to get those big dollars. They won't let them see the free agent mark. But in between then, that's what they're going to do is take all their money and spend on the tier 2 players, which I don't agree with it. I do think that if you have a position of high need, like the end or corner, that you should go and get those big splash players and get the tier 2 guys for a wide receiver or someone else that needs a need that we can kind of get.
So, Danny, let me ask you a question. What we were just blathering on about last segment, when you saw the Brian Burns thing happen, did that irk you a little like it irked me?
No, because I expected it.
Okay.
I didn't expect them to get tier 1 guys that are going to be hot off of free agency because that's just not their MO.
But you wish they would.
Just be do I wish? Of course.
Okay.
Because like you said, and as we all said and we all know, Aiden Hutchinson's a fantastic player who would be even more electric if he had a counterpart to make him even better. And then that just ripple affects the rest of the defense on the whole side of the ball.
Yeah.
So when you don't do that, it's obviously extremely decrepit. And you know what I think their brain is all right, we're going to get a couple of guys tier 2 in the free agency market. And guess what? I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest if they're going to be putting in a heavy draft picks on the DN position or a cornerback position. They want to position it that way. If we want to find our guys, do I agree with it? No, but I mean, I'll criticize Brad Holmes all it is. Yeah, he's nobody to me besides someone that's got to get the Super Bowl.
I'm wondering, are they going to go after like a corner within that first, in the first round or second round? Because now that you keep picking up these other corners, it's not a high priority because it's like cornerback by committee. It's kind of like the Tigers' third baseman. We'll figure it out.
I'd be shocked, fellas, if the first 2 or 3 picks are not cornerback, the D end, and a
guard,
a linebacker. Or a guard. I'm sorry, a lineman, offensive lineman. I'd be shocked if it wasn't that. I'd be shocked.
Yeah, because and Danny, I appreciate it because today's been a little bit of a nut house with certain people. But Danny, truthfully, I still feel like you're gonna need to draft a corner based on Mosley, no sure thing off 2 ACLs. Carlton Davis missed 16 games the last 3 years, at least 4 in every year. Like, you're banking on some injured players to really help you. Now, I don't think it's a need where I do it at 29. I still believe pick 29 is going to be a guard who's capable of playing center. Why? I don't think Ragnow's going to be around. And you obviously got to fill Jonah Jackson's spot.
And good luck trying to figure out what pick 29 is going to be because
I'm saying conceptually.
It makes sense.
I think a cheap, controllable O-lineman who gets to play next to either Pro Bowl tackle, that's a win. Yeah. Glasgow was retained because he can float to center if I need him. I can have the other guard learn it, or if he's got experience playing it, like that kid Powers Johnson from Oregon.
Or they just draft a tight end and say, we're going to stop putting Skipper in and we're just going to do
It's his birthday and he's doing whatever he wants. That's what's happening here. All right, get ready. Go green and stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. For a limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program, receive free grub control, and remember, all you do is say my name. I don't care, you hate my guts. They'll still take care of the lawn for you. Consider it a gift and I won't invoice you. Remember, easier to prevent than fix. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. You will see certified applicators. You will have custom-tailored solutions for your lawn. They'll get it done once. They'll get it done right. You'll enjoy your lawn the rest of the season. NaturalWayLawn.com for all your lawn care needs. Or dial 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service.
So we will get to some winners and losers from the first day of free agency, but I have to get some reaction.
Oh, you can't do winners and losers for 3 years. We got to let it play.
Let it play out.
Some signings that happened today. You have Patrick Queen signing 3 years, $41 million to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I heard Pittsburgh doesn't spend money.
They needed a middle linebacker. That's not a lot of money for a middle linebacker.
What? $15 million a year.
Yeah.
Especially because you're not paying your quarterback anything.
Listen, I don't get seduced by it. I mean, Patrick Queen is a name, but he was the second best linebacker on his own damn team. Queen is fine. You took him from a divisional rival. Okay.
Addition by subtraction.
But I don't like paying off-ball linebackers like that. I'm going to just, that's kind of a meh. So I guess I'd be in trouble in Steeler land if I didn't just, bronze the proverbial penis of that GM.
I'll say I like this, David, because as you say, they don't spend a lot of money, so they're trying to be active in free agency.
So the cheap guy bought dinner for once, and now you want to build a statue of him.
Not build a statue, but you know what? Okay, you can at least give the head nod like you're picking up the check.
Are the Steelers better today than they were free agency? Yes, they've improved the quarterback. All jokes about Mr. Unlimited. And yes, obviously, Patrick Queen is still a good football player. I just think that's
and taking from a division rival, I think helps.
Okay, noted.
And then one more before we get to winners and losers. Derrick Henry signs a 2-year, $16 million deal, almost $20 million, to go to the Baltimore Ravens.
I love it. Gee whiz, how does Baltimore afford any of it? Shouldn't they save their money for 2028? Look.
They should go get Jamal Williams.
All I'll say is this. Derrick Henry was built in a lab to be a Raven. And if they preserve him the right way, he is the hammer. He's the closer. He is a guy that in the second half, in the cold and the wind and the rain of Cincinnati, of Cleveland, of Pittsburgh, of Buffalo, of Kansas City, he's a non-negotiable. So David, what do we not like?
You don't pay running backs.
But in this case, They're in their Super Bowl window, and he gives them something they don't have.
Limit his carries to about 15 a game, and I think you'll be okay. He doesn't.
Because you need to have him in January.
Right.
So
now, in games where all of a sudden he's dominating, you increase the workload. But right now, you work him in a tandem, 15 carries, especially in the third and fourth quarter. As Mike said, you're the closer. We're gonna grind this thing out so that it's not Lamar being the leading rusher. We can just turn around, hand it off to you, and then work the play action in.
Yes. Yep.
So let's start with the first winner here. Well, I'm going to give you two winners here. It's position group. Start with the defensive tackles. You had Chris Jones. You had Christian Wilkins. You had Justin Matabuke for the Ravens. And then you also have the other position group on the other side of the ball, the guards. Jonah Jackson, Kevin Dotson, Robert Hunt. Those would be winners. Would you agree?
What, in their bank accounts?
Yeah, the guards.
I think the guard market is stupid. No other around it. Landon Dickerson making $20 million. Robert Hunt making $20 million. It's crazy. But good work if you can get it.
Yeah,
and I'm not mad in the least. I'm sorry, Rico. I'm not mad they didn't bring Jonah back. I'm not paying that man $15 million a year. Don't need to. Go ahead.
But I'm not going to act like he didn't help you win games last year.
Very good football player. But I just wanted that money for other things.
Oh, no. Guards got paid. I think TJ was out there cursing the fact that he was born way too soon.
Next winner on the list would be the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, they say, because of what he's gained and collected his entire career, but Atlanta because they now can take over the NFC South.
Cousins has managed to, I think he's going to end up with like some $280 million of guaranteed money. For somebody who wasn't drafted in the first round, whose people was made fun of, called him Ned Flanders, look at how he dresses, and he just goes out there and he wins. Now, are you going to win the Super Bowl with him? I don't think so, but he's a consistent winner. He's a solid 7.5, and in a bad division, you just got to get into the playoffs. And I think, you're now better than everybody else. Tampa, Baker Mayfield, you're better than them.
That's
you're
the
better
other
than
thing.
the Saints.
Rico brought this up as part of Carlton Davis. That's a crap division with crap quarterback play. Sorry to break your heart. That means 6 games a year, Carlton Davis, if he's healthy, face nothing. You face Bryce Young, Taysom Hill, famous Jameis.
If you're Cousins, your job is to at least be 5-1 in your divisional game.
Your job's winning the division. Your job's home playoff games.
Right.
Like, I think Atlanta got a lot better because the only thing holding them back from being dangerous was just competent quarterback play. Not Taylor Heineke, not Desmond Ridder, male pattern baldness, like competent.
So now
Kirk
you'll see
Cousins
a Drake
is way more than competent.
Yeah. So now a Drake London or somebody like that. Yeah, you're gonna all of a sudden you can run a playbook and actually throw to your receivers and to Kyle Pitts and use Bijan not as a decoy but to score touchdowns.
Stunning.
First loser here would be Justin Fields because he sat there and watched jobs like Atlanta, Vegas, and Pittsburgh fill up, and nobody is calling about him.
Justin is looking like the kid who is still waiting for his parents to pick him up from soccer practice. And everybody else is gone. And he's at the curb with his Gatorade bottle, watching every car that goes by, standing up saying, is that them? Is that not? No, that's not them either.
Look, honestly, I think sometimes it's like a peer review. The league is telling you what they think about you. Now, is part of it a leverage play? They know the Bears have declared what they're going to do, and I don't need to give you anything. I think the same thing probably happens with the LA Chargers. Like, they probably have to cut Khalil Mack, but it just is what it is. Like, I still find it hard to believe that you're paying Gardner Minshew before you pick up Justin Fields' 5th-year option. But that's where we've arrived at. So the league really must be down on him.
See, I don't think the league is down on him, Mike. I think the first part of what you said is true. The league is smart. You know when his value fell? When Caleb Williams came out and said, I'm not going to give anybody medical information until later, which now means, well, Chicago, you still going to trade? Well, we can't right now because what if you find out he has some structural damage to a knee and now you got to keep him? So I think that both will be on the roster come this fall because you're kind of stuck with them because Caleb played you.
And then finally, the final loser would be Justin Jefferson because it says you have a quarterback in Sam Darnold and maybe a rookie. Good luck next season.
Yeah. For everything they did right defensively And I actually don't hate the Aaron Jones revenge play. I don't know what you're doing with Sam Darnold.
Maybe
no idea.
They saw that Rams game, the final game of the year, that meaningless game, and he went out there and almost won, but they didn't. You could tell, David, that Darnold was out there playing for a job somewhere. He was auditioning, and it worked because it's $10 million guaranteed. It's not incentive. He's getting $10 million. But yeah, if I'm Justin Jefferson, like we couldn't just keep Ned Flanders.
You're like, this can't be the answer, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I expect he'll be the next receiver who just walks in and says, trade me. I don't want to be here anymore. Trade me to a contender.
Yeah, you may be right about that. That is in football today. So we will get to some winners and losers from the first day of free agency, but I have to get some reaction.
Oh, you can't do winners and losers for 3 years. We got to let it play.
Let it play out.
Some signings that happened today. You have Patrick Queen signing 3 years, $41 million to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I heard Pittsburgh doesn't spend money.
They needed a middle linebacker. That's not a lot of money for a middle linebacker.
What? $15 million a year.
Yeah.
Especially because you're not paying your quarterback anything.
Listen, I don't get seduced by it. I mean, Patrick Queen is a name, but he was the second best linebacker on his own damn team. Queen is fine. You took him from a divisional rival. Okay.
Addition by subtraction.
But I don't like paying off-ball linebackers like that. I'm going to that's kind of a meh. So I guess I'd be in trouble in Steeler land if I didn't just, bronze the proverbial penis of that GM.
I'll say I like this, David, because as you say, they don't spend a lot of money, so they're trying to be active in free agency.
So the cheap guy bought dinner for once, and now you want to build a statue of him.
Not build a statue, but you know what? Okay, you can at least give the head nod like you're picking up the check.
Are the Steelers better today than they were free agency? Yes, they've improved the quarterback. All jokes about Mr. Unlimited. And yes, obviously, Patrick Queen is still a good football player. I just think that's
and taking from a division rival, I think helps.
Okay, noted.
And then one more before we get to winners and losers. Derrick Henry signs a 2-year, $16 million deal, almost $20 million, to go to the Baltimore Ravens.
I love it. Gee whiz, how does Baltimore afford any of it? Shouldn't they save their money for 2028? Look.
They should go get Jamal Williams.
All I'll say is this. Derrick Henry was built in a lab to be a Raven. And if they preserve him the right way, he is the hammer. He's the closer. He is a guy that in the second half, in the cold and the wind and the rain of Cincinnati, of Cleveland, of Pittsburgh, of Buffalo, of Kansas City, he's a non-negotiable. Mm-hmm. So David, what do we not like?
You don't pay running backs.
But in this case, they're in their Super Bowl window, and he gives them something they don't have.
Limit his carries to about 15 a game, and I think you'll be okay. He doesn't.
Now you need to have him in January,
right?
So
now in games where all of a sudden he's dominating, you increase the workload. But right now, you work him in a tandem, 15 carries, especially in the third and fourth quarter. As Mike said, you're the closer. We're gonna grind this thing out so that it's not Lamar being the leading rusher. We can just turn around, hand it off to you, and then work the play action in.
Yes. Yep.
So let's start with the first winner here. Well, I'm going to give you two winners here. It is position group. Start with the defensive tackles. You had Chris Jones. You had Christian Wilkins. You had Justin Matabuke for the Ravens. And then you also have the other position group on the other side of the ball, the guards. Jonah Jackson, Kevin Dotson, Robert Hunt. Those would be winners. Would you agree?
What, in their bank accounts?
Yeah, the guards.
Yeah, I think the guard market is stupid. No other way around it. Landon Dickerson making $20 million. Robert Hunt making $20 million. It's crazy. But good work if you can get it.
Yeah,
and I'm not mad in the least. I'm sorry, Rico. I'm not mad they didn't bring Jonah back. I'm not paying that man $15 million a year. Don't need to. Go ahead.
But I'm not going to act like he didn't help you win games last year.
Very good football player. But I just wanted that money for other things.
Oh, no. Guards got paid. I think TJ was out there cursing the fact that he was born way too soon.
Next winner on the list would be the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, they say, because of what he's gained and collected his entire career, but Atlanta because they now can take over the NFC South.
Cousins has managed to, I think he's going to end up with like some $280 million of guaranteed money. For somebody who wasn't drafted in the first round, whose people was made fun of, called him Ned Flanders, look at how he dresses, and he just goes out there and he wins. Now, are you going to win a Super Bowl with him? I don't think so, but he's a consistent winner. He's a solid 7.5, and in a bad division, you just got to get into the playoffs. And I think, you're now better than everybody else. Tampa, Baker Mayfield, you're better than them.
That's
you're
the
better
other
than
thing.
the Saints.
Rico brought this up as part of Carlton Davis. That's a crap division with crap quarterback play. Sorry to break your heart. That means 6 games a year, Carlton Davis, if he's healthy, face nothing. You face Bryce Young, Taysom Hill, famous Jameis.
If you're Cousins, your job is to at least be 5-1 in your
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Lions have been busy in the first few days of free agency. Former Detroit QB Dan Orlovsky wants them to bolster their offense, though. Audio courtesy ESPN. Today, the team inked corner Amik Robertson to a 2-year deal worth $9.5 million, with the possibilities for incentives as well. He's a former 4th-round pick of the Raiders, where he spent his first 4 seasons in the league. Kenny Moore staying with the Colts, accepting a 3-year, $30 million contract. It makes him the highest-paid nickelback in league history. He had 13 picks last season. Indy has now re-signed 5 of their players. Patrick Queen is also heading from the Ravens to division rival Pittsburgh. There have been 3 other major pieces that have done the same: Saquon Barkley, Aaron Jones, and Geno Stone. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Howard, I'm off the grid in Cabo.
I have no idea what I just heard.
We're celebrating your 70th with just
I don't know
the luminaries.
I don't know what that means. If you're old enough, you know what that means. I have no.
Howard,
Happy birthday, Ronwell!
And by the way, if you never heard any of Jesse Ventura's appearances on the Howard Stern Show, must listen. I'm off the grid. This man's completely insane. All right, let's refocus. First of all, Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. Carlton Davis, and here's the thing. The other free agent signings are kind of lost in the shuffle. So here's the headlines. It's fine enough. Carlton Davis is a nice player. I'm disappointed. I don't think that. Now let me repeat for the people in the back. I'm not mad. I'm not ripping it. I'm not negative about it. And I've presented some reasons why I think Carlton Davis is not in Tampa Bay anymore. His play has declined over the last 3 years. He has missed 16 games the last 3 years, at least 4 each year. And I like to look at both sides of roster moves, where if I'm Tampa Bay and Carlton Davis is as good as people here want him to be, then why wouldn't you just extend him, turn his cap number into next to 0, and keep him? And instead, they made him the casualty of paying others. You have to ask those questions. Now, I think he's fine. He's good. Is he an upgrade from Sutton? Yes. I just don't think it's seismic. Now, on the heels of what went down last night, look, I'm not going to do this impassioned thing for Christian Wilkins because I never thought that was going to be the move. He's older, right, than Brian Burns. He's not that pure pass rusher. He's an inside guy. He's versatile. He can move around. He can be disruptive. He's a great locker room leader. But the Brian Burns thing was the one that kind of irked me, where I went, wait a minute. Brian Burns just got given away to the New York Giants. And the Giants paid him. I mean, it's $150 million over 5 years. I mean, that's the going rate if you're going to be an elite pass rusher, an edge, a complete player. I want to know from Lions fans, basically 23 hours after this all went down when I got off the air with Stoney. What is the one word emotion or one word adjective you would use to the Lions' first 36 hours in free agency? I don't need a grade. Pick a word. Are you happy? Is it, hell, pick 2 words. Mission accomplished. Are you disappointed? Are you confused? Are you patient? I would like to know the emotional state because, again, Rico, I will say it again. I like Carlton Davis. Mm-hmm. But if he's a surefire CB1, high-end CB1, Tampa would simply give him 2 more years, restructure deal, keep him around. I think I think they had reasons to move on. Now, that doesn't mean he can't be productive here, but I'm not turning him into Deion Sanders.
I guess mine would be underwhelmed.
Oh, that's a better word. Okay, you win.
Expected more.
That's 2.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just kind of explaining. I expected more. Like
I hoped for more, and I feared.
You promised me a steak dinner, but it was a Salisbury steak. Not quite the same, but it fit the category.
Yeah,
we ate.
Well, and again, think about it. Look, I'm not going to sit here and get upset about spending $4.5 million on a nickel corner. The kid from the Raiders. Fine.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
really. I just saw that it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. But it's more of what they tried last year. Now, you can't predict injuries. I know the best laid plans. Who knows how it would have looked if Mosley didn't blow his knee out.
Okay, but you can't predict injuries, but you could also see when someone's injury prone.
Correct.
And if you keep bringing them in there, I mean, it's one of the reasons why Michael Penix is falling in the draft. Why his injury history over the career.
Well, and I'll give you another example. So you spent what? What did Davenport get, David?
Let me look at it.
Just as a rough figure. Is it $5 million?
Make sure you get the
It
figure
was around
right.
there, yeah. But
my point is, you spent call it $25 million on these 3. I'd rather spend 30 on Brian Burns. I'd rather spend 22 on L'Jarius Sneed. I was looking for difference makers.
Yeah, $6.5 million.
So 6.5 plus 15 is 21.5 plus the 4.75. So call $26 million on these 3. I'd rather have Brian Burns for 30.
And here's why I think last year it was acceptable, because you didn't make the playoffs. You were up and coming, and we didn't know if you could sustain this type of winning. And I think you had players who were going to take some chances because we're not established yet. You established yourself this year. So now you bring in a better caliber of players because you are a better team.
Yeah.
And you didn't do that. You still have that poverty type thinking that doesn't win you Super Bowls.
And again, Carlton Davis being the headliner, here's the good. Does he always line up against the other team's number 1? Yeah, usually. He lined up some in the slot, but very, very rarely. He's an outside corner. Okay. Rangy. Good length. These are all good things. Here's your problems with Carlton Davis. It's played a lot more zone than man. Now, when he played man, he was good. He's going to need to be, because that's, I think, ideally what the Lions want. The other problems are, I pointed out the injuries. Here's the other thing. You can talk to people in the league and you can just look at basic scouting. He's not an elite athlete. He wasn't coming out of Auburn. This is a mid 4.5 40 guy. He's a technician. He's very good at his job of coverage, but he's not an elite athlete. So you look at these things and you go, all right, if the deal's going to make sense, I got to pay him. Now, I don't think it's going to be anything outrageous, but is he a $10 million a year guy for the next couple of years? Probably. Otherwise, it's a rental. So it's a little up and down for me. Is it an improvement? Yes. It's not the quantum leap that I think you and I hope for. And I do think, all jokes aside, I think there's a big portion of this fan base that's afraid to speak right now. I think if you speak out and you don't just drink the bathwater, you're a pariah. You're viewed as ungrateful or you're viewed as a bad fan. And it's like, no, we're sports fans. I want to parade down Woodward. And
see, I think for some, if you go out and get that impact player, you're now putting the bullseye on your back saying, our time is now and we need to win now. So long as you don't have that player, there's always the excuse, well, we're still a couple players away before we're a Super Bowl team.
And look, I don't think any of us are surprised. I think this is what Brad Holmes told you he was going to do. That doesn't mean you have to like it. Now, I'm accepting it. What choice do I have? I'm not going to freak out. I think the Lions are going to be very good next year. But I don't have to. Look, I told you from the very beginning, I have immense respect for what Holmes has built, what this team is, and what I think they can be. But this offseason, I was going to hold them to the Super Bowl standard of like, it's time. For lack of a better term, I'd like to quote David's new quarterback, Lions Nation, let's ride. I thought this was going to be, hey, you got to bring in the investment in Aiden or a real impact, safer corner. I don't think there's anything safe about a dude that has had declining play for 3 years and has been injured for 3 years. That's hard for me to go.
16 games in 3 years.
And at least 4 every year, so it's a consistent thing. But is he good? Yeah,
and here's the thing. Your schedule?
Going to be a lot harder.
Yeah. You're going to be playing a lot, that first place schedule, a lot of playoff caliber teams. So imagine he's going to be gone for 4 games. Could be the games you play the Cowboys. Could be the games you play the Niners.
Let's hope he stays healthy.
Or you play the Packers. He's not there.
Let's hope he stays healthy.
Okay.
Just, it's your birthday. Don't be negative.
Okay.
No, but you're right. That's the type of stuff. David made the point earlier. Like, what happens if Carlton Davis does what Carlton Davis does and all of a sudden he's hurt in the stretch run?
Yeah. Mosley, you didn't miss because you played a bad schedule. You won,
and here's
not your fault.
Here's the interesting part. They brought him back again. Now, again, it's basically free, not flipping out. But a guy off back-to-back blown ACLs, and I'm going,
what do you expect?
He's back in the room. Is he the same player?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I thought maybe they would go after an impact corner at 29, but now that you brought in 2 other corners, it lets me know that maybe in the 3rd round you'll take a corner, best one available. Hope that you catch the next, Kirby Joseph.
I trust him drafted. There are no qualms there. The free agency stuff, I wish they'd approach it a little different.
I trust him drafting as well, but as you know, you're a Vegas guy. You got that hot hand in blackjack. Eventually, dealer's going to hit 21.
Oh, it ain't eventually. It's on a regular basis. 248-539-9797. So I'd love to get your guys' thoughts. Give me the 1 or 2 word descriptor of the Lions free agency thus far. In your mind, guys. And I don't think there's wrong answers. We don't have to understand each other. We'll get ticket texts and more next. Rico, please.
Specs at LTU wants to help you get your goal going. You want to go into radio. You like what you hear Mike and I do. Heck, Jeff Rieger's a Specs grad. You too could be a Specs grad. There's a ton of Specs grad walking through this Odyssey building. Or if TV is your thing or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU could help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You just got to be curious. You go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications programs taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Classes are starting year-round, so you don't have to wait until the fall. If you want to get into Specs, you simply need to head over to that website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more. You're going to learn from people who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? Hands-on experience. So, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
America's favorite place to watch sports, including basketball, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. I'll be out there, a little over a week now. March Madness. Don't know if I can say that, but I just did. Hey, it's Stadium Swim, 6 pools.
We're in Oakland gear.
That won't be me. 6 pools, 3 levels, and it is the best outdoor sports viewing experience and sports book on the globe. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. All right, Hatchet, before I get to the people, ticket text coming in. What do you got?
And let me give you all the words that are coming in. Complacent, almost as bad as Eiserman, momentum lost. Someone else says unimpressed. That's Ken in the car. Another word is meh. Would have liked more, but happy it wasn't nothing. Eric in A2.
I'm kind of there. I'm not going to act like it's nothing. It's something. I think it absolutely helps your secondary. But do I believe that it is this massive difference-making move? No, I don't. And I don't get the Davenport thing at all. At all.
Trust is the word. That's from Randy in Dearborn. Kelly and Clarkson says sufficient would be the word. Then you have good, expected. In one word, someone says pissed.
I'm not pissed.
The word I would use is uneventful, someone says.
I will be interested to see what, if anything else, there is. I am leaving space open for a rabbit out of the hat move that changes everything, just like DeBrincat did. We didn't understand those initial signings by Eiserman, and we went, man, listen, if he gets DeBrincat, we can slot all these in. It makes sense. I'll wait. Things can happen. It's a long off season. But yeah, I'd be lying to my listeners if I didn't say, wait, we could add Brian Burns for what? What? Pairing him with Aiden? That's nightmare fuel. That's how you ruin people. That is how you legitimately take souls out of offensive coordinators' bodies. That's all.
Let me read you this one because I like the creativity. It's not just cynical contentedness, they say.
Sure. Go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, guys? I'm in Boston here. Love your show. I've been listening for years.
Oh, hey, Sean. Appreciate it.
Hey, yeah, Boston. This place is a dumpster fire, by the way, for sports talk radio with New England Pats. But anyway, to answer your question.
Come on, you won Super Bowls for like 20 years. Give it to somebody else.
I'm from Detroit. I transplanted here. I am not a Pats guy, so I love rocking the D around here, at least the last year, because nobody can look at me and just laugh at me anymore. It's great. But to answer your question, Mike, you stole my thunder. My word would be, it's okay. But to give you a second word, since he took it, I would say it's cautious, a cautious play by Holmes. And look, I believe in Holmes and what he's doing. He's building some. I fully believe from the last 20 years of management, he's got an eye for talent, whoever he surrounds himself with for the talent. And that's kind of my question to you guys while I called in. Look, last year, we drafted Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round. Okay, this was going to be the SEC reigning player of the year, arguably on the Heisman, at the Heisman celebration in New York, whether you wanted it or not, so be it. And he had the injury. What are we doing with him? I understand why I think I understand why they drafted him, why Holmes drafted him 3rd round. If Goff doesn't pan out, we're transitioning to Hooker. But Goff panned out, and he's going to get paid. Do we have trade capital for Hooker right now? I mean, there are probably a handful of teams out there. I mean, you got a viable Heisman candidate
But here's the problem. Go ahead, Rico. I'm sorry.
Too.
Sean, I would say this as of now, no, because nobody's seen him play. So if he went out there and won some games, but right now he's kind of like a Trey Lance. You could take a chance if you get him for dirt cheap.
I mean, Sean, the other thing, and I know they're not equal because obviously the 5th-year option and he's more expensive, but if Justin Fields can't fetch a 3 or a 4 right now, and again, Sean, I was anti-Hooker pick from the beginning. It made no sense. Jared Goff had proven himself even before this year. He had given you the better part of a year and a half of really high-caliber play. And to take a third-round pick on. I just did not. I'll never understand it. So, Sean, I don't know, because for me, the only way that pick was going to make sense is if you handed him the reins, which makes no sense considering you were in the NFC title game.
Yeah, and now you're at this poker table sitting on this wild card joker with Hooker. You don't know really what you got, and I feel like if you got to deal him or
It's not there.
I don't know.
Look, for right now, here's where it stands, Sean. You used a third-round pick on a backup quarterback. That's where it's at right now, because there is no pathway, as long as Jared Goff plays here, to Hendon Hooker playing. The only way he plays is if Jared Goff gets hurt. And God knows you don't want to see that.
Yeah, one position that you can't play multiple people at the same time. I think he was an insurance policy, but he came at a high premium cost. A third-round pick is somebody who should have been playing last year.
With Brad Holmes' draft acumen, you feel like he would. I mean, Kirby Joseph is a third-round pick.
A starter or good depth. Where he could have been that corner that may have blossomed into cornerback one.
And I think that's part of my issue, is that if I'm trading draft capital, I'm doing it for elite players. I'm not doing it for good players. If I was going to give up capital, Brian Burns. If I'm going to give up capital, L'Jarius Sneed. I'm Carlton Davis is a good player, but he's not one of the elite corners in football. He's good. Is he your best corner right now? Yes. But that's back-to-back years of third-round picks where you look at it and you're like, he's awesome at drafting. Draft. If you're not going to trade the picks for really good stuff, because I don't know. It's whatever. They're going to be good regardless. I'm with him. It's a little, I don't know, meh is a little insulting. That's
why I said underwhelmed.
Underwhelmed. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, Mike. What's up?
So weird enough, my word was also meh.
Meh.
But I feel that way because I feel like they got better, but I would have liked to have seen something else. But I also don't I didn't really expect them to sign Danielle Hunter, although that's what I want. But that's not what I expect them to do. Now, could they still do that if he gets priced out of the market? And I'd be really excited. Yep. So I guess first day out, I'm just okay. I mean, they got a little better. They were close to getting into the Super Bowl. So do I think they need to make this dynamic jump up? I don't know. Do they? I mean, I've never been in this place before. So I'm I don't really know what to think what they should be doing, because typically teams who win free agency don't win Super Bowls, right? They build more solidly through their own and then kind of add on. And I get that they should have added, they maybe could add a really dynamic player like Sneed or Danielle Hunter or.
And see, Mike,
Burns,
I'm with you. See, I didn't think that they needed to go out there and bring in 3 or 4 high-priced free agents. I did think they needed to bring in one, whether it was an edge rusher or corner, just one, and then you could have did all these other moves where you kind of piecemealed it together and then kept your young core. But it's almost like you just skipped a step and said, you know what, we're going to keep the young core, we're going to piecemeal this thing, and we're going to worry about trying to pay guys 3 years from now. That's not how the NFL works.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, that is what it seems like they're doing, is that they're worried about signing their own. And I get that you want to keep, the Lions never really had players that were worth retaining, and they finally do.
Yeah.
Like Amon-Ra and some of the guys on the line. I get it. Those are guys that you're going to have to keep, Sewell especially. But, when you look at it from this perspective, I would have loved to have seen Danielle Hunter on, a 2-year $20 million or 2-year $30 million, somewhere in that area, and then it would be all set, and I think everybody would be happy.
The contracts generally, the way they're structured, you can't get lost in, all right, Hunter's going to want a 4-year deal or something. The reality is you probably get rid of the guy after 3 years and not get hurt. By the way, Danielle Hunter, just a couple updates for if anyone cares. 2 really interesting destinations. One is the Colts, but the other, and this is exactly how I would do it, and it's exactly why I wanted Brian Burns. Danielle Hunter to the Texans. Oh, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on the same team. Oh, okay.
Good luck.
That was the whole principle of Aiden and Brian Burns.
I feel like Morgan Freeman in The Dark Knight. Oh, good luck.
So apparently there's mutual interest between Hunter and the Texans as well. So, look, you got a million ways to skin a cat. You know where I'm at with it. I wanted to create the pass rush. I didn't know Burns was really that available. After Carolina turned down 2 first-round picks last year, I just went, well, they're going to go to war, franchise this kid, and he's never leaving. Did Joe Shane bring a gun to those negotiations?
No, but it's why you pick up the phone and you ask. I mean, it sounds like Snead's asking price is a little high, so a lot of teams are passing on.
Oh, and let it state for the record, I'm not mad at Brad Holmes because Snead's not here.
Right.
You can't force someone to come here.
Right.
All I said is, get me someone impact. Carlton Davis by himself, that doesn't do it for me. Good player.
And it looks like 2 days in, and we still don't have that impact player.
Just for football purposes, if I can't have Danielle Hunter, can I get Danielle Hunter to the Texans for football viewing pleasure?
I like the.
How many quarterbacks does Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter body bag in 2024? Over under 3.5. That's just terrifying.
Sure, Trevor Lawrence is happy.
Oh, but think about it.
Will Levis.
Oh yeah,
Hey, I quit.
That's one that he
guys,
could.
You knew I wasn't good anyway. I just quit.
Paulson's, their annual inventory clearance sale right now. Huge savings. 4K TVs, speakers, you name it, it's on sale up to 70% off. 65-inch OLED 4K smart TV starting at $16.99. And remember this, we'll simplify the whole thing. Their prices are already as lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. Paulson's Audio Video is the toy store for grown-ups. They've been doing it for over 33 years. Just ask for Chris or Dan. Absolute best in the game. It's paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. Paulson's Audio Video.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Excitement late in the Tigers game this afternoon. A 1-2-3 ninth inning, and the Tigers escaped with a 1-0 victory. Nice outing for Kente Maeda as well. He went 4, striking out 7 and allowing only 1 hit. The Red Wings are in Buffalo tonight, hoping to snap a 5-game losing streak. You have to go back to December, the last time the two matched up, which ended in a 5-3 Wings win. Alex Lyon will start in goal for Detroit. Caitlin Clark continues to bring more awareness to women's sports. Saturday's basketball semifinal between Michigan and Iowa set the record for the most watched women's event in Big Ten Network history, logging 1,075,000 viewers. Finally, Oakland looking for their first Horizon League title since they joined the conference. Here was Greg Campy's message to the team after last night's win over Cleveland State. Well, there you are. You can hear the game on the Bet 1270 at 7 at the Coral Health Update Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or 971theticket.com.
FanDuel, look, we're talking college hoops. I mean, it's a hell of a time to bet on it. $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager from FanDuel. You bet NBA or college. Most betting markets than any book on the planet. Live SGPs, sides, totals, player props, you name it, they got it. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket and make your first bet a winning one. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right. So, a lot of Lions today, obviously. Odyssey.com rewind. Tomorrow, look, pending the result. If the Wings lose tonight, I'm sorry. It's full-blown panic. Kenny, don't be mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. I just don't want to think about it anymore.
What would you rather think about?
Them winning and us having a great
Greg
time.
Campy holding a sign that says F-Cot, or the Wings getting shelled tonight 5-2.
Campy isn't worthy of my attention. Go Wings.
Oh, yes. Whoa. Kenny Cott, noted OU alum. Noted WXOU alum. How did we get to such a lowly place?
I know why you're angry, because you have higher expectations, but Kenny. You got a chance to make the tournament.
I expect they've done it 3 times in his 40-year tenure.
And he's about to give you the 4th time.
Ooh, once every 10 years.
You watch your mouth. That's the king of Rochester. How dare you? All right. Hey, Telly Savalas has joined us. Read a few ticket texts while he plugs in over here. Steve Leesman from CNBC is joined us.
More like the kingpin, except for he doesn't lift weights.
Oh, my God.
I've started.
David, this is the part where you read ticket texts.
I was waiting on him because I had something to say. How you doing, Powder?
I've been tanning lately. That is unbelievable. Wow.
And then I'll say this.
Before you get to your ticket text, hold on a second, because
you do need to get some sun on that thing. I mean, come on.
I've been taking walks and taking runs outside, so I'm working on it. But I made the revelation that when you got a bald head, some people think you're a little tough. So I've started working out, lifting weights. So give me a couple months.
You're tough.
I'm going to be a badass. I'm totally going to transform who I am. Totally.
I believe that's called a midlife crisis.
Maybe.
Next up,
going to go buy a Porsche.
Yeah, up next is going to be rolling up in a vintage vet.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Maybe a denim jacket for Jeff. He's kicking it like it's 88. All right. What do you got?
Your leather jacket with your EV.
Stop.
I got to tell you, I want one of those starter Cub jackets like I used to wear back in the day.
Everybody just cease and desist.
You ever think about that? Back in 88, I had my whole life in front of me.
I'm done.
Now look at me.
Okay, Rico, I tried.
Sorry, you guys got ticket text to get to.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I quit.
No, a lot of people are just saying happy birthday to you, Rico.
Oh, happy birthday. How old are you?
Thank you. 55.
Oh, you look great.
This one in particular from Jeff in a mail truck says, just wanted to say happy birthday, sidekick.
Oh, I heard that call. Yeah.
I was just an unhinged human.
Yeah. That was
all
it.
because I said Carlton Davis is good. He's fine enough, but I'm underwhelmed. I'm a terrible person. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like you guys are just trashing Brad Holmes, and I will have none of that.
None of it happened. I stand by every piece of tape on this show. I said I just have a right to be underwhelmed, no? I want to win a Super Bowl.
I agree with you. I'm going to actually ask the people, like I've heard so much talk from various day parts about why they love it so much.
Oh, let me tell you what the rest of the day sounded like.
Why do
at
you
this
love
place.
it so much? Oh.
Here was mornings. Here was middays. I mean, please, we just signed Deion Sanders.
I'm going to ask that question. No, it is a little bizarre. You think they're done?
I can't speak to that. You don't have any predictive measure of it. I just feel like clearly I'd be shocked if they signed a corner of note after making 2 acquisitions. 3 if you count bringing Mosley back. The Davenport thing, it's only 6.5, but it's not nothing. You know, do I all of a sudden imagine Danielle Hunter's descending from the clouds? No,
Probably not.
I don't.
I think we knew this from the get-go, though. Brad Holmes told us, and despite people at the Combine saying, oh, no, they're going to go big on corners, look, I think why people are not angry is because they're going to say, well, Holmes told us it was going to be this way. No. You have to trust him.
And honestly, you know what? I'm calling the cat button in for the first time today. No, you don't get to do that. No.
See, I think we're going to be.
They are drinking bathwater right now. They view this man as their personal Jesus. Don't you give me this whole he told. No. Your parents tell you things. Doesn't mean you agree with them.
See, no, I'm beginning to think that this is only going to be the first of 2 steps where we're going to be like, because come draft, I don't even know if they're going to be taking a selection on day 1.
Oh, just trade out, get more assets. I can't be mad. You're at 29. How would I be mad at that?
No, but I'm just saying, so it's like, okay, it's Thursday. Lions fans are down there waiting for the pick. And Goodell comes out there, and the Lions have traded out of the 29th spot.
I'd stand and applaud. It's great. Get value for it.
At that point, you've already celebrated because you just announced JJ coming to the Giants.
mean, listen, right now
We're going to make this happen.
My quarterback room is Daniel Jones and Drew Lock. Of course I want JJ. I'll take Penix. I don't even care. Bo Nix has 3 kids and a mortgage. Whatever.
Didn't know Drew Lock was still in the league.
Neither did
Michael Penix would be interesting because that would you and Rico would watch games together.
We'll draft a Dunze at 6 and we'll move up to get Penix.
You guys would have matching Penix jerseys, I feel.
I don't. Honestly, I'd root for Satan as long as he helped the Giants win. I don't really care.
Me
I'm
and
tired of
Big
losing.
G.
I hear Satan's pretty good.
He could be.
Yeah.
It's the time.
What's coming up on the show? Is that the question you're going to ask?
We're going to talk about that. Why do people love this so much? Plus, it's a big game, Michael and Rico. I mean, if you don't beat the Sabres, that means you'll lose the playoff spot again, at least for overnight. So we're going to talk about that. I mean,
how about you would have lost 6 games in a row? Enough's enough. You want to make the playoffs? Win an effing game.
So my offer's starting to sound a little better.
You know what? I was thinking about you the other day when you came out. I thought that was such an insulting offer where Rico's like, I'll give you the first round and you're going to lose in 7. I'm like, what jackass would take this? Cutscene, as Michael would say. 5 losses later. There you go.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2. Kojak coming up next.